Okay, welcome. I apologize for being late. I'm really just going to hop into the trial right now. When we get a second, I'll make a little commentary. But Wendi is on right now, so it's very important that we have to hear what the hell Wendi has to say for herself.
For the record.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Is it fair to say that your mom, the defendant, is a controlling person?
I don't think my mom is a controlling person.
Did you say
Volume's
at one
not great, guys.
time back in 2013 that your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
I may have said that.
Would you like to refresh your memory?
I can.
It's tab 45 in the binder in front of you.
I'm not seeing it. Is it highlighted or is it just in the, it's a long, oh, no.
In the first paragraph on page 3.
That one you can just walk up and show the witness the portion of what you wish for her to read to herself.
I will, Judge.
Oh boy. That audience is something to see.
Page 3.
This is 3, I think.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Welcome all y'all joining on X. I wish y'all would join on YouTube instead of X. Y'all can't really comment from X. Well, you can, but there's nobody else there that comments or knows how to, so. Do my best to put comments on the screen.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay.
So the question was, did you previously say your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
Yes.
What is meant by that?
I honestly don't know what I meant at the time.
But not that she's controlling.
I don't think that's what I meant.
Did Dan Markel have a hard time understanding some of your mom's behaviors?
I don't remember that.
Well, did she think you incapable of driving to South Florida by yourself with the kids?
Like,
This is
come on.
back when they were little.
Yeah, I don't think she thought I was incapable, but I was breastfeeding and it was helpful to have someone with me.
So what was her practice to avoid you having to do that?
One of my parents would come with me for the long drive.
So they would rent a car, come up here, ride back with you, and then follow the same procedure to get you home.
They would drive with me if I was down there, back up, and then rent a car.
Why is she wearing headphones?
And did that procedure occur the week before the murder? There was a visit the week before the murder, correct?
I think it was 2 weeks before.
Okay. And on that trip, is that how it was handled, where they rented a car and came up to get you?
Yes.
Did your dad think that was necessary, or was that a mom thing?
No, my dad probably thought it was more necessary.
Okay. And did your dad make a practice of supporting whatever your mom wanted? Is that kind of the general rule?
Yeah.
Was she the dominant force in the household?
I mean, I think my dad had more of a quiet strength, so it's hard to say who was a dominant force. I think they were both equally strong in their parenting.
Okay. Did you previously describe this back in 2013 that your mom was the dominant force in the household? If you need to refresh, it's tab 97.
Okay. So this one goes up to 93. Is it?
Check the very back. Got a few extras tucked in there. I'll just approach this copy.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I do know the sound is garbage right now, guys. I'm kind of looking for an alternative to see if I can get better sound for you guys.
Yes.
You did say mom was the dominant force in the household.
Yes.
Did your mom ever try to micromanage your life,
Yes.
your career?
I don't know about my career. I chose to be a lawyer. It wasn't a very popular choice in my household.
Yes. And there were different types of areas of law that she would have preferred you practice. Do you agree with that?
I actually think they were really proud of what I was doing.
Not to suggest she wasn't proud of you, but she was encouraging you to pursue a different type of law that would be more lucrative. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah.
And what about your dating life? Did she meddle there?
Yes.
Did she create a dating profile for you on Match.com?
I don't know if it was Match.com, but I do remember a dating profile at some point.
That she created for you.
Like
I
this girl
didn't use it,
couldn't
but yes.
make her own.
And conducted searches for men in the Miami area and sent them to you.
I think
Remember
this
that?
was when I was living in DC, maybe.
Okay, let's go forward a little bit here. Sorry.
I know. I'm sorry, guys. I don't. It's bad. It's not me. I can't fix it. It's law and crime.
Okay, so
Their
here we have an
audio
email dated
is
January 17th,
low. I can't.
2013.
Mine's
For the record,
jacked all
this
the
is
way up.
64I. And it reads, so honey,
I'll try
you
Court
think
TV
I'm
then.
nuts, but when you get a moment, check out some of these whom I've pre-screened for you. And these are guys in Miami, right? After all, you're going to be in Miami here and there. Why not see who's out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And here's
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay.
So the question was, did you previously say your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
Yes.
What is meant by that?
It's a little louder, but
I
not by
honestly
much,
don't
guys.
know what I meant at the time.
But not that she's controlling.
I don't think that's what I meant.
Did Dan Markel have a hard time understanding some of your mom's behaviors?
I don't remember that.
Well, did she think you incapable of driving to South Florida by yourself with the kids? This is back when they were little.
Yeah, I don't think she thought I was incapable, but I was breastfeeding and it was helpful to have someone with me.
So what was her practice to avoid you having to do that?
One of my parents would come with me for the long drive.
So they would rent a car, come up here, ride back with you, and then follow the same procedure to get you home.
They would drive with me if I was down there, back up, and then rent a car to come home.
And did that procedure occur the week before the murder? There was a visit the week before the murder, correct?
I think it was 2 weeks before.
Okay. And on that trip, is that how it was handled, where they rented a car and came up to get you?
I'm gonna try to
Yes.
check the Tallahassee
Did your dad think that was necessary, or was
thing
that
too
a
to see
mom
if theirs
thing?
is better.
No, my dad probably thought it was more necessary.
Okay. And did your dad make a practice of supporting whatever your mom wanted? Is that kind of the general rule?
Yeah.
Was she the dominant force in the household?
I mean, I think my dad had more of a quiet strength, so it's hard to say who was a dominant force. I think they were both equally strong in their parenting.
Okay. Did you previously describe this back in 2013 that your mom was the dominant force in the household? If you need to refresh, it's tab 97.
Okay. So this one goes up to 93. Is it?
Check the very back. Got a few extras tucked in there. I'll just approach this copy.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That weren't true.
No, I didn't say anything that wasn't true. I just was in shock. I just kept talking and talking and talking.
When your mom is really upset about something,
I'm gonna
does
back
she
this
talk
up a little
about it
bit
lot?
because I think that this
Yes.
audio is much
And
better.
when she talks about it a lot, and I'm referring you back to this.
Yes.
What is meant by that?
I honestly don't know what I meant at the time.
But not that she's controlling.
I don't think that's what I meant.
You. Here's an interesting guy, etc. Okay.
This is the last one I can change it to stream, guys. So this should be better for audio,
Did you ever feel like your
but I have
mom
no
was
control
walking all
over
over
the court
you?
audio, unfortunately.
I don't remember feeling that way.
Okay. What about specifically regarding this divorce?
I don't. I mean, I had a really good attorney and I was making the decisions I wanted to make.
Okay. And did you, back in April of 2013, tell a friend that you were trying to find a way to coexist with your mom that didn't feel like she was trampling your autonomy?
I'm sure I said that in 2013.
How did your mom feel about Dan Markel in this time frame, 2012 to 2016?
And I think I think a lot changed between 2012 and 2016. So I think her feelings about him changed over time.
Okay. And what about in 2016? Did she hate Dan Markel?
No, not in 2016.
What about 2014? Did she hate him then?
No.
Did you say do you remember giving a law enforcement interview in reference to this case?
Yes, I remember.
That was the same day that Mr. Markel was shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you say in that interview for court and counsel, I'm referring to page 288, lines 24 through 289, line 1, quote, "My parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else."
At that point, I was sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours and had just been told that Danny had been shot. So I was in shock and I was trying to help the police think of anything I could possibly think of that would be helpful.
And are you suggesting that after 6 hours you became fatigued to the point that you started saying things that weren't true?
No, I didn't say anything that wasn't true. I just was in shock. I just kept talking and talking and talking.
When your mom is really upset about something, does she talk about it a lot?
Yes.
And when she talks about
Don't we
it a
all?
lot,
Just
and I'm
saying.
referring you back to this time frame, does she talk to your brother Charlie?
Let's hope so, Sharon. Let's hope
A
so.
lot.
My mom and Charlie have always talked a lot.
Okay. And was Charlie kind of like your mom's problem solver?
I don't know about that. I kind of feel like it was where she would help him more throughout childhood and adulthood. She would help him solve problems, not really.
She definitely did a lot for him, didn't she?
She did.
She helped him with his business. She helped him with his personal life, his finances, his bills, remember to pay the whatever. She was like still mothering him into adulthood, right?
Yes.
Okay. But as far as meddling in your life, did your mom feel that Charlie could make more progress with you than she could on items like who you were going to date?
I would just be guessing about that.
Okay. At the time of Dan Markel's murder, was the defendant, your mother, very angry at Dan Markel?
Before he died?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And you hated him too, right?
At certain points, I was very frustrated with him.
Did you refer to him as an STD?
I don't remember saying that.
Tab 5.
I'm sure we say a lot of things about our exes that aren't so nice. I don't think anybody's exes are going to say super nice. I mean, well, I have a lot of exes I'm still friends with, but when there's a bad breakup, I doubt that everybody's going to say everything was sunshine and butterflies.
It looks like I made that analogy.
Danny is an STD. One wrong mistake, marrying him, and this will never go away. Is that what you said?
I did.
Did you share that kind of sentiment with your mother?
I don't remember ever saying that, so I don't think it's something I said very often.
And this was said in an email on February 26th of 2013, correct?
It was.
Approximately 17 months before the murder?
Yes, I don't think it was an email though. It looks like it was sort of an iMessage.
Okay.
which is a text
Did
message.
you ever refer to your ex-husband as the Dark Lord?
I don't remember saying that, but I certainly might have.
Did you refer to your ex-husband as Gibbers?
I did.
What is the meaning of Gibbers?
Gibbers was just a silly name that a friend helped me come up with to basically make him feel less scary. It was
Did-
nonsense.
Did it
I think it's a clown's
reference
name, to be
Jew
fair.
in Boots?
That I don't remember.
It wasn't a friendly name, right?
It was a silly name.
Did you ever say that you hated Dan Markel?
I don't remember saying it, but I certainly could have.
Tab 31, please, to refresh your memory.
Okay, what I'm not understanding though is she on trial or is her mother on trial? Like, I get it. The prosecution's clicking away
I
at
said
things
that I hate him in this moment.
they might want to use on her later, I
Okay,
guess.
And did you say
they gave her
in
immunity.
that email, that same email, quote, I hate my children's dad?
I did.
And do you agree that email was sent approximately 15 months before Mr. Markel was
Newsflash.
murdered?
I hate one of
It
my
was
children's
in
dads. He's
April
my
of
abuser.
2013.
Not saying, obviously, Dan Markel was not, but
That's right.
I think we all say we hate at some point and don't actually mean it. That's why there needs to
Yes,
be
ma'am.
more kindness in the world instead of hate and anger.
With what I've marked as 56A, B, C, and 57. I asked you about the Gibbers nickname. Did you have that nickname stored in your cell phone as Dan Markel's contact name?
I did.
Or to show you
Y'all don't want to see my nicknames for my baby daddy then.
exhibits and ask if they're fair and accurate. Contacts 56A. Who is that a contact for? You know.
It's my mom's phone number. So that would have been, it's a picture of Ben as a little guy and my mom.
Okay, so fair and accurate contact
Yes.
from your phone for mom at that time.
Yes.
Okay, and then 56B.
That's my dad.
And that's his phone number.
It is.
56C.
That's my brother.
Charlie.
Yes.
Okay, fair and accurate phone number for him at that time.
Yes.
And then 57 is that the contact you had in there?
Oh, yeah,
for
we already knew she
your
was,
ex-husband,
definitely.
Dan Markel?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I asked him to move into evidence 56 and 57.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 56 and 57 are admitted at this time.
Did you ever refer to your ex-husband, Dan Markel, as an emotional terrorist?
I very well could have. I don't remember saying that.
I
But
just called somebody that. That's the only
That
reason
one's
why
on
I'm
tab
laughing.
34.
I called somebody else a terrorist and that I don't negotiate with terrorists yesterday.
I'm so sorry. Is that? Yes, I believe it is
It
34.
is. I see it. I said it in December of 2013.
Approximately 7 months before his murder.
December to, yes, approximately 7 months.
And tab 35, in June of 2014, did you say of your ex-husband, I hate him so?
I don't see it.
Are you on tab 35?
No, I was on tab 34. It's tab 35.
Sorry, yes.
I did write that.
And that was approximately 3 weeks before Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Lost my clicker. Stickers are a real problem for me.
I do love that they have women.
All right, next I want to ask you about Mr. Markel's response to your petition to relocate. Is it fair to say he was adamantly opposed to that motion?
Yes.
All right, and you all fought over things large, of course, but also very small, like in this pleading, a tennis racket is mentioned, right?
Yes.
And, oh, jumped ahead on us. Okay, let's go back. In Mr. Markel's response, and for court and counsel, this is page 82 of Exhibit 60. He indicates the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. Did you take those things when you vacated the property?
I did remember taking his tennis racket by accident and I returned that, but otherwise I didn't take his belongings.
Did you strategize to leave him in a way that would cause or inflict maximum damage upon him?
No,
Is that something your mom ever said?
I don't
To your
remember that.
knowledge? Did you discuss with your mom how and when you would leave your marriage?
I did.
Do you recall a November 2nd, 2012 email where Dan Markel was saying to you, let's put all this aside. This is all about the kids. Let's act toward each other in a way that they can be proud of. Did he say that to you?
I remember reading an email like that.
All right, and we talked about the Aqua Ridge apartment, or I guess it was a home residence. Is this a fair and accurate photo? I've blurred your kids' faces, but of the living space there?
Thank you for doing that. Yes, that's our home.
Okay. And did your mom help
Nobody's
you
kids
secure
should ever be
this
gone
place
after.
to live? Did you have any involvement in that?
She did.
Okay, what involvement did she have?
She helped me move in.
Okay, did she help you locate the place to live?
I think
At all?
so.
Okay. Did she come up and look at places with you as well?
We did.
Okay. Did Dan Markel threaten you in the pleadings with federal kidnapping charges?
He did.
And that was associated with the way he claimed that you left the marriage.
Yes.
And he says you took the kids and did not tell him where they were for several, I think I've seen days and weeks. Is that true?
It's true that he said that. It's not true that that's what happened.
What was his position on your motion to relocate?
We did talk about it before I filed it, and he was amenable to figuring it out. But once I filed it, he was against it.
Okay. Did he allege in his response that the sole stated reason that you wanted to relocate was to be closer to your parents?
He did say that in his response.
And is that the response that your mom referred to as his 23-page rant?
Probably.
And she had a lot of thoughts about that particular filing, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And she laid those out in an email to you. I know you remember. That's the whole your non-negotiable is relocation.
Yes.
Do you recall having 2 long mediations to try to resolve your divorce without a trial?
Yes.
And were those mediations successful?
They were not.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mother as part of the divorce proceedings?
I don't remember that.
What about your brother, Charlie? Did he care about whether you moved to South Florida or not?
I think so. I mean, I think he would have liked for me to be closer to him and have the kids closer to him.
Would it have been okay with him if you had made a decision to stay in Tallahassee?
I would have imagined so, yes.
And after the relocation motion was denied, you were kind of like, well, maybe I have to stay in Tallahassee. Wasn't there at least a moment of that for you?
I mean, it wasn't maybe, that was the court's decision, and I respect the court's decision, and I would make the best of it.
What about Charlie? Was he outraged by the court's decision?
I honestly don't remember him being outraged.
But to your mom, it was a big deal.
My mom was really upset.
It was described by your mom in several places as like a life and death proposition. Do you agree with that?
I think my mom thought my life in Tallahassee wasn't good.
Is it true that you never would have left Dan Markel without your mom's suggestions?
Overruled, she may answer the question based on her own knowledge.
I would have left Danny regardless of anyone else's input. I was very unhappy.
Did you ever write that you would have never left him without your mom's suggestions?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 41 and see if it refreshes your memory.
I do say here I wouldn't have done it on my own.
Okay. Do you specifically reference your mom?
I say my parents and brother's suggestions and support.
Okay.
I think because I wasn't happy, but part of me thought maybe I would just stay until the kids grew up.
Just one moment. I've lost my place a little bit. All right. I think you already testified you did not offer your mom your divorce petition to edit. Is that your testimony?
Sorry,
Did you
What's the
send your
question?
divorce petition to your mother to assist you in editing it?
I don't remember doing it.
Okay. And did your mom also pretend to be you to Mercer University to help you complete your divorce affidavit?
I have no memory of that.
Got a little pop out here of this email from your mom.
Missed
Obviously,
you.
I pretended to be you.
Missed you.
Contacting these financial institutions. Is that something that she would normally do on your behalf? Pose as you?
I had very little understanding or involvement of my financial situation. And so that might have been an account that my dad had created for me.
I thought
or
my
that
frizz was
had,
bad.
like co-signatory authority.
Girl.
So that's possible.
Okay. And here, did you forward a letter that was written on or sent to you on December 19th of 2013 from Dan Markel, where he was kind of wanting you back and making a lot of concessions? I'll stop coming home late, etc. Do you recall that
I do.
long email? Did you forward that to your mother?
I very well may have.
And do you recall she replied with sort of a paragraph by paragraph breakdown of that, Dan Markel email?
So I see that here. I mean, I certainly didn't remember, but I see that there's a response here.
Okay. I think I've got her responses. Did you respond to her? Very nicely done, Mom. This
She's
is
definitely
great.
It
downplaying
looks
some
like
stuff.
I did, yes.
And then we go to L. in her responses, I guess they've got a joint email. So how do we know it's mom and not dad? Do we?
I don't.
Does dad send responses like these? This is all the response. Would Harvey detail like that in a response?
No, but it could be that my dad and mom were talking and that she was the scribe, right? That they were, that it reflects both of their thoughts and that my mom's the one writing it.
And many of the emails are signed mom and dad, or they reference dad and I feel this way. Was it common for your mom to express for the two of them a certain position?
Yes.
And in this particular email, so this is a little confusing, but she responds paragraph by paragraph, K3, K5, K6, referencing Dan Markel's email to you and refuting each paragraph.
I mean, I can't imagine having a parent that would do.
And she felt
that shit.
that his position was outrageous, right?
Yes.
And she thought his religious practices were extreme, didn't she?
She did, yes.
She was extremely concerned about the well-being of the children in reference to his religious practices.
Yes.
She wanted a psychological evaluation of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
He didn't need a psychological evaluation, did he?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Was he an extremely intelligent, accomplished law professor?
Yes.
Did your mom ever call Dan Markel any disparaging names around this time frame?
She did.
Okay, including piece of shit?
Yes.
Asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
A bastard?
Yes.
Did your mom help you prepare for your meetings with your divorce lawyer?
My mom offered help, but I don't think I needed help preparing for meetings with my divorce lawyer.
Who was your divorce lawyer?
Kristen Adamson.
Your mom, in an email dated January 9th, 2013, indicates that she thinks the job opportunities that you had in South Florida was a major bargaining chip in your divorce. Did you agree with that?
Did I agree with it at the time?
Yes.
I don't remember.
And she did a lot of work sort of making arguments to that point, didn't she?
I believe so.
And did you forward your correspondence with your lawyer to your mother?
I did.
Publishing 64. I'm going to skip to J. She wanted to be kept informed, right?
Yes.
You imagine that?
Your mom mentions.
Insane. I also wouldn't share all this with my mother. Just saying. Hey, Lisa.
This is 64G, your South Florida legal team. She will try to remember to discuss things with your South Florida legal team. Who was that?
I think she was jokingly referring to herself.
Oh, she's the South Florida legal team.
I don't know who else it would have been. I think that's why there's a smiley face. I think it was a joke.
Okay. more questions for your upcoming hearing
Right?
with your attorney.
Me neither.
Did you forward your mom's questions or ask your mom's questions when you met with your attorney?
Probably not all of them, but if there was something that I thought was useful, I probably forwarded it or had a conversation about it.
And here you can see in paragraph 2, your mom referred to Dan Markel as Gibbers as well, right?
It was a silly name. Yeah.
Let's go to the order denying your petition to relocate. Was your mom aware that the order was filed?
Yes.
Okay. And this is language from the order denied with prejudice, meaning you can't re-raise it, right?
Right. You can't refile.
And your mom wanted to fight the decision, didn't she?
She did.
Did you feel railroaded by her in this email where she's kind of bullying you to keep
It's not even
keep
duck
fighting?
face. Fish fish. You can't get Botox in jail, I assume.
Rephrase your question.
Did you feel railroaded by your mother?
No.
Okay, but she wants you to continue to take action.
It was denied. I wasn't taking any more action.
Not any more legal action.
I was not taking any more action of any kind.
Didn't your mom have some other ideas for some other actions that could happen?
She did.
She did want to take it to an appeal. Do you remember that?
Actually, I don't remember, but
That's on tab 43 of your binder.
A lot of this is more than 10 years ago, so it'd be hard to remember any of all of this random conversations. But Donna remembers because she knew what she was
yes,
doing.
I see.
Okay, but she also wanted to develop this plan of action that could be implemented between the time you learned of the relocation denial and your final hearing in court to maybe strong arm Mr. Markel into agreeing to the relocation. Do you remember that email?
Yes.
Okay, and she had some ideas for how to do that, right?
Yes.
And she said Gibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So what was her plan of action? What did she suggest you could do to get Dan Markel to relent and let you take his kids to South Florida?
She suggested that I pretend that the boys had become Christian.
Is that something you would ever consider doing?
No.
She was going to pay for them to get instruction on the Christian faith, right?
That was what she said.
And she said she looked into it and she could get them baptized in a couple weeks. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, but I'm sure it's here.
Do you remember her imploring you to put on a good act?
I do.
Did your mom, I don't know, do you have any acting training?
No.
Do you know why your mom would Google how to teach an actress emotion?
I don't. I don't know.
Did she ever share with you or forward you any tips on how to bring emotion or fake emotion?
Not that I remember of any kind.
All right. What about a financial offer? Was that
Weird.
part of it as well?
Yes.
What was the financial offer to be?
I think it was $1 million.
Who was going to pay the $1 million?
My mom, my dad, and my brother.
And they were going to pay $1 million. You didn't have to pay any of it?
I don't remember having to pay any of it.
Okay. And they were going to give Dan Markel $1 million for what?
So that I could relocate.
Okay. Did you ever make that offer to Dan Markel?
No,
To your knowledge, did anyone make it to him?
I don't think so.
Would it have worked?
I don't think so.
Hence why it wasn't made, I'm guessing.
She's all about getting control from Dan Markel, right?
Yes.
I tell abuse victims to take their control back, but it is meant in a different meaning. It is meant do not let
You told
somebody
her
continue to
this
abuse
was
you.
his
Not
ideas
trying to
for
control
her,
someone else.
didn't
This is
you?
abusive shit here.
I did.
I will not be introducing my children to Christianity. I truly believe it will backfire.
As the counsel testifying, sustained, please make sure you're asking open-ended questions to the witness. Ms. Kappelman,
I'm reading from State's Exhibit 64V, which is in evidence.
please proceed.
Did you say it would backfire?
Yes, those are my words.
And what did you mean by backfire?
I don't remember, but I can read there below what I was saying.
Did it have to do with this will give him ammunition to pursue things in court?
I might have meant that at the time.
Very sad.
Did your mom respect your decision not to use her suggestions?
Very sad story.
I mean, she had to have, right? I'm a grown up.
Eh. Well, she didn't think you were a grown up,
Kept pushing though, didn't she?
Wendi.
She was suggesting other ideas.
Okay, January 27th, 2013 email 64W. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done and a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance and would show gibbers that he's not in control. Did she suggest that to you?
Yes.
She urged you to rethink your decision not to implement her suggestions, didn't she?
Yes.
She wanted you to do an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. Why would she want to scare Mr. Markel?
So that he would let me relocate, I guess.
She says here, and I'm still on 64W, I don't know how much of the big picture you're seeing, honey. I don't know if you can realize that not only what you can provide for your boy's life, but for your own life, all depends on this change. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. So she did view this as a very serious matter, right?
Yes.
And she's sending all of this after the relocation is denied, right?
Yes.
Everyone has a price. Fight for yourself.
Did you try to buy the
Okay.
judge,
I'm
Donna?
showing you this slide also from Exhibit 64W, which indicates that you were going to go into the $1 million offer as a third. Does that refresh your memory on that deal?
I mean, it refreshes my memory, but it's not something I ever considered or thought about doing.
So you would not have paid up the
No.
third of $1 million.
No.
Moving on to 64X. This is an email in which your mom expresses opinions on several items, including the marital home, the parenting schedule, alimony, child support, health insurance, Did you want her opinion on all these things?
I mean, I don't remember, but I think we always want our parents' opinion on things, even if we don't take it.
Not.
Please restate your answer.
Counselor asked me if I
not.
wanted my mom's opinion on those things, and it's hard for me to remember at the time if I wanted other opinions, but I said, I guess, people always want their parents' opinions on things.
And your mother's opinion was that she wanted you to aggravate
No.
your ex-husband, right?
Nope.
Yes.
To screw him financially,
Yes.
to get a win.
Yes.
She thought your divorce was something to be won, right?
It seems that way.
Yeah, the lady's
When
got
was
some
the
serious
divorce
issues.
final?
It would have been final the summer of 2013.
July 31st of 13 sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we saw that that was the date for your trial. Did a trial take place?
Yes.
Okay. With witnesses being called?
No, there weren't any witnesses.
Okay, so it was a settlement.
Yes.
And did you reach the settlement on the day that the trial was supposed to be conducted?
I think maybe the day before.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about voice authentication. Your cell phone, was it collected by police in this case?
I gave the police my cell phone to search.
Let them download it and return it to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with a wiretap that was conducted in this case?
I've seen a lot of wires.
Where phone calls were intercepted by the police and recorded by the police?
Yes.
And were you asked to listen to a disc of calls to see if you could authenticate the voices on those
Yes.
discs? Okay. And were you able to authenticate some of the voices on there?
I was able to authenticate the voices of my family.
All right. So Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you initial on States Exhibit 135 by each of those voices that you were able to authenticate?
I did.
I certainly can't read this, but
It's very small.
see if that's
Yes.
that's where you initialed. Okay.
I did.
This time I'd ask to introduce States Exhibit 135.
Any objection? I'm asking if there's an objection
No
to the
objection.
defense. States 135 is entered.
After the divorce was final, was there any more litigation between you and Dan Markel?
There was.
All right. And who was the first one to file something after the divorce was final?
I don't remember who was first to file.
Because you both filed some things afterwards, right?
Well, Danny was supposed to pay me for the deal with our settlement was I was supposed to take my name off the title to the house, and he was supposed to pay me half the value of the house. So I went that first week and took my name off the title and then just waited.
Hey, Ellen.
And when I reached out, when it was time for him to pay what he owed, he said, I'm not going to pay it. And I asked why, and he said, I have my reasons. And so my attorney had to file to enforce the settlement agreement because otherwise he was going to be held in contempt of court.
The court had given him a deadline to make the payment, and he didn't make it.
He didn't make it.
So you filed a motion to enforce,
The settlement agreement.
and he filed a counter motion saying, well, I'm not paying because she's in violation for all these different things. Remember that?
I do. And then he accused my attorney of committing fraud.
Right.
Your whole family's committed fraud, Wendi.
One of
Newsflash.
his big complaints was failure to facilitate the communication agreement, where I guess you all had some type of agreement to provide Skype calls with the kids to each other when you didn't have the children. Do you remember him complaining about that?
I do. I remember if I was 1 minute late, he would contact the parenting coordinator and complain that I was in violation.
That was a pretty regular complaint of his in this era of these filings, wasn't it?
Yes.
And when he sent an email, for example, 64N, let's see if we have that.
Newsflash, just so everybody knows, courts want to see the parents working together, not fighting
Alleging
against each
these
other for
sorts
everything.
of violations.
They don't like it, the
and
nitpicky shit.
including, quote, accusing you and your mother of making zero efforts to facilitate communication between he and the kids. Did you forward this email to your mother?
I don't remember if I did or not.
It's Anna, Ellen. YouTube changed everybody's name, although
And during this
Francesca,
time
somebody
period,
taught us how to do it,
did
change it.
Dan Markel send you quite a few
Now I forget how.
emails pleading with you to play nice? For example, March 7th of 2013, Wendi, I really regret that things have gotten to the place where they are. Do you think we could try to resolve more issues directly with each other to prevent so much of the unnecessary tension and cost? Things like that.
Yes.
Okay. But then you didn't seem to be able to actually play nice with each other, even though it seems like maybe that's both what you wanted, at least at certain points.
I was always trying to play nice.
Well, you were threatening to hold him in contempt of court.
I wasn't threatening to hold him in contempt. That's what my lawyer filed. That's what happens
Well,
when
your
you...
lawyer represents you, doesn't she, Mrs. Adelson?
She does, but I wasn't threatening him.
Did you cease all Skype communication between Dan Markel and the boys on March 12th of 2013?
I don't remember that, no.
Tab 54, please.
It looks like my attorney advised me to do that.
Did you cease all Skype conversations between Dan Markel and the boys?
Again, I don't remember. It's been a very long time, but if my attorney advised me to do it, then I probably did it.
Okay. And
I wonder what they gave her immunity from, because some of the stuff is pretty like, you did this,
the
you
day
did
that
this.
you
So what did they give her
filed
immunity from?
that motion
Exactly.
to enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt. See if I can find that. What was the date of that filing?
It looks like it was October 31st, 2013.
Was that the same date that you backed out of the contract to buy a house here in Tallahassee?
I don't remember if it was the same date, but at that point I didn't have the money I needed to buy the house because Danny didn't pay what he was supposed to.
Okay, but you don't remember which day you backed out of buying the house.
I don't.
Could it have been the same day that this was filed? Halloween of 13.
It may have been.
Okay, and was it Charlie, your brother, who talked you out of buying the house?
No, I didn't have the money to buy the house.
So you don't remember him discussing that with you?
No.
Okay. And did your mom have a position one way or the other on whether you would buy the house?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna bet.
The image that I just had up there,
Text?
was this image
Email?
sent to you on October 31st? How did this get onto your cell phone dated October 31st?
It looks like something my brother would have sent me at some point. I don't remember if it was what day it was, but I remember seeing that picture.
Okay, do you have any reason to dispute the metadata associated with it on your phone?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you recognize your brother in this photo?
I do.
And who's the woman he's pictured with here?
Katie.
Is that Catherine McBanoa?
Yes.
So did your brother at any time send you this picture? Not at any time. Did your brother on October 31st send you this picture and basically tell you not to buy the house because you weren't going to be living in Tallahassee much longer?
I don't remember him ever telling me not to buy the house or that I wasn't going to be living in Tallahassee. I really wanted to buy that house.
Do you remember, after all the drama with the Skype, asking your mom, let's see if I can find it here,
No worries,
to
Ellen.
help you work on the Skype thing because it was becoming a real problem between you and Mr. Markel.
I honestly don't remember, but I see this email and I must have sent this.
And then a few months later, in February of 14, Mr. Markel files a motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, and that we've touched on that already. That was alleging that you committed fraud on the court during the original settlement. Remember that?
I do. I remember him saying that my attorney helped perpetrate a fraud.
He did. He suggested that the court should send a strong message to you about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the assets that he alleged were undisclosed. Do you remember that?
I do.
And did your mom view that filing?
I don't remember.
Isn't that the one she responded to? We need a plan of attack. We need to aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you.
I remember we just looked at that. I just didn't remember what it was in response to.
Okay. And did you respond to his allegations
I would
in
have,
court, in a
in-
court filing?
we must have responded in a court filing to that
Okay.
because if someone accuses you of fraud, at that point, my attorney had to recuse herself because she had to become a witness in the case and to say that that didn't happen. And then I had
Exactly.
to find a new attorney to represent me.
Okay, and did you do a filing in response to his counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement,
kitty.
alleging, and this is page 439 for court and counsel, that a vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. That sort of language, does that sound familiar?
It doesn't actually sound familiar, but I would have responded in a motion. So I'm sure my attorney filed something.
Did your mom move around this time?
I don't think so.
Do you remember your parents signing a lease at a place called the Continuum?
My parents were spending some time there on the weekends, but they didn't move until 2015 when I was clerking for a judge at that time.
All right, so they signed a lease to have sort of a weekend property. Was that in South Beach?
Yes.
Okay, and that does March of 14 sound right for that?
I honestly, I don't remember
Have
when
been to
they
South
signed
Beach.
a lease there, but is that it's
Fun place,
possible.
not for kids.
Well, when you ultimately left Tallahassee, which we'll get to, did you go to live at the Continuum or at Coral Springs or somewhere else?
In Miami at the Continuum.
And do you know why they chose to move into the Continuum? I mean, this is about 3-4 months before the murder.
My brother had a girlfriend that lived there and he really liked the property and he thought maybe my parents might like to retire there. So he was suggesting that they start trying someplace other than Coral Springs to retire.
And did your mom add you as a resident to the Continuum on May 16th of
Thanks for
2014?
being a member, Ellen.
I don't remember that, but to the Continuum, the apartment complex had very high security.
Mhm.
And so it may have been that if you wanted someone to come and not be considered a guest, they had to be considered a resident.
Okay, tab 95, please. And the question is, would you have been considered a resident as of May 16th?
I appreciate you.
2014?
And I don't know. So you want me to see whether on this document I was added as a resident?
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like I was added and my brother were added. And then my other brother was the in case of emergency. And it was in April of 2014.
April of 2014. Okay, so about 3 months before the murder.
Yes,
And that was just so that you could come and go whenever you were visiting.
that was my understanding.
I sent all 10 of my free memberships this month already. So I don't have anything more until
Do
the
you
1st.
recall a motion being filed by Dan Markel that we've referred to as the grandma motion?
No.
Did Dan Markel in March 26th of 2014 file a motion seeking to preclude your mother from having unsupervised contact with your kids?
I don't remember him filing that motion, but it sounds like if it's a motion you have a name for, then it exists.
And in that motion, do you recall, or does it refresh your memory that he was saying, grandma, the boys were telling him, grandma says you're stupid, grandma says she hates you, and as a result, he was concerned about your mom alienating the kids or turning the kids against him?
I remember hearing about this motion.
Okay. And that is a motion that was never got to be heard, right?
That was part of the
Girl, I hear you.
motion to enforce the settlement agreement.
Welcome to the
Which
club,
was
my
never
friend.
heard
Which was never heard
because he was killed.
because, yes.
School is starting, and that takes a big hit on anybody's bank account, that's for sure,
And
especially
do
with
you
kiddos.
remember why you didn't forward your mom the actual motion that was
Hope
filed?
everything goes well, Anna.
in
We'll be
reference
here,
to
my
that?
friend.
I don't.
Okay, if you will check see if you can find tab 98 in the back there, please.
I have tab 98.
Okay, does it refresh your recollection as to the question, which is, where was your mom on the day that the relocation was filed, which for your reference was 3/26/14.
So this email is from 3/25/14,
Mm-hmm.
and it looks like my parents were coming up. It says coming on Thursday, and this was written Tuesday the 25th. So my guess is that they were coming
Donna
on Thursday the
Adelson,
27th.
her mother,
Wasn't their practice
this lady's
to
mother.
typically stop in Orlando and spend the night on the trip up to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay. The allegations that are laid out in Dan Markel's motion were sent to you in an email before the motion was ever filed. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
In Publishing 64AA, a December 16th, 2013 email. This email indicates that Dan Markel is going to be introducing a major issue, grandparental alienation. This will be part of our ongoing effort to resolve outstanding issues. But basically, at the bottom there, Ben announced to me, Abba. What does Abba mean?
It's Abba. It means father in Hebrew.
Father. Grandma says you're stupid. Okay, and he details a couple, I think it's 3 different instances in which his boys have told him that grandma, your mother, has told them that you're trying to take my sunshines away. She hates you, that sort of thing. Does this refresh your memory at all about those allegations?
It does.
And this email, you did forward this email to your mother. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it makes sense that I would have.
And your mom responded to it.
The mom
Someone
killing
responded to it. Wow.
the woman
Do
on
you
the
remember
stands,
that?
ex-husband, father of her children.
I was shown that email.
Brother was
yesterday.
already
Okay.
found guilty and he's
And
in
you
jail.
forwarded that email not only to your mom, but to a total of 12 different people. Do you remember that?
I remember being very surprised that
Yes,
he was
son-in-law.
trying to accuse a member of the Florida bar of fraud and going to all these lengths to avoid paying money that he owed me.
Okay. And is that the reason why you sent it to the 12 people?
It was pretty shocking what he was doing.
Did your mom respond at all to that allegation regarding her alienating the kids?
I don't remember a response other than the one I was shown that said wow, but I don't know if that was my dad responding or my mom responding.
But the allegation was in reference to your mom, right?
The allegation was in reference to my mom.
Okay. And in fact, the next day, because the parenting coordinator was in on the original thread, you forwarded the email a second time to your mom, didn't you, with the parenting coordinator's response? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but it makes sense that I would have forwarded it.
Do you remember just, let's see, a couple months before the death of Dan Markel, saying to a friend of yours, I think her name is Jane, does that sound familiar?
I had a funding Jane.
Telling Jane, quote, Danny is a monster.
Overruled, the witness may testify based on her memory.
I don't remember telling Jane that I thought Danny was a monster.
Okay, was Jane one of the people you forwarded the email to? Dan's email?
I don't remember.
Okay. But it was the same day that you called him a monster. Do you remember that?
I don't.
I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Judge, I don't know if you're wanting a recess, this is a good time. It's getting a little tedious, I'm sure.
Let's see what's going to happen, whether we're going to take a recess or not.
Members of the jury, before we continue with the examination of this witness, we are going to have our lunch break at this point. I am going to remind you once again not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Also, you are prohibited from looking at any information or reports concerning this case as well. For the lunch hour, there is a cafe here in the courthouse and also some other businesses within close walking distance. If you choose to eat together, you may do so. Again, the only prohibitions are what I've previously outlined. Please return at 1:15, and we will continue with the examination of Wendi Adelson by both the state and the defense at that point. Enjoy your lunch break. The gallery is to remain in the room for right now until the jurors have exited.
Lunch break. Okay. A lot of people said something about her hair. It's funny you say that. A lot of people said something about her hair. I don't know why she goes to court like that, but I recommend some hair products that'll help frizz. I mean, I get a lot of frizz, but it looks like she didn't even blow dry it, straighten it, whatever. I don't know. You'd think, you're going to be, on TV. It's a very large case.
For the attorneys and the witness, we will have the same report time back, 1:15. Do any matters need to be heard before we go into the break?
No, Judge. Nothing to say.
Very well. Enjoy your break.
Interesting. Okay, so thus far, let me just mute that. Thus far, there's been a lot of questions about what Wendi Adelson has done. There obviously is, other questions that, lead to Donna the things that stick out to me so far are Donna basically saying, take control back. This to Donna was about control, nothing more. And for abusers, that's what it's about. Make no mistake, Donna Adelson is an abuser. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. All she cared about was taking control from people, and she was micromanaging her adult children's lives. Now, listen, I've met and know parents like that. I couldn't imagine. As you guys know, my biological dad is not well, and my dad who adopted me is in this necklace. Um, he died of suicide when I was 21, and I can't ever imagine my dad trying to micromanage my life, by any stretch of the imagination as a grown adult. Okay, that is a serious issue, and I see it more in families with money than I see uh with middle to lower class families, where these higher class families are micromanaging their children, and really not for any other reason other than themselves. They want to maintain their own, you know, fantasy of everything being perfect on the outside, and they can't have their adult children doing things that makes it look like they're not a perfect family and they don't have the stature and status that the parents so badly need and want. It's unfortunate because I can't imagine living a life where you need to keep that kind of facade up 24/7. I mean, life sucks. Get a helmet. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not perfect. There's no such thing as perfect. Also, I have this shirt on today, and I know I usually tell you guys, especially if I'm wearing one that says something, what it says. I didn't have time this morning, but this is one of my favorite shirts. It says, "Don't try to figure me out because I'm a special kind of twisted." Um, you guys can't see the twisted part, which kind of sucks, but it's on the bottom. Special kind of twisted. That's me. But I think I need to do a dedication of this shirt to good old Christy. Christy, dedicate this shirt, and it's saying, to you, ma'am, you are certainly a special kind of fucking twisted. A kind that points the fingers at everybody else. And I want to thank a couple people yesterday. After I did my live stream, I got a bunch of messages from people, and I think I answered them all. I didn't check email though, so if I haven't responded to you on email yet, have no fear, I will do that today. But I checked all my socials, and I responded to many, many messages of people who were like, "You hit the nail on the head. Like, good live, good, good speech, good value in letting people know, like, cyber stalking and bullying is not okay. To do it to anybody from any side, it's not okay. And I'm not here to pick a side on which person on, who was bullied or not bullied or blamed is the worst person on planet Earth. I don't, this isn't a fucking competition on who can bully or harass more or who sucks more. It's not a competition. This is real life. Okay? Real life and real people's lives. I just don't understand why people think it's okay. So I just want to say a special thanks to an anonymous donor and Cynthia, because I got 2 donations while I wasn't live anymore, and I appreciate that. And there were really nice messages that came with them. So thank you. I appreciate you. Um, I work pretty hard for my shows and to make sure that the content I'm giving you guys is up to the best information I can give, and that I try to explain all the legal stuff to you guys so that it's easy to understand when you go on to a different case and you're watching that, what a certain motion is or what a certain legal term means. And this is something that I love to do, is to cover this stuff and to be in this community with you guys. A lot of you guys watch from X, which I really wish you would hop over from X to YouTube, but yes, we do. We love all of our subs and all of our members, and some of you have become like family to me. I know you that well. We've become friends and family. And I just want to point out that apparently, some people's version of what a friend is simply if you meet someone online, they're not your friend. I take offense to that, because many people I have met here through them watching my shows or emailing me or, finding me on social media, I have then met and become friends with. Okay? Imagine that. You can make friendships. Imagine that, huh? And so, no, someone you talk to online isn't just a acquaintance or not a friend because you only talk to them online. You also might talk to them in real life on the phone via video chat. Not everybody lives in the same country, so it's nice to be able to video chat with people who aren't in the same state or country, and have things in common with them that you talk about. And imagine that we talk about more than just this, more than just cases. But the one thing that I always find that gets brought up is cyber stalking and harassment. Cyber stalking and harassment. It's not something that ever ends. And it feels like people get more unhinged and more unhinged and more unhinged as time goes on. And I find myself asking, what are 30, 40, 50, 6-year-old women and men doing online harming one another? Is there a necessary need to go after each other's looks? Is there a necessary need to spread lies and rumors because you just don't like someone because your new friends don't like that person for really no real reason? Is there a reason that the truth of ignoring people who do that kind of behavior and then it triggering the unhinged lunacy we've seen in the last month? I mean, here's the thing. For the last at least 40 or so days, we have started speaking up instead of being quiet. Oh no, not that, right? Defending ourselves? Oh no. See, we tried the thing where you just ignore someone who's acting unhinged. And I thought I made myself clear. Hey, girl, hey. I thought I made myself clear yesterday, but maybe I wasn't so crystal clear yesterday because I could have sworn to God that I specifically asked Christy to stop using suicide as a fucking excuse on why everyone else should stop acting insane on X. My father committed suicide, and it's because of people like you, Christy. People like you. People who are so have a lack of self-awareness that it's everyone else's fault while you have been bullying numerous people with fake allegations and false accusations for probably more than just a little over a year, I'm guessing, but at least for a little over a year now. And I often find that's the one saying she keeps using. Well, somebody's going to harm themselves, so people need to start acting right. Or no, you take your own fucking advice, dude. Stop using that as an excuse on why everyone else shouldn't defend themselves against you. People are allowed to defend themselves when all you do is attack them. You say, I'll stop and everyone else will stop. Do you realize people are just responding to your nonsense? Or are you that dense? I'm not understanding. I mean, I don't get it. Make it make sense to me, please. Explain it to me like I'm a fucking first grader and I have no understanding of why you would continue acting this way and then point the fingers at everyone else. Everybody else needs to stop. Somebody's going to harm themselves. Take your own fucking advice. You are the biggest bully. And you don't seem to care. If anybody talks about your family, though, you're in DMs threatening people. Well, do you expect people are going to respond when you talk about their families? Are you going to expect that people respond when you say that their medical conditions are fake when they're not? I mean, people have the right to defend themselves and respond to your nonsensical bullshit. We tried ignoring you, right? We tried that. Didn't work. You just, in your insane mind, decided that we are every sock account that you argue with. And so if we don't take out these fake sock accounts that we don't even know who runs them, then you're going to, quote, keep going and it's, quote, all our fault. Do you know how insane that is? Do you realize how actually insane? And I'm speaking directly into the camera because I want her to hear me, hear me, listen to me. Do you know how absolutely effing insane that is? To say to people who have no idea who any of these accounts are, you better tell those accounts to stop, or you better make them stop, or you got to stop. We are not any of those accounts, nor do we know who they are. And so it's okay though, because you consistently for a year decide you're going to bully and harass and try to threaten people because in your mind, we are every account that you argue with. Come back to reality now, when we are none of those, what's the excuse then? Because you spent a year harassing people, claiming it's because you thought we were all these stock accounts that nobody was. So what now? Where are those apologies? The I always apologize and I never lie. I mean, we're talking about contradicting statements from yesterday till to today. Uh, Which one is it? You can't have it both ways. Did people lie to you? Did they do something, or did they not do something? I mean, you can't even keep that story straight at this point. It's really also sad because we tried to be above it in a way that was like, clearly this person is mentally unwell and mentally unhinged and needs some serious help, right? Needs some medication or something. You know, you need to get those things checked. You know, I have CPTSD. So, you know, I know a lot about having to go to therapy and needing medication, but I'm not clinically fucking insane. This is clinically insane paranoid delusion behavior. That's what this is. And it's really sad to see it, but it's also harmful because you're harming people. You're harming people, and you just don't give a shit. Instead of taking any responsibility at all, it's let me blame everybody else. It's Karen's fault. It's Julie's fault. It's Elise's fault. It's Kara's fault. It's fucking Jen Altman's fault. It's you know, Obach's fault. It's everyone else's fault. It's everyone else's fault. When is it your fault? For all the lies and all the fake narratives and all the cropped out of context screenshots. Nobody else spent hours and days unsending messages. I certainly didn't. I know Julie and Karen didn't. So, I mean, we still haven't. Why? Because there's nothing to fucking hide. But I specifically remember you spending days and hours unsending every message you ever sent. Why? Are you embarrassed? Something you don't want people to see? I mean, I'll stand by what the fuck I say. It is what it is. But what you're not going to do is continue to harass and bully people and then never take any responsibility and then try to say that Julie or Karen did something awful to you and they deserve it. What exactly did they do? Disagree with you? That's what's so awful. Also, I'd like to know, why are you so obsessed with Lindsay's pregnancy? Are you her mother? Is she carrying your child? Why are you so obsessed with a woman that you've never met pregnancy? And why does that matter? So you're claiming that Karen and Julie did something to you, and Karen said something, which by the way I shouldn't say, but it's amazing to me how you use that as a reason why, you know, they did something to you and why you need to attack them and you need to die on that hill. Makes a lot of sense, Christy. Makes a lot of sense. Yep. Sure does. They disagreed with you on something, as I did, right? And instead of just disagreeing, you decided, well, now they're the enemy because they either knew of or were friends with or communicated with Lindsay, like I did. And so because of that, they just needed all out war. I mean, admit it, dude. Just admit it. Stop pretending like they did something awful to you. Okay. And stop using this whole, oh, they lied to me. How many people have you lied to just today? Just wondering, asking for a friend. Gonna bet it's more than 5. So let's get realistic. How many people have you threatened in the last 24 hours? I'm going to guess that's probably more than 5. Because I know how many you've threatened in the last 2 weeks or month, which astronomical number. That's criminal behavior, by the way, just in case you were wondering. We have a great community. Absolutely, we freaking do. And these are the types of people I don't want anywhere near my goddamn community. The people that do this shit. The people that think it's okay to bully and harass people and then blame everybody else for their behavior. Oh, they made me do it. That's the most gaslighting, nonsensical bullshit I've ever heard in my life. Oh, they made me do it. If I release all these text messages, blame it on yourselves. You didn't make all these false accounts. Stop doing what I don't like. Do you know how deluded that sounds? How much gaslighting that is? It's everyone else's fault. Y'all made me do bad things. That's like abuser 101. You made me do it. I mean, is that what Donna Adelson's been saying? Like, oh, they made me do it. I mean, come on, dude. Back down to reality where real world lives. The quote internet does harm to real people's lives. And I think you know that. You just don't like to admit it when it comes to you doing it to other people. You only like to say it when it pertains to you and your real life. You know, we have those contradicting statements. I just don't understand. Why? Why can't you just stop? Why can't you just leave people alone? People that literally did nothing to you other than exist and maybe be friends with someone you don't like. Also, stop putting out lies, bro. You keep saying things like they're fact, like, oh, Karen and Elisa are best friends with Jen Altman. It's like, why do you keep saying things that you know nothing about, nor anything? You just say shit and just hope that you throw it out there and it's just true because you hope that it is. I mean, come on, man. Come on. Seriously. When is enough enough? When is enough enough? When do the lies stop? Just asking for a friend. I mean, at what point do you start to realize that your behavior is not okay? That your behavior harms people, that your behavior is part of the problem? No, but she's related to Grant. It's the truth. She's related to Grant, actually. I think they're like cousins by marriage or something like, I don't know. They're cousins. I don't know how, but I don't know if it's first or fourth or what, but I think it's that they're cousins, but I know they're related. Yeah, her hair. I don't know what's going on with the hair. Wendi Adelson's hair. Well, that's the thing, right? That's how you're toxic AF when you blame everyone else but yourself. When you blame everyone else but yourself. When you lie every day, you know? I do. I take pride in my community and the amazing people in it. And what I don't take pride in is having to call out this behavior because, as you guys know, I usually just ignore it. But it's gotten to a point where we're talking about, 40-something-year-old women on X trashing everyone in their lives, threatening people behind DMs if they say something that this bully doesn't like or doesn't agree with. They're in DMs threatening people. Like, stop threatening people, dude. It's a crime. You're going to get yourself arrested. I mean, you don't seem to care, so, but it's insane. It's nutty behavior. It's not normal. That's not normal behavior. You don't get on the internet and then start threatening every person that you don't like something that they said. That's insane. Literally insane. That's when you need to maybe check in and check on your mental health. And I really mean that seriously because mental health is a real thing. Okay. Once again, my dad resides in this necklace. Okay. He should reside here in person with his grandbabies and his children. But instead, he resides inside of this necklace on my neck because I will carry my dad everywhere with me. When my necklace broke, I carried this part of it in my purse so that he would always be with me. If my dad had gotten some mental health help, maybe, just maybe, he would be here with us now. But this is beyond using the excuse of mental illness at this point. You were blocked by what? Not by me, right? If I did, that would be an accident. If that ever happens to you guys, by the way, if you ever get bounced out of the chat or blocked by accident, just send me an email or send it to like one of my social media and be like, hey, I'm blocked. I don't know what happened. Because sometimes it accidentally happens when you're trying to like delete something else. The thing will move up and you don't even realize it. So if that ever happens to any of you, just let me know. But I do want to thank all the people that reached out yesterday to say like, hey, good for you. And we appreciate you saying something because it's gotten to the point where so many people have been threatened and harassed and bullied, and the rumors and the lies, the countless lies. It's like, when do you like social media is meant to be a place where people connect, right? They make a community and they connect about things that they agree with and things that they don't agree with. You can have discourse and not agree on something and still not be a fucking asshole. Imagine that. You can disagree on something and still just agree to disagree and then move forward to something that you do agree on, right? I mean, yeah, threatening animals. Like, who the fuck threatens someone's goats? Okay? Like, who threatens someone's goats? That's weird shit, bro. Well, she doesn't have kids, so you go after goats? Never mind the fact, let me just point out that my friend Kara is the most docile, kind, gentle person I have ever met in my entire life. She wouldn't hurt a fly. So to threaten somebody like that just tells me, and especially because of the pattern of the people that she threatens, it's like she's preying on people she thinks are weaker than her. That's deplorable. That's disgusting. To prey on people that you think are weaker than you. Come on. Like, really. It's real bad. Bad, says the goats. The goats are so cute too. You know? Oh, that's awful. That is awful. That's exactly how my dad died. And it's unfortunate. The Emmy actually told me that's like the longest, most painful way to take your own life is by hanging. And I'll never forget that conversation ever in my life. I asked questions I probably did not want the answers to, but in that moment, I needed to know. And so I asked them, and I will never forget the answers to those questions because I asked them. So, I mean, basically, what we're dealing with here are people on the internet that don't seem to understand that their actions pour over into people's real lives and affect people's real lives. And it's just not okay. It's not okay. It isn't okay. It's never been okay. When is enough enough? How many people do you need to harm and their real lives before you realize your actions are not okay? I mean, it was overdue for somebody to call it out in a public way like this. It's been overdue for quite some time. There's only so much grace you can give somebody, right? And I give a lot of fucking grace, I'll tell you that much. I give a whole lot of fucking grace to a whole lot of fucking people that don't deserve it, I'll tell you that much. And I'm not talking about like the worst of the worst people, you know, like Aiden and that sort of crew. I'm talking about like people who, instead of publicly doing shit like this, they try to do it in a way that's sneaky and in a way where it's like, hey, don't talk to this person because they did this, this, and this. All lies, but like, you know, they want to control who likes who and who talks to who, and you know, who supports what channels and why, which is just really gross to me. Trying to control what anybody says or does or who they're friends with or who they talk to is just shit behavior all around. I don't care who you are. That is cult behavior. It just is. Hey girl, it just fucking is. If that's the type of people that you have around you where they're like announcing like, hey, you know, don't talk to this person because X, Y, and Z, or hey, this person's a shitbag because X, Y, and Z. Like when you have people that are doing that, maybe you should think twice about trying to pearl clutch yourself about that exact same behavior from other people. I'm just saying, maybe take some self-reflection and say, did I buy into that same thing? I mean, just saying. Because there's a whole lot of people that don't even realize they bought into that same fucking bullshit. If you're going to stand on a soapbox, like I'm doing at the moment, and talk about not bullying, not discluding people, not treating them like that, then don't do it yourself. Yeah, exactly. What in the fucking follow the leader? What in the follow the leader? If you have a leader, you have a problem. There's no leaders, right? There's no leaders to anything. We work as a collective. My community works as a collective, right? Literally. We work as there is no leader. There is no one person that's the tippity top and everyone else falls in line. When you find yourself dealing with a community where there's one person at the top and they're demanding people do this, this, and this, and telling people what to say and do, that's a fucking problem. That's mob mentality and cult behavior. It doesn't matter who the fuck is doing it. It just doesn't. A lot of channels won't do that, and I can't knock them, especially smaller channels, because, I mean, here's the thing. Don't crash. Do not crash. And yes, Kara lives in Massachusetts. Do not crash, Jesse. You just pay attention to the ROAD, ma'am. Pay attention to the ROAD. I can't knock, you know, creators for doing certain things because, especially as a small channel like myself, it's difficult to even cover the costs related to doing this, never mind make money. And when you're so small like I am, you can't just rely on like a monthly YouTube check of like, you know, oh, you have X amount of members for a membership, you know? You can't do that because X amount of dollars YouTube takes a hefty portion of, and when you're a channel this small, that doesn't add up to, it's not covering costs. Bottom line, there's not enough people for it to cover costs, right? So when you're a smaller channel, it's a lot harder. So you have to try to be creative in ways where you can, you know, make money. And one of the ways that creators do it is by not reading comments or putting them on the screen unless someone does a super chat or donates in some way. I don't do that. I feel like it's a creepy sort of scammy, not that it's a scam because people donate of their own free will, but I just feel like it's a roundabout way of forcing people to do it, and I don't want that, right? How else is pay for attention? Like, um, I listen, girl, you know I'll flip some shit, that's for sure. But you know, my emotions are intense too. I know how to tone it down and when to tone it down most of the time. But what I find funny is most of these people would never dare say some of this shit to people's faces. It's what's amazing to me. And as most of you know, I have no problem saying something to someone's face, directly to their face, an inch from it, as a matter of fact. I got no problem with it. If I have something to say here, I will happily then repeat it to your face. The problem is 99.9% of people that do this shit and decide they're going to run their mouths on a keyboard or in text message will not actually back that up in real life. Let's remember that. So all the threats are effing meaningless. They're cowards. That's why they use a keyboard. Just saying. Most of you know I am not somebody that bows down. I will never bow down. And that's probably part of why my community I have sort of pushed out the people that I don't want part of my community, and people I don't want part of my community are those people that fall into that sort of mob mentality where it's if the head leader doesn't like someone, then everyone needs to follow suit. You cannot comment on their stuff, you cannot like their stuff, you cannot can't retweet their stuff. You can't do it because if you do, the main leader is going to get in trouble. If you're in that scenario, maybe it's time to take a look in the mirror and say, what the fuck am I doing? Because you're helping perpetuate the exact same problem you're trying to help solve. Make it make sense. Make it make fucking sense, right? My viewers can watch whoever the fuck they want. My subscribers can comment on whatever the fuck they want. I don't give a shit if they go watch Melanie Little. I don't know how they do it. I'd be cringeworthy. But my point is it's their choice to do or watch or support whoever they want. Whoever they want. And they should do that because they have fucking free will and because I am not the keeper of what they do or what they say. Right? Like, what I know is I have this community that I put a lot of time and effort and blood, sweat, and tears into. Okay. And if one of my community members needs help, they know where to go. And I will try to then make the community come as one to help that person. Right? I am proud that people check in on each other and they make sure each other's okay. Like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I remember that though. But again, that's not okay. Controlling other people, that's a controlling behavior. That is a control tactic, right? It's a way to control. If you are trying to control other people and who they follow and who they talk to, and I mean, that's fucking insane. I don't give a shit what side of the Karen Reed case you're on. If you're doing that shit, you're part of the fucking problem. It's really that simple. If you didn't get to know someone and you were just told not to like them because of X, Y, and Z, and you bought into that, shame on you. Shame on you. Because it's just as easily done to you as it is to someone else. It's really that simple. If you bought into that and now you just don't talk to that person, you don't like that person, you don't support that person because someone told you not to, or you heard through the grapevine, then shame on you. Shame on you. It's really sad that I even have to fucking address that to grown-ass adults. It's sad I have to address cyberbullying and cyber harassment to grown-ass adults, all while we're on the lunch break for the Adelson case. But for fuck's sake, when does it end? When does it end? When does anyone take responsibility for some of the shit they're doing? There is a reason I don't use my ex account to go after people, shame people, because the shittiest moments of people's lives do not define who they are. But you know what? Some of the shittiest, most traumatic moments of my life, times of my life, have made me more sympathetic, more empathetic, more understanding, less judgmental. And I attribute it to those shitty experiences and shitty traumas that I have. It sucks because there's a good part and a bad part. The good part is that I get all those things from that shitty trauma. The bad part is I have to live with that trauma forever. But I'm more easily able to help. She told me that same thing. Other people, you know? Butt cheeks, sir. How dare you, sir? No. It's called karma and it's pronounced ha ha ha. No, it's the pillow I think you're looking at over my shoulder. Other than my sarcasm now being served daily sign up here that you can't see, and don't make me poison your food sign. That's above this karma sign and my twisted tragedy sign and my justice Ave sign. It's my pillow. It's my chair's pillow. It's my chair because it's pink and white. I mean, butt cheeks are always nice though. My butt cheeks got their own goddamn area code, if I'm being honest. Today's a day that we're being honest. My butt's got its own area code. You know, Heels was one of the people that pushed me in one of my shittiest moments to sort of just keep going. Kind of like Dory the fish, just keep swimming. Right. And the way she passed, I'll never forget. That was fucking so traumatic for me. Me and Voices were actually streaming with her at the time that the accident happened. Thankfully, it wasn't on camera, but it was traumatic and sad. And she's the one who pushed me to just keep fucking going. Like, just do it, Elise. Just do it. Like, you need to. You need to, right? Yeah, it was the way it was angled. Kind of did look good, but cheeks. Honk, honk. Just saying. Just saying. I think she still does from up there. There are so many people who are up there that try to help guide us. We just have to listen to what they say, And it's unfortunate that I even have to address the whole grown-ass adults being bullies, but it's like, here's the thing. I've gotten more apologies from people in the last couple weeks than I probably will ever get, but I respect someone saying, you know what, I was wrong and I apologize. Okay? Like, I will forever say what was done to Esty was wrong. I don't care how many people like or don't like that. She was bullied. She's not somebody who's going to come to your house or fight you, right? Like, there was no reason to bully her. There was no reason to use a mob tactic to harass her online and on social media, dox. I mean, if we don't speak out on it when it's done to everyone, then what good are we speaking out on it? I have vehemently spoke out against the bullying and harassment that Lindsay's received because it's fucking deplorable and disgusting. And that goes to the extreme what she has dealt with and continues to deal with. But in any space, it's not okay. It's not okay. We need to normalize it not being fucking okay. We need to normalize saying, hey, I might agree with your opinion on X case, but no, don't do that because that's not okay. You're a grown-ass adult. This whole like hiding behind not saying anything and wanting to be neutral or pretending like it's not happening because you think that person deserves it. I don't think anybody deserves a mob of people to attack them. A mob of misguided people who are being fed bullshit to attack you. It's definitely never too late to say I'm sorry. Never. It's never, ever, ever too late to say to somebody, I'm sorry. I could have done this. I should have done that. I feel really bad. It's never too late to say it. But what I can tell you is this, is I'm not going to be somebody who's going to be in the corner saying, oh, well, too bad. They got bullied and they said some shitty things about me. So, oh, well, there are a few exceptions to that rule. There are a few. There's a list of people that will never be exempt from, to a certain extent, I understand dishing out something, and not being able to take it if you can dish it. But there were a lot of people here that were misled by lies and misguided. And I have to remember that in the very beginning of the Karen Read trial, I was misled as well. And I didn't know until the evidence started coming out that hold the fuck on, something ain't right here, right? Like now I'm starting to piece together the lies that weren't adding up, right? And the things that didn't make sense. And so for me, it's like, why can't I understand that other people also fell into that trap? When someone comes to me and says, I can admit it, Elise, it is a cult. And it took for me to see somebody I care about or somebody I personally know be attacked for me myself to be attacked with lies, to realize that it operates just like a cult, I feel for them, because that's exactly what happens if you have any sort of mob attacking you. That is a mob mentality, right? One person says something about you and then other people repeat it, and now it becomes what people think is the truth, even if it's a lie, right? So it's a lie that's now being perpetuated to thousands of people. And these people are now attacking you, saying, "Oh, I never liked her now," or "I never liked him now. See, this is exactly why. How bad, how terrible. They're an awful person." Commenting on something that's just a bold-faced lie. How are we okay with that? Listen, there's a couple people, like I said, there's a couple people exempt from that fucking list because they have been actively doing this to people for years, and they know exactly what the fuck they're doing. They know exactly why they're doing it, and they know it's mostly to hide their own dirt and their own deplorable fucking shit. But then there are the people who are not on that list of people who are exempt from, you know, those people who are on that list of shitty ass people who have been doing that kind of stuff. Then yeah, it's called karma, and it's pronounced ha 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 scenario. But not for the other people who are below that sort of inner circle of nonsensical bullshit that were just kind of dragged in, didn't really know what was going on here, but trusted the word of the people who are giving them information and just assumed that everything they were being told was true. I can't fault them. And then when they're attacked, it's like, if I don't say something, am I any better than the people doing the attacking if I remain silent and just say, "Oh, well, you thought Karen Reed was innocent, so you deserve it"? No, no. I don't think every person that thought Karen Reed was innocent is a bad person. Uh, I don't think that every person who, hey, Deb, who thought Karen Reed was innocent attacked people, because they didn't, right? Not everybody who thought Karen was innocent attacked people. Some people actually were able to have good, debates and discussions politely, right? Which is what we should be doing, right? You can disagree on something and even have some good debates. But when you go into the area of trying to harass, attack, and shame people, that is when you're in no zone. That is just straight insanity. Okay. That's not okay behavior. It'll never be okay behavior. I don't know in what world that's okay behavior. But if I don't call it out when it comes to both sides, then I'm a fucking hypocrite now, aren't I? I cannot stand on a soapbox and say, don't cyber harass and don't fucking bully and don't shame people. And one moment of their lives, even 2 or 3, does not define who they are as a person. I don't give a shit what someone did yesterday. I don't care about the skeletons in your closet from 20 years ago. Okay. I judge people based on meeting them, knowing them, getting to know them in some way, shape, or form, right? I do not take somebody else's opinion of someone and hold that and say, okay, this person is right, and I'm just never going to talk to this person, get to know them, etc., etc. That would be foolish and closed-minded. So foolish and closed-minded. I make my own opinion. I don't let somebody else make my opinion for me. If you're allowing other people to make those opinions for you, maybe it's time to look in the mirror. Are you deciding, or is somebody else deciding for you? You know? It is epic proportions. And I think that's the part that fucking pisses me off, because the bitch assery has become redonkulous. Okay. Absolutely freaking redonkulous. It's like, listen, if you want to say don't cyberstalk and don't cyberbully, good. I applaud you. Definitely talk about that. But then don't say, oh, well, SD, was attacked, and so ha ha ha, she deserves it. Isn't that part of the fucking problem? We don't decide. What do we, judge, jury, and executioner? We don't decide who deserves it. I know a short list of people who absolutely fucking deserve it. The sewer turtle being at the top of that list, okay? Because he's the one who perpetuates this. He knows exactly what he's doing. It's something he's been doing for years. So in that case, it is a fucking ha ha ha, that's karma scenario, all right? He knows what he's doing, bottom line. But the people outside of that, okay? They don't fucking know all the ins and outs of shit that's going on. They might be told something here, something there, right? And they're trusting the information they're getting, not knowing the motivations behind the shit, right? That's part of the problem. That's why context matters, people, because somebody's motivation into telling you that someone's bad or not to like someone, it's the motivation. That's his name. That's what we call him, Benny. He's a sewer turtle over here. On my channel, that is his name, the sewer turtle. You know, I don't have to like people who like him, but I also don't have to be nasty to them. Imagine that. I don't have to be an asshole. I don't have to be nasty. I don't have to try to shame. I don't have to try to pick apart whether they're rich or poor or what they look like. Like, listen, it's no secret. I am not a rich person. I am a paycheck by paycheck family, and there are various reasons for that. Okay. I am not ashamed of being a paycheck by paycheck family. All of my expenses go to my bills and food and my kids. Such is life. Okay. I never understood making fun of someone because they have medical issues or family that they have to take care of that have medical and therefore don't work traditional 9 to 5 jobs. But then saying, well, I'll never have to work another day in my life because I live off a ton of child support. I mean, that's not a fucking flex, bro. You're not supposed to live off child support. It's not a flex, honey. That's not a flex. All right. That's pure insanity. Pure fucking insanity. You know? It's like nobody would like anyone if you disagreed with someone and they automatically needed to become your enemy because you disagreed with them on something. You know? Yeah, you don't have to like one up everyone. Like it's not a thing, you know? Like here's the thing, we all put our pant legs on one at a time. I mean, unless you are Kyle and do like a handstand and jump in your pants just both at one time. I mean, Kyle's special that way, right, Kyle? That's the thing, right? I said this yesterday. There's no such thing as no skeletons in your closet. Everybody's got a fucking skeleton. I don't care if it's buried way back from middle school, but everybody's got a goddamn skeleton. I don't care who you are. So anybody's like, I am no skeleton. That's bullshit. Everyone has one. Everyone has one. But I'm not going to judge you on it, bro. I'm going to judge you on it. I went full circle in my life, okay? I went from being an addict because I was a very traumatized, broken, and abused young woman, okay? So I would like to kill that pain. And I did kill that pain for a long time with opiates. Okay. Until I started to learn how to deal with my PTSD and all the really horrific, abusive stuff that I dealt with from child up. All right. So I went full circle in my life. I went from that person that was sitting in a jail cell for having possession of something I shouldn't have had possession of to working in a prison for the criminally insane. I went full circle. I am proud of where I went, okay? And all of the people that I helped along the way and continue to help. I will never be ashamed of sharing my story with other people. So they can, until the cows come home, say, well, you were a junkie. Yeah, freaking T minus 18 years ago. I was a very broken young woman. And for various reasons, but all horrific tragedies that most people would not want to live through once, never mind a multitude of them. Okay. There's a reason why I have complex post traumatic stress, and some of those are the reasons. So I'm never going to be ashamed that that is my story in life. It just is. That is the chapter in the book, right? I haven't written the future yet, but whatever is behind me for a reason. I'm looking forward. I'm not looking behind. Otherwise, I'm going to smash into shit, right? Like, I'm looking here. What happened back here is part of my life, but it's not part of who I am as a whole. It, in a way, every experience makes you who you are, but one experience alone does not make you that one person, right? It's kind of common sense in a way, but when I see people picking things out like that, like, oh, this person was a junkie, go back to using drugs, you junkie, it's so disheartening. Because so many people who I've met that are sober, some of the best people I have ever met have been people in recovery. Some of the most genuine, kind, giving people have been people who got sober because they've been to the depths of fucking hell. They've walked the ashes of hell, okay, and came back out on the other goddamn side. And I will walk that. This is why I always say to you guys, like, nobody suffers in silence. Nobody should have to suffer in silence. Nobody. I'm not a judgmental person. I will never be a judgmental person. Also, you know, not a secret that I used to be an addict. Not a secret that I was an exotic dancer. Also, not a secret. Newsflash, my fucking grandmother, who hasn't been alive in, you know, almost 8 years, knew, okay? I never kept that a secret from my family. I was not ashamed. So it's amazing to me how people will try to use things from your past as things that why you're bad. I share my story for a reason. Okay. I share it for a reason. I am not ashamed, nor should I be, nor should any of you. From where you were to where you are now, are you a better person today? Then be proud. Did you learn from your, mistakes? Did you learn from your tragedies? Did you learn from the horrific things that you shouldn't have had to go through? I'm going to bet you did, right? But you don't owe anybody anything. You don't owe me or any other creator or any other person on X, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, or any other Blue Sky or any other form of social media anything. You owe nobody, no apologies. You owe nobody, no information. You owe nothing to anyone. Remember that. So when someone says, oh, yeah, well, show me, you tell them to f off. Dumped at prom. Can't stand you. I can't stand you. Oh, man. Oh, girl, listen. You can just say that again with those goddamn fucking bills. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, why should anybody be ashamed of that in any way? Hey, girl. Like, come on. That's what I'm saying. If I can, anybody can. Literally, anybody can. Right? Like, I freaking love that. It's hilarious. Of course, Brian Kyle with the one-liners. Well, that's the thing, right? Nobody should have to walk that road alone. Right. And there are also people don't even realize, Ellen's making a good point here, that there are people in your family that are toxic that you need to get rid of. If you have a toxic or narcissistic parent, toxic or narcissistic sibling, toxic or narcissistic significant other, those are people you should remove from your life. Remove yourself from their lives, and it might hurt because they're family or partner, but those are people who will continue to bring you down in life and harm you. Narcissists don't care about anybody but themselves, and they will make sure you're miserable. That's what they do, Well, that's the thing, right? They don't have to ask. They already know. If you care about me, you already know, But that's the thing. You got a whole new family, right? I'll say some of my friends have been more family than I don't have a lot of family that's alive. Most of you know that. So, people don't seem to understand that not everyone has a family to help them out, right? So they have friends that become like family. So maybe you can call one of your friends to help you out. And it's like, I love when people are like, well, don't you have a sitter for that? And I'm like, no. Like, oh, can't your parents? No. I mean, my parent is here and he cannot. So yeah, I'm going to go with no, I don't. Everybody just assumes that everyone has the same help that they did or the same leg up that they did. And it's just not reality. That's just not the reality of it. And it's unfortunate. But nobody should be bullied for those things. Nobody should be cyber stalked or harassed for those things. Nobody should be blaming everyone but themselves for their own behavior. If you're all over the internet, accusing 75 people of being 75 accounts that they're not, and then accusing 75 more people of doing things that they didn't, and then pointing the finger at everybody else and being like, well, it's all you guys' fault that I did all of this, then you really need some help, Exactly. We talk about all sorts of shit. All sorts of shit. Literally, we talk about all sorts of shit, not just cases, all sorts of shit, everyday life shit, I think there's a lot of missed opportunities for people. Uh-oh, we're frozen. Hold on. We were frozen. Are we still frozen? There's a lot of missed opportunities of people to make, if you want to call them acquaintances or friendships or even just connections on other things that they agree on, because they were so divided on the Karen Reed case. They felt the need to hate one another and cause this anger and vitriol instead of finding common ground, right? I think everyone can find common ground on this case. Can we not find some common ground in the Adelson case here on what the fuck happened here? I think we can, right? I think if I don't advocate for it to end from everyone. Like, nobody should be cyber harassing or cyberbullying. Then what kind of dent am I putting into any of this if I don't say it's not okay to happen to anyone? If I'm just saying, like, oh, it's totally okay to happen to anybody who thought Karen was innocent, but it's not okay to happen to anybody who didn't think she was innocent, that's so hypocritical. I cannot get up here and say, well, oh, well, you know, I think Esty deserved it because she thought Karen was innocent and she was Karen's friend. I don't believe that. I just don't believe that. I don't believe that she deserved the harassment she got. I don't believe what happened to Jen O'Donnell should have happened. I think that was wrong. The way Sean was attacked was wrong. I mean, this mob mentality of if, one person in that mob says you're bad, everyone jumps on that bandwagon. I don't think that's okay. I don't think somebody going insane on Twitter in real life, in real time, spending 20 hours a day, Christy, tweeting back and forth every day, all fucking day long, and then saying, oh, it's just the internet. Well, it's not just the internet if you're on it 20 hours a day, accusing 16 different people of doing 16 different things they didn't do, and then blaming everyone else for why you did it. They made me do it. If they just made these sock accounts go away and the John Barron go away, then I'd stop. People can't make accounts go away who they don't know who runs them, genius. Just saying. I'm going to can't fucking do that for 700, Alex. But that's okay. Use that as an excuse, right? Like, oh, you didn't make those accounts go away, so I'm going to keep attacking you. And it's still your fault. Can't make accounts go away that you don't even know who runs them. Also, it's not my business to say, hey, account, you're saying things she doesn't like and she thinks it's me. So, hey, take it down, please. What the kind of bullshit is that? Girl, listen, okay, listen. And I love that. And I love that because I will always respond. Well, unless my phone's not sending text. Yesterday, like literally, I would like respond to a text and I realized, and it didn't even tell me. So after like an hour when they didn't respond, I realized like, what the fuck is going on here? I realized all my texts weren't sending. They just kept saying they were stuck on like sending, but not actually sending through. So I apologize to anybody who got one of those, Julie, Karen, Jesse, Kara. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Apologize. That's my bad. I fucking hate the algorithm. F you, you stupid algorithm. Just to be fair, though, what I'm saying is cyber stalking and harassment is never fucking okay. Ever. I don't care who's doing it. It's not fucking okay. Don't fucking do it. And don't jump on a high horse if you're going to think it's okay for some people, but not okay for others. It's not okay, period. Ever. Matter of fact, there really needs to be better laws surrounding it. And I intend to try to make that happen. It just is. This does affect real people's lives. Real people's lives. And even though Christy likes to use, suicide as a reason why everyone else should stop replying to her and her craziness, she really needs to stop, because people who have lost someone to suicide, like losing my dad, it's fucking embarrassing for you to continue to say shit like that while constantly doing the same behavior. I mean, that lack of self-awareness is astounding to me. You commenting on how everyone else needs to stop and how everyone else needs to stop acting crazy while consistently acting fucking insane for a year. Stop, dude. Stop. Stop using it as an excuse. Until you start talking about it, adding yourself into that, please stop mentioning suicide. Something you know nothing the fuck about. If my dad was here today, if I could just bippity-boppity my dad into existence, I think he could tell you that people like you are exactly why men specifically don't get help for mental health, but specifically why people have such issues with mental health. Because people like you that act fucking insane and continuously go on and on and on and on with things that are not true, right? Or you believe in your own fucking mind. My dad was abused as a kid and we didn't know this. I didn't know this. My mom knew. I didn't know until after my dad passed. But he was really fighting some deep down feelings on how he had been abused as a kid. And a lot of men do not come forth with that information due to the same reason why women don't sometimes come forward. Now, some of them do and some of them don't for a long time. Some people take it to their grave. Everyone's different. And my dad just couldn't cope with it anymore, but it didn't help when you have people like Christy out there using that excuse of somebody's going to harm themselves while doing the exact behavior that's going to make somebody harm themselves. And I have not seen anybody continue the way that she does. Nobody else is 20 hours a day tweeting at people, accusing them constantly of being something they're not for a year, constantly and consistently. I don't see anybody else going that hard. So, I mean, unless you're going to fucking add yourself in to that nonsensical bullshit, please stop fucking saying that. Stop talking about Michelle Carter and how somebody's going to harm themselves, because if somebody does harm themselves, it's going to be because of you. People are allowed to respond to your bullshit, because that's when you usually put it out there, is when people have started to respond to you and your abusive behavior. Then all of a sudden it's everybody needs to stop. Well, they're responding to you. Your relentless, nonsensical bullshit. They're responding. For a year, you threw my name around like it was a clown at a fucking circus getting out of a clown car. For what reason? What did I exactly do to you other than be friends with someone you don't like and not believe in a conspiracy because I knew the truth? Nothing. Zero. Not a goddamn fucking thing. Not a goddamn fucking thing. Girl, listen, I need to write down everybody's birthday on like a big calendar or something so that I can remember. Usually Facebook tells me, but they haven't been great at telling me lately. Also was sick, so I also didn't check Facebook for a couple days. But this whole, everyone else deserved it thing, please stop it. Nobody deserves it. Nobody fucking deserves it. In your own mind, you decide they deserve it because you still need to stick with that same theory that they were behind some crazy sock accounts that they weren't behind. Because if you're not still behind that theory, then it makes you look insane. Well, unfortunately, you're just insane because nobody was any of those fucking sock accounts that you argued with. Sorry, not sorry. We don't even know who runs them. But here's an idea. Maybe stop accusing people of things that not only do you have no evidence of. Gossip is not evidence, ma'am. Gossip chats and somebody telling you, oh, well, it's this person. That is not evidence. That is gossip. That's not a receipt. That's gossip. Okay? It's not a thing. It's not a real fucking thing. You apparently need like a whole thing to be taught on what constitutes a piece of proof and what constitutes gossip. Because this is fucking cray-cray. I mean, at what point do you stop and say, okay, my behavior is not good. My behavior has harmed a lot of people, and my behavior is starting to get a little unhinged. Maybe I need to take a break. Maybe I need to get offline and deactivate. And I don't mean like deactivate and then watch from another sock account so that you can reactivate from a different account or from that account. I literally mean log the fuck off completely, because it doesn't seem like you can control yourself if you don't. It's really unfortunate. It's really, really unfortunate. Of course he did. If he did, that's really sad. Here's the thing. He's not a true crime channel. He's never been a fucking true crime channel. So now the fact that he's trying to jump on true crime, I mean, sad to say, but shows you what it's about. If you started as a true crime channel and then I could understand, but you're not a true crime channel. So jumping on this train shows me exactly, yeah. Oh, it does? Ooh, you're going to have to show me where that exists, Ellen. Maybe I can have people put their birthdays in there so we can remember them. Well, I'm honestly just sick and tired of the bullshit. So fucking tired of it. I think people need to stop the nonsensical bullshit. Sorry, guys. Hold on. It seems like what I'm looking at least, it continues on. And it's like, when do we say it's not okay, right? It's not okay for anyone. I don't think anybody needs to do this shit. Oh my god. Really just sad. Like, I'm sorry, you guys, but this is unhinged, nonsensical ranting of a mad person. Okay? Nobody knows what that means. When a person is on Twitter and they're talking in like riddles and nobody knows what the F they're talking about, and they put all these, corrupt texts out there and they're like, this is crazy and blah, 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 blah. That's called a narrative, my friends. That's called a narrative. They're putting out a narrative. None of what they're saying makes any logical sense. That's when you know someone needs some serious mental health help. Like, does nobody even care enough in her life to Section 12 her? It's the equivalent of, in Massachusetts, the equivalent here of whatever you guys have in other states and countries as like a mental health hold. I mean, at what point? When you're threatening people in their DMs and threatening to come to people's houses and threatening people's children and telling people that their medical is fake, and they're posting their literal medical documents, which I told them, listen, you don't owe anybody that. But it's like, well, I want to prove her wrong, and it's like, cool, you can prove her wrong, but she's just going to say they're fake or cropped, or it's fruitless. It's absolutely pointless. You don't owe anybody information about your medical conditions. You don't owe anybody any information about your personal life or about anything. They can say everything on planet Earth is fake. Your house is fake, your face is fake, your freaking lights are fake, your signs are fake. They can say whatever, dude. I don't give a shit. I know the truth. I could care less at this point. I very rarely make posts on Twitter, and it's because I find it to be a cesspool. But I also know that it's a very big social media platform, and I would prefer to use it in a way that gives, more breaking news stories out, or true crime updates, or in a way that is better used to stop cyber harassment and bullying. You know what I'm saying? They're fake. Goddamn motherfucking fake. How dare you, fake sign. I actually love the way this sounds on my nails. They're not actually metal. They're plastic. They must be fake. No, I'm just kidding. They'll literally argue about a bologna sandwich. They're like, no, it's ham. No, it's bologna. No, it's ham. You're a liar. What? Literally argue about pretty much fucking anything. And that is why I dedicate my shirt to Christy today, Don't try to figure me out. I'm a special kind of twisted. That's what it says. I'm just saying. So for y'all didn't see it. Okay? Just saying. I mean, also, just FYI, pretending to feel threatened to take a screenshot of that and then later DM people about how you're not actually afraid or threatened, but that you needed to make a post or a comment about it. So later on, if the cops show up to your house for threatening people, you can actually act like you were the one who was afraid. Probably a bad idea, considering you told people in DMs that you weren't actually afraid and that you basically just did it for attention. I mean, I'm just saying. Probably, I mean, nobody said that you were a criminal mastermind genius. That's for sure. I mean, genius in your own mind, maybe, but I don't know. Hey, what the fuck? I mean, that's genius level shit right there. Making fake posts to act like you're so threatened and upset while you consistently threaten people. It's like, do you not realize that the cops can get all of that? Anything you delete, everything on your X account, all the threats you've sent in DM. No one on planet Earth is going to believe that you're actually threatened when then you come back out and tell people in DMs that you're not actually afraid, that you're just doing it so you can screenshot it and show the cops later. It's like, if the cops want your stuff, they're getting all of it, not just what you screenshot and want to show them. They're going to get the whole kit and caboodle, you dumbass. Again, not criminal geniuses we're dealing with here, people. Donna Adelson clearly was not a criminal genius, as she got caught. Same with, I wonder about Harvey Adelson. And I mean, Wendy's gotten some immunity here. So, but what about Harvey? What do you think Harvey knew about all of this? Or do you think Donna just kept him in the dark and her and Charlie sort of did this on their own? What do you think? I want to see what you guys think. It'd be interesting to see whether you guys think that Harvey was in on it, or, I mean, he had to know something, right? Why are you taking a one-way trip to Vietnam? You got to know something to know. I mean, I guess that could be after the fact, right? And because they're married, I mean, I don't know what the law is in Florida, but in the state of Massachusetts, there is some sort of protection against having to testify against your spouse. As you know. Sorry. I keep getting messages, so I just want to make sure that I don't miss any incoming information. I keep looking also to keep you guys updated on Emmanuel Harrow situation. As we know, the dad went and off the side of the freeway and was pointing with officers yesterday as they were looking for the infant's body. Unfortunately, I'm going to guess that maybe coyotes or an animal, because he was such a small baby, dragged him off and away after they placed the body there. So, or maybe it's not in the right spot, but I keep trying to see if they have recovered the baby's remains. And yesterday, they weren't there for that long. So they're searching, it looks like, again. But I don't know if they're going to find it. I don't know. So Jake was wearing the orange jumpsuit from prison, obviously, and we was seen in the news footage with deputies in the area approximately 20 miles from where Rebecca claimed he was taken from her. And by the way, the mother, in a jailhouse interview yesterday morning before Jake Harrow went out to the field with the cops to, I guess, recover the baby's remains, was saying in the jailhouse interview that he was still kidnapped and that Jake would never harm his baby. It's like, what have you not figured out? Your husband is all either told on you or told on himself, one or the other. At this point, y'all are caught. It's enough is enough. Why would he be pointing to an area on the side of the highway if he was kidnapped? Unless dad is something in on the kidnapping for whatever strange, sick, twisted reason, which there is no evidence of, or you are literally, in on it, lady. Oh, the lunatic one. Crazy Christy. Lots of threats lately. Lots of threats lately. People's DMs, she's been threatening left, right, and sideways. If you don't do this, I'm going to do this. That's called blackmail. It's a crime. Maybe she doesn't know that. I told her yesterday on this live stream, but maybe she didn't know that's called blackmail and it is a crime and you cannot do it. You cannot go into people's DMs and be like, you don't say X, you don't follow this person, or you don't agree with this person, you don't say shit about me, or I'm going to release where you work, and I'm going to come after your job, and I'm going to call your job, and I'm going to call your kids, and I'm going to call. Like, what? I mean, why? Why message you? Like, again, there's that ridiculous conspiracy thinks you're in on some giant vast conspiracy that you were never in on. It's so insane to me. Like, there was no conspiracy. There is no conspiracy. And there never has been a conspiracy. Like, thanks, Jesse. I mean, I hope they come back soon because I guess, like, when the prosecutor said, Judge, you might want to take a break because she stopped short of saying, like, getting, spicier. It's going to get, ugly. And then she, like, thought about what she was going to say for a second and then was like, oh, redundant, I guess. So I feel like when they come back from lunch, we're going to see some pretty good question. Oh, my God. Let me know how it goes in the feds. Whoop, whoop. I'll sneak you in some shit over the fence, yo. Club Fed. Feds are coming again. Fucking can't. The only person who's actually to see jail time for any criminal acts is her, because nobody else is committing criminal acts except her. It's amazing to me the amount of vast conspiracy she comes up with in her own head and that she actually believes. That's the delusional part. Is when you start actually believing in some of these delusional conspiracies you're trying to feed other people, that's when the mental health aspect is like, you need help. Because you're actually believing some of this nonsense in your own head. It's nutty. It's insane. It's like, dude, out of context screenshots are not proof of anything. Again, if you're being shown screenshots of things and being told what they are instead of seeing the entirety of it and its full narrative in context, like you're just being fed a bullshit narrative. And she apparently didn't learn that in the beginning, that she was being fed bullshit narratives, but she keeps making them up on her own. So oh yeah, she definitely does. But I can only give so much grace on that, because mental or fucking not, when you've been doing it for a year in this sort of like paranoid delusion state, you need some serious issue. Like, it's not just mental health at that point. You also know what you're doing, right? You know what you're doing. You know right from wrong. Even if you're having a mental health crisis, you know right from wrong. You know you can't be threatening people because you don't like what they have to say while you're attacking them, and then when they respond, you're threatening people. What? Make that make sense. Oh, there's so much lack of critical thinking. It's like, why would that make any sense, right? Like, some of the stuff that comes up, I'm like, tell me how that would make any sense, that conspiracy. Tell me how it would make any logical sense. Not only does it not, but there's evidence to prove that that's not even a thing. So it's like, what I can't wait for is when all of it comes out and everybody realizes, like, there was no vast conspiracy, there's no such thing exists, and that they were all played like little monkeys with, tambourines, just all in line, ting 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 ting. Like, that's, it was like a toy. You play wound up like a toy. Let me see if I can see it. See if I can find the video on the thing. Show you what I mean. Where is it? Monkey with a tambourine. Aha! Aha! That's the toy. Just winds you up and lets you go. Like the Energizer Bunny. Just clicking on your tambourines. It's freaking insane. But that's the reality, unfortunately. It's like, wind them up and let them go. Dude, if you're getting wound up like that by anyone, it's time to bring it down a level. Take it down a notch. Don't bring it up a notch, like Emerald said. Right. Exactly. Dance. But take it down a notch and realize, holy shit, I'm allowing someone else to think for me. Maybe it's time to think for myself. Maybe it is time to get to know people instead of taking other people's word for it, and actually decide whether I like somebody based on a relationship with that person and getting to know them. Because I think people might find that if they tried thinking for themselves and trying to make even acquaintances with other people and just talking, they find they have a lot more in common than they do not. And that someone they were told is bad, or someone they were told is, you shouldn't talk to because X, Y, or Z, you'll find that, wow, you were lied to. Imagine that. To each his own. But I think in any capacity, and I'm not talking about like just free Karen Reed or not free Karen Reed. I'm literally talking about in general. If you were told by someone like, oh, this person is not a good person because this person told me so, or this person said this, so we should probably not talk to them. If you are doing that, you're part of the fucking problem. Okay? Imagine how many people said Leah was bad, or I was, who then got to know each one of us, or as a matter of fact, us getting to know each other. Right? Like, Leah knows I will always have her back. If she needs me for anything, I am here. Like, she's my friend. Family, really. Like, and imagine if we didn't get to know each other. Right? based on what other people said. That's a missed connection, a missed amazing friendship in my opinion, right? And that would be a missed friendship because why? For what reason? Because someone else said so? No, I'm able to think for myself. I don't need people telling me who is my friend or who should be my friend or who shouldn't based on, what someone said about me. And oh, that person's always right. So, we have to believe that. I mean, that is mean girl shit. I mean, in the simplest form, that is mean girl, cliquey, bullying behavior. It just really is. It's unfortunate because we're grown ass fucking adults. I'm a people person. I happen to like people in general. Mostly, mostly. Obviously, there are exceptions to that rule, but mostly, I like people, right? So it's hard for me to understand why people would want to hate on each other so much instead of lending a helping hand to one another in whatever way makes sense, whether that's, in life where they're like, oh hey, I made cupcakes for the kids, why don't you bring them over? Or hey, I sent you this really cool bookmark I thought that you would love. Like, I oftentimes will do that to Leah when I see something that I know that, like, I think she'll like love. It'll just show up at her door. I'm fun like that. And she's good for a pizza or a coffee that just shows up at my door. But that's what, having each other's back is like, is the unexpected happens one day and you're like, my friend was thinking of me and I love that. Like, it's the little things. It doesn't have to be the big things, guys. Like the little things, checking in on your friend, checking in on someone you might not even know, your neighbor, telling the person who held the door for you at the store that you think their top is adorable because you might think their top is adorable. Like, it's really the smallest things in life. Put good karma in the karma bank. Don't put shitty karma in the karma bank. I promise you that shitty karma will come back around no matter how hard fucking life is. And I can tell you, it is fucking hard. Okay. Nothing is easy. It's nothing comes easy. It's not going to. But as hard as shit can be, right? Don't let other people's opinions, don't let them stuff them down your throat to the point where you have a missed friendship or a missed connection with somebody. I think it's really important that you take yourself out of a clique or out of a group that's telling people who they should or shouldn't talk to or should or shouldn't be friends with. Because if we're going to advocate that cyber stalking and bullying stop, that's the same type of mob, cliquey, mean girl behavior. It has no place with grown women or grown men for that matter. It has no place with grown adults, period. Right? And it's hard for me to understand how grown ass people allow it and then think that it's okay. I just don't fucking understand, to be honest. I think if you're watching this, right, you can do true crime cases and not be friends with someone or not agree with someone on a case. You might agree with them on the next case, right? But what you don't have to do is hate on them or all of a sudden they're the worst person in the world because they don't agree with you on something. A lot of people don't agree on politics and they still love each other. Imagine that. They can agree to disagree without trying to destroy each other's lives, without trying to spend 20 hours a day tweeting shit about people to people all day long. It's not normal. Posting, people's children and where people live and the names of their family. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? If you're doing that shit, stop. Just stop, dude. Stop. It says more about you than it does the people you're fucking attacking, dude. If this last month of insane nonsense on X has taught anybody anything, it should be that even people you think are your fucking friends may not be your fucking friends, huh? When you have people who are just hateful, angry people, they perpetuate that outwards. And they always just point the finger at someone else. And if there is someone that is constantly coming to you with a conspiracy theory about who did what, when, where, and why, well, I know, right? Well, I will tell you that the Brian Walsh case starts in October. and that's local. And a lot of people pay attention to that one, and we'll be covering that one. Lindsay Clancy doesn't start until the beginning of next year, unfortunately. But we have, the Walsh case. There's a couple of other like decent ones coming up. But I was really looking forward to seeing, Brian Koberg have to sit through a trial. I'm glad that the families don't have to, obviously, but I was kind of looking forward to covering that trial and seeing like what kind of stuff came out about him in a trial, which obviously now we know we're not going to see. But I think there was a lot more interest on Adelson when the son had his stuff, right? Charlie, and before he was found guilty. Because now we're up to the mother. Now it remains to be seen if Harvey or Wendi will ever be charged or what they have on either one of them. But I think Wendi needing immunity kind of speaks for itself in a way. What does she need immunity from? What's the immunity for? I mean, does she just think that they're going to prosecute no matter what? So she asked for she has a lawyer. She is a lawyer, but she has a lawyer, I'm assuming. So if I'm her lawyer, asking for it anyway. Oh, I hear it coming back. There it is.
Okay. Is there anything that we need to address before the jurors re-enter the room? Right.
Also, if you'd like to donate to the channel, these
take
are the ways on
pictures
the screen
from
and in chat over on YouTube. There is a link. You can use debit or credit if you just click on that link that's pinned at the top of the chat. I appreciate you guys. We only keep our channel running from donations from you guys, so we appreciate any and all support.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may resume with your examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, I want to ask you a little bit about your brother, Charlie Adelson. How is he older or younger than you?
I'm the youngest of the three children, so both my brothers are older than me.
Jesse, watch chat. I'll be
How much
listening, but
older
I got to
than you
go
is Charlie?
use the conspiracy bathroom.
2.5 years older.
And in the time frame 2013 to 2014, how much time were you spending with Charlie Adelson?
I don't remember spending a lot of time with him. I was in Tallahassee most of the time, and he was in South Florida most of the time.
Did you speak with Charlie regularly during that time?
We did.
What type of lifestyle did your brother have around the time frame 2014 to 2016?
My brother was a single guy. He was dating lots of people. He worked really hard till early in the morning till late at night, sometimes 6 or 7 days a week.
Worked hard, played hard?
Yeah, I think that was kind of his lifestyle.
Did he like nice things?
He
Fancy
did.
Cars?
He liked nice cars. He liked nice food.
Did you, during the phone conversations you had with your brother during that time, did you talk much about your marital problems?
I mean, to be honest, I don't remember, but I'm sure we talked about it.
Is it fair to say during the year or so leading up to Mr. Markel's murder that your brother did not like him?
I think that's fair to say.
Did your brother joke about hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
He did make that joke.
What was the joke specifically?
My brother had bought me a TV as a divorce present, and he would make the joke that the TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse about that joke?
I may have mentioned that joke to Jeff Lacasse.
Who is that?
Jeff Lacasse was someone that I dated after Danny and I got divorced.
Had he met your parents?
I think he may have met them once,
Did
but
your-
not in any kind of formal way. Just my parents were visiting and he might have said hi, something like that.
Did your parents express any opinion about him, whether they liked him or not?
I don't remember them really taking notice of him.
Do you remember sending a text back on May 28th of 2014 that saying, quote, "My parents are not into him," referring to Jeff?
I don't remember sending that text.
On the morning of the murder, did you have an appointment at your residence on Aqua Ridge?
I did.
What was the nature of that appointment?
I had an appointment with the Geek Squad. There were some vertical lines on the TV. I didn't know if maybe one of my kids had tapped it or touched it, but it wasn't working. And so I had an appointment and they were scheduled to come sometime between 8 and 12.
And was that the TV that was the same TV that your brother joked he got you as a divorce present because it was
was.
cheaper than hiring a hitman?
Yes.
Okay. And on the morning of the murder, did your mom text you about the TV repair guy being on the way or coming to your house?
She did. I didn't buy the TV, and the TV had an insurance policy that came with the Geek Squad help. So I think they reached out to her first, and then she let me know that they were coming.
The TV was under warranty, right?
I believe so.
But the damage that you had was not covered by the warranty, was it?
I don't think so.
Okay. And do you recall how long the TV repairman was at your house?
I don't. It was a reasonable amount of time, so maybe an hour or so.
And why did it take an hour to determine that the TV couldn't be repaired or was not under warranty?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about AV equipment.
And the TV repair guy, well, I guess I should ask, were you upset, crying and upset during the time that the TV repairman was there?
I don't think so.
Were you particularly upset about the TV, the fact that the TV couldn't be repaired?
I don't think so.
Okay, so the TV guy, to your recollection, didn't actually do anything. He didn't fix the TV, didn't take it away, didn't bring you a new one.
No. He was trying to fix it. I mean, I think he was trying to assess what the problem was and if it could be fixed, but it wasn't taken away.
The problem was like an impact to the screen, right?
It seemed to be that, yeah.
Did you go to a dinner after the murder of Dan Markel in which you vomited at the table?
It was several weeks until I felt ready to leave my apartment. I was very, very scared.
So that happened?
It did happen.
Okay, and that was in a restaurant, right?
It was at a restaurant.
Who was present at that dinner?
It was my brother and me.
And where was the dinner?
It
South
was
Florida or here? Or
It was
somewhere
South
else?
Florida.
Okay, and you said it was several weeks after the murder?
I believe so.
Had you ever heard Charlie, your brother, refer to that dinner as a celebratory dinner?
Only in previous trials, but never to me personally.
Did you hear him say it the night that you had the dinner or after that,
No,
that you threw up at the celebration?
no.
Do you know Catherine Magbanoa?
I met her on 2 occasions.
Okay. Do you have an independent friendship with her or did you just meet her through your brother?
I just met her through my brother.
Who was she to Charlie?
She was a person that he had dated.
Was she a serious girlfriend?
I didn't think so.
Did he have a lot of girlfriends that kind of came and went?
He had a lot of girlfriends and they all looked somewhat similar.
I'm going to show you what's, one moment, Your Honors. Show you what I marked as 35.
I mean, that's a slow TV guide, just saying. An hour to tell that it's got an impact to the screen and it can't be
Do
fixed?
you recognize States 35?
I
Weird.
do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a visit. I went to the beach with Catherine and a friend of hers for about an hour.
Catherine McVanoa?
Yes.
All right, and when was this photograph taken?
It was Father's Day weekend of June 2014.
So just about a month before the murder?
Yes.
And was this the first time you'd ever met Catherine McVanoa?
It was the second time. The first time was at a dinner with my brother and with Jeff Lacasse when I was running an alternative spring break. I came down to visit.
Is that the dinner at Yardbird?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get back to that. So this was the second meeting.
Yes.
All right, Judge, move to introduce State's Exhibit 35.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 35 is admitted.
Publishing States 35. Which one is Catherine McVanoa?
She's on the left with the white top.
Okay, and that's you in the center there.
That's me in the middle.
And this photograph, was it taken near your parents' residence in
It
South
was.
Beach?
Very close.
During that trip, were there any conversations with Catherine McVanoa or your brother or your mother about the murder?
No.
Is Catherine McVanoa the girlfriend that your brother had in this time frame leading up to the murder?
I believe so, but he had multiple girlfriends, so I don't know if she was the only one.
Okay, but that's definitely the one that you interacted with the month before.
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything stand out to you about this particular girl as being, you know, the one or special or different from the parade of girlfriends that
No.
Charlie had? Did your brother have girlfriends after this woman, McVanoa?
Yes.
Okay, including, do you remember a Whitney?
I do remember Whitney.
And then there was June Mchinda,
Yes, I remember June.
a June Co, I think.
I remember Junko.
Okay. Prior to Dan Markel's murder, was this image taken at your trip to South Beach that was most recent before the murder?
No,
So you went down another time between this trip and the murder.
I did. I went down for my dad's birthday.
And when was that?
It would have been, his birthday was on July 5th. And so I was down, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but maybe 7 or 10 days over July 4th and for his birthday, and then went back to Tallahassee.
Did you run into Catherine McVanoa at all on that trip?
I don't think so.
Any discussion with any members of your family about the murder on that trip?
No,
It was your dad's 70th birthday, right?
it was.
And was there a party?
We had a party.
Was that friends, family, both?
It was friends and family.
And I think, is this the trip that we were talking about earlier where your parents had come to Tallahassee to fetch you and take you down south?
Yes.
Was there any discussion on that trip about any other relocation strategies,
I don't have any memory of that.
like bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those things,
It had been, I think, about a year since.
since those were first broached?
Right, but I'm just saying by that time it was the summer of 2014. I don't remember any kind of conversation like that.
Okay. Was there any discussion on that trip of the pending motion that included precluding your mom from having unsupervised visits with your boys?
No.
Do you remember the time frame that the repairman was at your house on the morning of the murder?
I remember more or less. I feel like he came, I think he was supposed to come sometime between 8 and 12, and he came on the early side. Because I just remember being surprised and trying to get dressed really fast.
Okay, and Dan Markel was killed between 8 and 12, right? We
He
know
was.
that now. Who paid the repairman that came to your house?
I think he was under contract.
Mhm.
So I don't have a strong memory of that, but I don't remember paying him. It's
Okay.
possible that I did.
I'm going to ask you a few more questions about Mr. Lacasse. You said you might have mentioned the joke to him about TV's cheaper than a hitman. Did you ever use the term TV as code for the murder in any context?
No,
Did you ever hear your mom do that other than the recordings in this case?
no,
So she didn't talk to you about the TV.
no.
Did you see Mr. Lacasse?
Couldn't they have just proved a Geek Squad
You
person
said
went
that
out
was
there?
somebody that you had been dating.
Why couldn't they
around the time of
confirm
the
that?
murder, is that right?
Probably because
We had broken up just before that week that Danny was killed.
All right. Did you have an occasion to see him on July 13th of 2014? So just about a week before the murder at your residence.
I don't remember him
Remember
being
that?
at my residence, but I do remember seeing him around that time.
Okay. And on July 13th, 2014, do you remember asking to share something in confidence with Mr. Lacasse?
I don't remember doing that.
Did you tell Mr. Lacasse in the context of if something were to happen to Danny, I could move back to Miami? Did you tell Lacasse that regarding the relocation battle in the summer of 2013, Charlie had, seriously, not as a joke, explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman?
I did not have that conversation with Jeff Lacasse.
And I think you said the week before, but wasn't it actually about, I think it was 4 days before the murder, you sent an email to Mr. Lacasse? You remember that email, bump in the road?
I remember telling him I didn't want to have contact with him anymore. I don't remember exactly what date I sent it, but whatever date Sunday or Monday of that week would have been around when I sent it.
Does this refresh your memory at all?
It does.
Okay. And so you weren't officially breaking up with him so much as asking for a certain period of time without contact. Is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay. And then your plan was to reach back out to him and figure things out one way or the other?
I mean, I think I was breaking up with him, but I have a strong aversion to conflict. So this was probably my way of not breaking up with him without breaking up with him.
Okay. And I want to go back to the day of the murder. We know about the TV repairman left about, did you say about 9?
The truth is I don't really remember, but something like 9 or 10.
Definitely before 10 or by 10?
Yes, that's my best memory.
All right. Where did you go after the TV? What was the next place you went after the TV repairman left?
So I was home, I think, for a couple of hours first. I was doing a little bit of work. I was talking to some friends. I think I ate breakfast. And then I left probably close to noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting 2 friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday to have lunch with. And so I went to run a few quick errands and then meet them for lunch.
And on your way to meet the friends, did you have an occasion to go down Trescott?
I was trying to turn down Trescott. That's where I used to turn and take just the road I was used to. But there was yellow tape up. And so when I tried to turn, I couldn't turn. So I made a 3-point turn and kept going on Centerville.
And so you encountered a police roadblock at that location?
Yes.
Okay, couldn't go any further because there was a police car and some yellow tape, right?
Right.
And that was, you were able to see that from the intersection there, or you actually turned onto Trescott?
I tried to turn and then I couldn't go through. So I turned around and kept going.
How far down Trescott did you proceed before you turned around?
Just until the tape.
Okay. Which one of you or your ex-husband had the kids the night before he was killed?
The night before, they were with Danny.
All right. So it was his responsibility to take them to preschool that morning.
Yes.
Who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because it would have been, I wouldn't have talked to them, they didn't have cell phones, they were little. So I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool and seen them, but I didn't do that. So I hadn't talked to the boys. I'm sorry,
Okay.
what was the second part
How
of the question?
about Dan? Did you speak to him that morning?
We didn't. We had plans to talk. We had traded some text messages and emails, and then I called him and he didn't pick up, and that was the last contact.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No,
Did you attempt to call your kids' daycare after encountering the roadblock?
no.
Did you notify anyone that you observed the roadblock?
I was talking on the phone at the time, so I may have said to the person I was talking to, "Oh, I'm trying to drive, but I have to turn around, hold on."
Okay, that was probably a bad question. Did you attempt to investigate in any way or ask anyone what the roadblock was about?
I wasn't concerned about the roadblock.
Was Mr. Markel scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I don't remember if he was scheduled to leave town on Friday afternoon or on Saturday morning, but I know that he would go to New York every time he had a chance, and I think that was where he was going, but I don't know when he was leaving.
Okay, if you'll take a look at not the binder we've been using, but the other binder, should have your law enforcement interview on the front.
Okay.
And I would just ask you to review page 159, lines 10 and 11. I think it's the very, are you able to find it?
Sorry, when he had plans to be out of town, he was leaving on Saturday.
Okay.
So it looks like I knew that he was leaving Saturday.
All right. And you knew he was planning to go to New York.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how, if the killers knew that he was leaving town the next day, do you know how that information got to them?
I don't.
Did your brother Charlie know that information?
I don't
your
know if
knowledge.
I don't know if he knew that information.
Did your mother know that information?
My mom usually knew our schedule, so she probably would have known that I was going to have the boys. I don't know if that means she knew he was going to be out of town, but she would have known that I had the boys.
And didn't your mom keep meticulous track of every time that Dan went out of town?
Maybe just in the sense that if Danny was out of town, she thought maybe I needed extra help or something. So yes, probably.
And when that became an issue in the divorce, she was able to send you a record going all the way back to 2010, a couple of years of every single date he was out of town. Do you remember that email?
My mom never switched over to like a Google calendar. So she would keep very meticulous, like a calendar of all the things she had to do. And so that was just her way of keeping track of everything. Not just this, but every part of life.
She's very detail oriented,
Yes.
even regarding things that aren't necessarily her business. Or do you think that Dan's travel plans were somehow her business?
I think only to the extent that it impacted whether I had the boys or whether they were coming to visit or what that looked like.
Okay. Did Mr. Markel leave you a message on the morning of his murder?
He did.
Okay. And did he indicate on that message that he was going to the gym that morning?
He did.
And specifically, did it tell you he'd be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30?
I don't remember, but that sounds about right.
All right. And would he have given you that much detail because you were planning to try to touch base to talk, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have a conversation.
And was the conversation something about one of the children's schooling?
It was.
Did you talk to your brother Charlie on the morning of the murder?
I did.
And does an 18-minute conversation at 9:30 a.m. that day sound correct?
It does.
Do you remember the nature of that conversation?
I do. I didn't purchase the TV, so I didn't know how much the TV cost. And so I called him to find out if it made more sense to get the TV repaired or buy a new TV because I didn't know what the delta was there.
Okay. Can you tell the jury one way or the other for sure whether you mentioned Dan Markel's travel plans to Charlie during that 18-minute phone call?
I can't say for sure, but I don't see why I would have brought it up.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I did.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is it's a phone service. It's an app that I use when I talk to people who live in other countries. So it's become very popular. I think I had it at the time. I know I certainly have it now, but it's a device to send messages.
During the time frame that we're talking about, which is around the time of the murder, did you communicate with any of your family members through WhatsApp?
I don't remember using WhatsApp unless they were traveling internationally because it's a way of making free calls or free texts when at that time making long distance calls on a regular phone would have been very expensive.
Did you ever
She did get
communicate with
immunity, yeah.
Catherine Magbanua through WhatsApp?
I don't remember ever texting her on any platform.
Did you have any other encrypted platforms on your phone at that time?
At that time, I don't think so. I don't know what existed at that time.
Okay. So after you turned around and did not proceed down Trescott.
It's a
you
very
went, I
real
think, to the liquor
possibility
store.
she
Can you tell
knew
us about that?
before
Sure, I
or
was
after.
invited to stalk the bar party for that night for a friend's daughter. And so they asked for a specific type of bourbon. I'm not a bourbon drinker, so I went to the liquor store and I showed them the invitation, which was shaped like the kind of bourbon they wanted us to buy, and asked if they had that. And they did, and I bought it.
All right. And that type of bourbon was Bullet bourbon.
That's right.
And do you recall the time of that purchase?
I don't, but I see a receipt here at 12:49.
Okay. And does that fit with your memory? You left the house around, I think you said afternoon, proceeded to the scene, encountered the tape, and then went to the liquor store, right?
I proceeded to drive to the liquor store. I saw tape and turned around.
Mm-hmm.
And then I bought the bourbon that they asked for at 12:49. And then I may have gotten gas after that. And then I drove to lunch.
And lunch was where law enforcement came in and encountered you.
That's right.
Okay. And that was where you were having lunch with a couple friends.
That's right.
Did you relocate to South Florida after Mr. Markel's death?
In terms of relocation, I did leave Tallahassee after the funeral, but I took a weekender for both the boys and me and thought I would be back pretty quickly.
Did you come back?
I did come back a few times, but
Just to get things though, right?
not really to get things. I came back a couple of times to give a talk or to do some work, but
Okay.
or
But
to
what I'm interested in is where were you living after the murder?
I wasn't living in Tallahassee.
All right. Did you recall on the trip to South Florida, just within 48 hours of the shooting, getting a call from Craig Isom?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened with that call?
I talked to him for a while. He mentioned that he might want to have DNA samples of the kids. We were already halfway down. We'd been in the car for about 4 hours with the boys.
Who's the
And
we in that sentence?
I was with my parents
Okay.
and the kids.
Yep.
We talked, the call broke up, and he never followed up.
Was it like you're breaking up?
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that or was it really breaking up?
I was not faking that.
And did you send your lawyer to him after that, shortly after that?
I told him he could talk to my lawyer. He never followed up.
Were you happy to be out of Tallahassee when you were able to return to South Florida?
No, I was not happy.
Did you send a text message on January 1st of 2016 that's contrary to that?
At that point, it would have been a year and a half after I'd been living somewhere else. So I don't know what text message you're referring to, but
But at that point, you were happy to be out of Tallahassee?
it's not a question of happy to be out of Tallahassee. I was trying to build a new life for myself and I didn't feel safe here anymore.
All right, let's take a look at tab 96, please.
96 in the old one or the new one?
The old one, please.
Okay. Okay, I see it, but it says unknown, so I don't know who I'm talking to.
But that's not the question. The question is, did you say, so happy I don't live there? And the person says, I bet it's a shithole. Remember that?
I don't remember this, no, but I do see that I said it. I don't know who I'm talking to here, and
Would it surprise you to learn you were speaking to your brother, Charlie Adelson?
I don't know if it would surprise me.
My
So, no.
station
Okay,
I
can we
listen
approach
listen
this
to,
time?
Rock Station, has a whole Florida is effed up segment that they play in the morning of crazy crimes that happen in Florida. Sometimes I'm astounded, and other times it does not shock me. She is very smug. The privilege just oozes from the entire family. It's insane. Why is Donna wearing headphones? Can somebody answer this for me? Why? Why is she wearing headphones? She's right there. I mean, is she that far away that she can't hear? I mean, I'm confused. Why? Interesting. I don't know what they're waiting for. Look at that table, dude. Oh my God. I have never seen a messier defense table. Like, why do they have extension cords and plugs? What? And that's like a fire waiting to happen over there. That is, oh my God. I would never. Your daughter's brave. I don't care how small it is. Nope. Nope. I want nothing to do with no gators. No goddamn gators. Also, I'm from Massachusetts. We don't have gators, but I still want to get them gators. My husband was watching some YouTube channel of a guy that hunts pythons
Continue with your examination.
in the Everglades, and he like dove head first into like to get it. And I'm like, dude, there are gators in there. No, thank you. No, thank you. I have the hiccups. Sorry, guys. No goddamn gators over here. What? No goddamn gators. Dude, I thought I had a lot of frizz, and I do.
Ma'am, did you
I have
change
Puerto
your
Rican Irish
children's
hair.
names after Dan
Which is
Markel was killed?
Cray
About a
cray.
year after I did.
In what way did you change their names?
But damn, she got some frizz
I
going.
changed their last name and I changed my older son's middle name.
And you changed their last name from Markel to what?
Why?
To mine.
Adelson.
Mhm.
After he died? That is so disrespectful. Mm-mm. No. Especially knowing how widely known your last name is now because of all this, you changed their last names to that. I'm
Start
sorry,
by
but that's so
asking about
stupid.
This email
No benefit in doing that for your children.
dated July 3rd, 2014. What is this?
This is the, it looks like an electronic invitation for my dad's 70th birthday.
An Evite, right?
Yes.
And who sent the invitation to you?
Well, it looks like it's through the postmark.
I mean, who sent the party invitations out?
I don't remember if I helped with the Evite or if my mom did it. So I don't know if I sent it to myself or if it's from my mom.
Would you have sent it to yourself?
I'm a little better with tech stuff than my parents, so I might have helped them put together an Evite.
Okay.
I don't
well,
remember.
Who does it say is the host of the party?
Oh, my mom's the host. You asked who sent the email and I didn't remember. But my mom is the host of the party for my
Okay.
dad.
And to whom is the party invitation sent?
It's sent to me.
Yeah, you heard that
and
right.
My two children.
Okay. And this was sent on July 3rd, 2014, before the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then back up just a little bit here. This email, do you recognize this one? Are you able to read it okay on your screen?
I can read it okay.
Like
Alright,
$1 million
who sent
is
this
nothing or
email?
something. Like, oh, cool, million.
This is from, it says my mom, but it says Harvey Adelson. So again, I
I don't even have
I don't
$50
know
laying
which
around like that.
parent
Not
it's
buying a
from.
fucking million. Like, oh
Okay.
yeah, we'll pay you $1 million.
Would-
Like,
if it was from Harvey Adelson, would he say Lincoln is going to be attending Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson?
I mean, it seems more likely somebody else would have written with his grandpa, but I don't know. I kind of write those things sometimes, like Lincoln will attend something with his mom and say my name. I know it's awkward to say it in the third person, but I don't think it's impossible.
Okay. But this reference to Lincoln Adelson did happen prior to the legal name change, correct?
Yes, no, I from the beginning I was scared when I put them in school, and so I didn't legally
change
change
it
their
to
name until a year
Adelson?
after, but I was socially using my name for them.
And did that start as soon as their dad
But you were
was
scared.
killed?
No, it started when I had to register them for school.
that makes no
And
sense.
your mom helped with the registrations as well, didn't she?
I think I did the registrations myself.
What about here for flag football? Did your mom assist with that?
It looks like she did. There were some after school activities.
Okay, and she registered your child under the last name Adelson, right?
Yes.
Where was Dan
I think that
Markel
is
buried?
the dad, yeah, Harvey.
In Toronto.
Were you or your children in attendance at his funeral?
No.
No? To their dad's funeral? No. Why? That
When
is
was the last
weird.
time you spoke to your mother, Donna Adelson, as we sit here today?
Yeah, that's
November
weird.
of 2023.
Okay, and so she hasn't given you any information or advice about how to testify in court, has
No,
she?
ma'am. No.
What about, you did offer testimony in November of 2023 as well, right, on a related case?
Yes.
Okay,
October.
And did your mom, when you spoke to her in November of 2023, offer you any advice or thoughts about how you should act or behave or what you should say in court?
Yes,
She did.
she did.
And what was that?
I can't tell you I remember exactly, but she was hoping I would be supportive of my brother.
Okay, and do you know what her thoughts were afterwards?
I do.
Okay, and what were they?
She was devastated.
She didn't feel you were supportive.
No.
Were you in any way involved in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
No.
Did you maybe know it was going to happen but not know the details?
I did not know it was going to happen, and I did not know any details.
Did you provide any information even unknowingly in hindsight, that you think could have been used to assist the murderers?
I don't think so. I didn't provide any information.
What information do you have regarding your mother's involvement in the
She's
plot to kill
clearly-
your ex-husband?
I don't have information.
But you
Come on.
do admit that your brother said he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
I don't. I admit that my brother made a tasteless joke repeatedly about buying me a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
But then someone did hire a hitman who did kill Dan Markel, right?
Yes, that happened.
Was part of the plot to kill your ex for you to have plausible deniability or to know very little about it?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Were you shielded from the plot because, I don't know, you couldn't be trusted to keep a secret?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Why did you tell
No, they're going at her
Investigator
hard.
Isom in your law enforcement interview that you were worried the police, or you were worried, I guess,
That makes
in the
me so
police car
sad
on the way to
for
be
them.
interviewed, that you might be considered a suspect?
Because I couldn't think of anything bad going on in his life other than the divorce. And frequently the ex-wife is a suspect.
Were you treated as a suspect?
I was not.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you were approached at the restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
But they did reassure you that the kids were fine. You
They told me
remember
that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay. So that you learned that information prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember allowing law enforcement to take possession of your computer in that interview?
I told law enforcement to search my phone, search my computer, search my house, search my car. I was trying to be helpful.
Do you remember saying that it was okay for them to take the computer and keep it even though you had work things on there because you didn't think you would be going back to work?
I remember thinking it wasn't important. I couldn't imagine my life fell apart.
I don't know. I keep wondering
So-
too, why
didn't
does
go
she
back
have
to work, did you, at
headphones? Does
FSU?
she have?
I did actually go back, not physically present, but I was still
she
on the
have,
FSU
like-
payroll until December of that year.
Okay.
hearing aids? I've never seen her with one.
In that interview with law enforcement, did you suggest that your parents are people who may have been angry enough to kill Dan Markel?
I suggested a lot of people who could have been angry enough to kill Danny.
And were some of the people my parents?
Yes.
But you said in the interview that you didn't think they were capable of it, didn't you?
I did.
If your mom wasn't capable of it, did she have anyone that she could enlist to assist her?
I don't know.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought maybe a crazed friend or a former student.
It's not what you said, though, is it?
I don't remember exactly what I said first.
You said Charlie, right?
if that's what I said, then you have it there, but I don't remember who I listed first.
Okay, can you at least tell the jury you definitely did say Charlie as one of those people?
I did.
Do you remember saying if
That might be it
somebody
too, frail
tried to
old
kill
lady
my
thing.
ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law?
Yes.
No, she doesn't. We've seen the
Bryson
back.
says regardless of who it is, and do you recall your answer?
I do recall my answer.
Hiding the
What
horn.
was that?
I think I was hoping it wasn't anyone in my family. And so that idea that it was someone in my family gave me pause.
All right, but that wasn't your answer, was it?
I mean, I don't remember word for word what I
Okay.
said, but that was my sentiment at the time.
Was your answer for court and counsel, this is law enforcement interview page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Question, regardless of who it is. Answer, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother. Did you call your mom from the interview room at Tallahassee Police Department?
I did.
And did she answer the phone?
She did.
When she answered, did she advise you that your dad was in the shower?
I don't remember whether my dad was in the shower.
You asked her to sit down. Do you remember that?
I do.
And by asking her to sit down, would that signify to her that this was going to be something serious you were going to reveal or say?
I was concerned about her age and if she were standing that she could, hurt herself if she fell down.
Okay. And do you recall that she at that point asked if she could put you on speakerphone?
I don't remember, but that sounds plausible.
What was the purpose of putting the phone on speaker, if you know?
I would be guessing, but so my dad could hear too.
But wasn't dad in the shower, or you don't remember that part?
I don't remember if my dad was in the shower.
Even if he was in the
Was
shower,
anyone
though,
else
she
there
could have
to
walked
your
into the room,
knowledge?
I
put
don't
it on
think
speakerphone so
so.
he
Was
can hear.
Charlie there to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Did you ask your mom in that telephone conversation to tell Charlie what was going on?
I think
I don't
I did. I
understand this
didn't
line of
want to make
questioning.
any more phone calls.
And your mom took the news pretty well, didn't she, this phone call?
I wouldn't say she took the news well. I think she was upset.
Did you say something different in your law enforcement interview after you got off the phone with her?
I don't think I did. I don't think I said something like that.
Didn't you say, page 265, line 5 through 6, quote, my mom handled that pretty well?
I may have said that. I can check it. Can you tell me the line again?
Yes, ma'am, page 265, line 5 and 6.
Yes, that's what I said.
And then page 280, line 22 and 23. Did you also say, well, my parents sounded really surprised, so that's at least a relief?
Yes, I see that here.
No further questions.
Just one moment, Ron. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You're going to have that
Representing
Botox,
your
right?
mother in this case. You've never spoken to me about this case, correct?
I have not.
I guess the best place to start is where you left off with respect to the comments that you made regarding your mother taking it well. When's the last time you listened to that call?
I haven't listened to it. You listened to the call I had with my mom. I've never listened to it.
Well, from the interview room, you've never listened to your interview?
I have read the transcript of my interview, but I never listened to my interview.
You don't recall the shock in your mother's voice when you told her what had happened?
I do think she was shocked.
You could hear that over the phone, correct?
Yes.
So many topics were covered. I'm going to have to kind of skip around, okay? Katie Magbanawa, Catherine Magbanawa, I guess people call her Katie.
I know, but I never make fun of anybody's
you with her
dental.
at the beach,
I have
and there was
broken
another
and
young
chipped
lady there.
teeth all over
Recall
the
that?
place.
I recall the picture. Yes.
And that
I
was
need veneers.
Father's Day weekend, I guess, of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think your testimony was that really you only knew her with Charlie. Is that right?
That's right.
Was Charlie at the beach?
No,
Your mother wasn't there either, was she?
no.
And then I think you mentioned that you had a dinner with Katie.
And my brother.
Okay. Was that before you went to the beach?
It was a different time.
Do you recall if it was before then?
It was before,
Okay.
but several months before.
Several months before.
Mhm.
Okay. So if this was Father's Day, when do you think you actually met her for the first time?
I think I met her when I was doing the alternative spring break. So that's usually March or April.
Same year?
Same year.
And the dinner that was mentioned, is that the first place you ever met her?
That's the first place I remember meeting her.
And who all was there?
It was my brother and Katie and Jeff and I. Jeff
Mr.
Lacasse.
I'm sorry, how you pronounce it?
Lacasse.
Lacasse. Okay, so the four of you were there. Your mother was not there.
No.
I want you to, it's been 11 years, so a lot I'm sure has happened to you in the past 11 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And your memory may not be as good as it was of things that happened back then, now that 11 years has passed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. As best you can, I want you to take yourself out of the year 2025 and go back to the years somewhere like 2010 through 2014.
Oh, girl, I
when
know. You don't have to
this family
apologize
was
to me.
murdered,
They were
okay?
dentists,
Okay.
so
In that time frame,
Should
are
have
gonna be
perfect
most of the
teeth.
questions that I asked.
if you're in
Okay.
that family,
Um, I think you testified you had a brother, Charlie,
Yes.
and you have a brother, Rob.
Yes.
So that was a five-member family.
Yes.
Okay. And Rob's
yeah,
the
lots.
oldest.
Yes.
Charlie's the middle,
Yes.
and you're the baby.
Yes.
And you grew up in a household where, was your mother working when you were younger?
No,
Okay. She stayed home with the kids.
she did.
And at some point, she went back into teaching, which is what she had done before she had her first child, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she did that after you were in school. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you all went to school, grade school, high school. You grew up, right?
Yes.
Each one of you went off to college.
Yes.
Each one of you got a postgraduate degree.
Yes.
So you're an attorney.
Yes.
Charlie became a periodontist,
Yes.
which is someone who does surgery related to dentistry, correct?
Yes.
And then Rob's a doctor as well.
Yes.
And throughout the time that you all were going to college, your parents helped support you,
Yes.
every one of you.
Yes.
And you had a good childhood.
I did.
And your mom took good care of you all.
Yes.
She treated you well,
Yes.
very kind,
Yes.
very loving,
Yes.
very caring towards her family and others.
Yes.
I think you once described her as being kind, empathetic, and very loving and sensitive person. You recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds right.
That she radiates positivity.
Yes.
She has a very loving and respectful and fun relationship with my dad. They are very much in love. Now it's been 54 years.
It has.
You said your mom was completely selfless.
Yes.
That's the opposite of selfish.
It is.
Means she's caring more about others than she does about herself.
Yes, ma'am.
And what she did was for others,
Yes.
never doing anything for herself.
Correct.
She was invested in your lives,
Yes.
you, and both of your brothers.
Yes.
You were a close family.
Yes.
And would you say she was a good mother to you?
Yes, very good mother.
and a very good grandmother as well.
Yes.
When you had your first child, and you needed someone to help out, your mother came
She did.
and she spent time there.
Yes.
And when the baby was crying in the middle of the night so that you could get some rest, she took care of the baby.
She did.
And she did that for both of your children.
Yes.
Fair to say that your mom has always been there for you when you needed her,
Yes.
for little things. And
Trying to
big
make her
things.
sound like she
Yes.
was super positive and nice and helped everyone. Why would she kill someone?
Now, you said that you testified that you left Danny in September of 2012.
We wish. They only want to pull them.
Call that?
Yes.
That's what's
From
included.
September of 2012 until March of 2013, your mother actually spent quite a bit of time helping you with the boys in Tallahassee, correct?
She
All they'll
did,
do is
yes.
pull it.
She would go home and
So
take care of
bye-bye. They
things
don't
there,
replace
but
it.
She would return.
Yes.
So
a
ridiculous.
substantial amount of each month, she was there assisting you with the children.
Yes.
While you were at work, she may take them to school. Is that correct? Their daycare?
I don't remember that one, whether I dropped them at school or my mom did, but it's certainly possible that she took them to school.
She might have picked them up.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She did some housework, cleaning up around the house.
Yes.
She bought groceries.
Yes.
She cooked.
Yes.
She cleaned.
Yes.
She was there for you because you had just left a marriage where you had a partner helping you, and now you were adjusting to being by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time, this time period we're talking about, your mother lived in, where did you say, Coral Springs?
Coral Springs.
And where is that in relation to Miami?
It's Broward County, so it's the county north of Dade County, which is where Miami is.
And in Broward County, that's like where Fort Lauderdale is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and their dentist practice that they had that's been referred to, Adelson Institute,
Yes,
that was located in Broward County, correct?
it was. Yes.
Not far from where your parents lived.
Yes, in Tamarack, so close to Coral Springs.
And at some point, they got the place down in Miami, right?
Yes.
So what they were doing was they would work Monday through Thursday and stay at their home in Coral Springs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
then they would go and spend the weekend at the place in Miami. Is that right?
I don't think every weekend, but some weekends.
Some of them.
Yeah.
Okay. And you visited there.
I did.
Now, when your mother would come up to assist you or just to visit with you and the children and Danny, did she drive typically or fly?
I think sometimes drive, sometimes fly.
Okay. And that's
Most of the time drive, I think.
most of the time drive. And that's almost an 8-hour trip, correct?
It is, yes.
And at the time that this occurred, your mother would have been, when Danny was murdered, she would have been, let's see, 64-ish.
That sounds right.
She's 75 now.
Yeah,
Is
she got immunity.
that yes?
Yes.
And sometimes she would rent cars, is that right?
Yes.
As opposed to driving her vehicle.
Prosecution gave her immunity to
Your father
testify.
came sometimes as well to help out.
Yes.
I want to talk about Mr. Markel for a few minutes. I think you said you met online,
We did.
but you were attracted to him.
Yes.
He was a handsome young man.
Yes.
You're a beautiful young woman.
Thank you.
And you got married.
We did. Yes.
And there were times, I mean, we've heard about the divorce, but before the divorce, there were times where you had a happy marriage
Yes.
and you all enjoyed spending time together,
Yes.
the two
Yeah,
of
they
you
did,
together
Anna.
and with your children,
Yes.
and even your parents who would come up and spend time with you.
Yes.
And your parents actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes. We went to Costa Rica.
And after the ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant. Yes.
You would agree with me that Danny, I'm saying Danny because that's what people call him. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of him. He's
No, I called him Danny.
okay. You would agree that he was very intelligent.
Yes. Very.
He had 2 degrees from Harvard, correct?
Yes.
Undergraduate and law school.
Yes, ma'am.
He did a lot of writing.
Yes.
And at the time that he was murdered, he was a tenured professor at the College of Law here at FSU, correct?
Yes.
And becoming tenured is not like an automatic thing. You have to work towards that, right?
Yes.
It takes a lot of time,
It does.
a lot of effort.
Mhm.
He put in a lot of work to gain that status.
Yes.
And he traveled to go and speak at different places, right?
Yes.
And he was well respected by his colleagues.
Yes, very.
And after he had children, those became the love of his life, didn't they?
Yes.
And even after you separated, I think you would agree with me that Danny made a great deal of effort to get as much time with his children as he could. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Even when it was your time to have the children, he would go to their preschool and visit with them there.
Yes.
He wanted to talk to them on the phone when he didn't have them,
Yes.
and he wanted to Skype with them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that, I'm sorry, I'm old, but that involved like a computer where you can see each other while you're talking. Is that right?
I think now it's something you could do on the phone, but back then you needed a computer.
And you assisted with that,
I did.
not necessarily the schedule he wanted.
I'm sorry?
You didn't necessarily keep the schedule that Danny wanted for Skyping, right?
I did try.
You tried,
Yes,
but that was one of the things you two bickered about.
it was.
And during the
It
time
is
that
weird.
you were with Danny, your mother was always kind to him, wasn't she?
She was.
Before you got married
To be
him,
fair,
Yes.
I
While
rode
you
on
were married to
motorcycles
him?
until I was 8
Yes.
months pregnant.
while you were separated,
I
Yes.
love riding.
and after the divorce.
Yes.
Doctor
And
said
there's been
it
a
was
lot
safe.
of testimony and a lot of
just
pictures
as
put
safe
up,
as it
lots of things highlighted.
wasn't a car as
about
long
the
as I
ugly
was
things
paying
that
attention.
Your mother said about Danny during the course of the separation, the divorce, and the follow-up litigation, right?
Yes.
And you shared, as you've testified, some of the pleadings that were filed in your case.
Yes.
And some of the pleadings weren't very attractive towards you, were they?
No.
They described things that were derogatory towards you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the communications that you had with Danny during the separation leading up to the divorce and some thereafter were pretty critical of you, weren't they?
The communication on paper, which
Right.
was very different than the communication in person.
Right. But the paperwork was critical.
Yes.
And you shared that with your mother.
Yes.
And some of the things that he said to you in writing, whether they were communications or in the pleadings, upset you.
Yes.
Some of it was very upsetting to you.
Yes.
And you shared it with your mother, and then she became upset.
Yes.
And she said bad words.
Yes.
She called him a lot of bad names.
Yes.
She said ugly things about him.
Yes.
But not one single time did she ever suggest in writing or to you personally that Danny deserved to be harmed, did she?
Never.
Never said he needed to be killed.
Never.
Never suggested any harm to him in any way.
Never.
And those things that she said to you in the emails, the communications, I assume that you all thought were between yourselves, you never shared those with Danny, did you?
No.
And during the separation, well, during the time you're married, we've already established, but during the separation, if Danny needed help with the children, your mother assisted him, didn't she?
He had called her and asked for help at various times, and she did.
And after the divorce, the same thing, correct?
He would call and ask for help, and she would help.
I didn't even ever talk bad about my abuser in front of my daughter because
Yeah,
it's still
Exhibit
her dad.
60 up there.
I don't see anything that says
Did
60
that.
on it.
Outside the presence of my child. And I didn't want that to affect her
I can't use this book.
opinion of her dad. I want her opinion to be her opinion and not my opinion. I think I don't know what the limitation specifically is, but I know that it's on whatever she talks about today. Other than that, I don't know the details.
I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence. It's State's Exhibit
So that's what I think
60,
of
and I
with the
think we
mustache.
refer to it as JJ.
Okay.
Okay. And this would be your, it's going to fall if you don't hold that side.
Okay,
I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
I can't get this over for some reason.
I can try.
But this has been referred to as the pleadings that are
Can't give this
within
over for some reason.
your dissolution file.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to leave that with you. Okay.
Okay.
Could you look at
Thank
that
you, Anna.
document, the JJ, please?
Yes. You want me to just keep reading through it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I want you to familiarize yourself with it.
I think that's different. And I
Going
think it's
through it,
also
should I
different once
continue to
they're,
I
read
just
to
want,
the-
you don't need to read
you know,
every word.
adults.
If you would just familiarize yourself so that you can recall
But-
the substance of that pleading.
Okay.
exactly. I know, right? What are they going to ask her about it her own if she's covered by all these trials about things she's talking about?
Okay.
Okay. Prior to you filing your petition for dissolution, do you want me to come and get that?
No, it's okay.
Prior to filing your petition for dissolution, what kind of experience did you have regarding divorce proceedings?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah,
So
sure.
prior to filing the dissolution of marriage,
Yes.
there weren't any divorce proceedings prior to filing.
What I guess what I'm saying is because you're an attorney, were you familiar with family law?
No,
Had you participated in any helping anybody with their dissolution of marriage?
I had not.
Completely unfamiliar with the process.
I was unfamiliar with the process.
And that pleading that's before you, are you back on the front page of that?
I can get back to the front page.
Thank you.
I'm on the front page.
Okay. And could you read for the jury what the title of that pleading is?
Yes, ma'am. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
Doesn't say grandmother motion, does it?
No,
And in fact, the overwhelming majority of that motion relates to Danny's complaints about you and parenting issues, correct?
it does. Yes.
And in fact,
tried
what they
covering
call the grandmother part of
for my
that
abuser
motion is
for
really
many
Danny
years.
complaining about
Then I
you
stopped.
not meeting the requirements of the right of first refusal, correct?
That's correct.
Because his complaint is that if you gave him the right of first refusal, some of the times he could take it and the children would be with him instead of the grandmother.
Yes.
It wasn't actually suggesting that from this point forward, your mother could no longer have anything but supervised visitation, correct?
I didn't see it that way.
Okay. And in any event, your mother never saw that motion, did she?
No, she did not.
May I approach? I'm going to take the book. I don't know if I'm going to need to give it back to you or not. That way it's not going to fall on you.
Okay.
Thank you from the House of Beaver for your $10
Now, the
donation,
state has
darling.
referred to this
I appreciate
bribe.
you.
You've heard him talk about that, correct?
I believe so.
They suggested, because I think there are emails that discuss this, about potentially offering Danny $1 million.
Yes.
And your understanding of what was trying to take place there, because you actually put that in writing, was it wasn't to take the children away from Danny, was it?
No.
It was in hopes that he would relocate to Miami as well, correct?
Yes.
And that although you would live separate lives, you could raise your children together, correct?
Yes.
Because there were more opportunities for him, Danny, to practice his Jewish faith in Miami than there is in Tallahassee, correct?
Correct.
They have kosher food in Miami,
Yes.
lots of it.
Yes.
They don't have that in Tallahassee.
No.
And the $1 million offer was not to bribe him in what sounds like an illegal sense. It was an incentive for him to relocate himself to Miami, correct?
Yes. That was my understanding. Yes.
You lived there with him before,
Yes.
and he liked living there.
Yes. He
In
liked it
fact-
very much.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay. I was just saying he liked it very much.
In fact, he tried to get a professorship at the University of Miami School of Law.
He did.
And if he had gotten that, the plan between you and he was to stay in Miami, correct?
We would have. Yes.
But he didn't get it. And so he had already been employed by FSU College of Law, right?
Yes.
And so you moved up here and finished law school, and you all remained in this area.
Yes.
So the $1 million would offset, as the state has mentioned, travel expenses if he moved there, correct?
Right.
He only taught 2 days a week, right?
Yes.
And so that would have given him the opportunity to live in Miami. But for the 2 days a week he needed to be in Tallahassee, he could take plane trips, right?
Yes.
And be here.
Yes.
And if you all had done that, he still could have enjoyed 50% parenting time with his children, right?
That would have been the same. Yes.
It wasn't to take him away from the kids.
No.
talk about relocation more than once, but I just want to make sure I understand how that all came about. Okay. So it was, you left the marital home in August or September of 2012.
I think it was September.
Okay. So you separated officially in 2012.
Yes.
By the time he was murdered, almost 2 years had passed.
Yes.
Okay. Do I understand it correctly that somewhere around October or November of 2012 that you interviewed for a job at a law firm in Miami?
I did.
And that was the Grossman firm?
I think it's Grossman and Roth.
Okay. And somewhere around December of 2012, they made you an offer.
They did.
And I don't need to know numbers, but was it substantially more than you were making in Tallahassee?
It was, and it was just more secure.
More secure. Okay. Not more money?
No, it was more money, but it just, more than anything, it was
You had a
secure
helping
money
my
as opposed to grant
ass.
money that could be taken away.
Okay. So you were a professor also at the law school here in Tallahassee,
I was.
FSU.
Yes.
You were not tenured.
No, I was a clinical professor.
Okay. So being
That reminds
tenured
me
means
of,
you have more stability in your
that
job.
North Carolina
Yes,
family.
you have more job security.
Job security. Okay.
Guy who killed his wife and,
And
son.
so you got that offer in December, and sometime in January, you told Danny that you had a good job offer, correct?
Yes, I asked to meet with him, and we went to get coffee and talk about it.
Okay, and in part of that discussion, you asked him if he would consider all of you, not together, but all of you
Yes.
relocating to Miami, correct?
I did.
And he was going to consider that,
He
correct?
said he was considering it. He wasn't opposed to it.
You thought it would be good for all of you, correct?
I thought it could be.
Including the boys.
Yes.
He decided he didn't want to do it, right?
He changed his mind.
But you didn't change your mind, right?
No, I kept going with it.
So you filed a motion for temporary relocation, and you also amended your petition for dissolution to add relocation, correct?
I did.
At the time that you filed it, did you think you had a good shot at it?
I thought I had a shot.
Funny
I didn't
story.
really know. It would depend on the judge.
My
Okay.
abuser's parents always still got to see their grandchild. Although her
And
grandma
we'll
was
go
the only
back
one
to
who
it
tried.
later,
Grandfather didn't
but
bother.
I guess on June the 18th
But I
of 2013,
would never keep my kids from grandparents.
which would be right before your divorce was finalized, right?
Makes no sense to me. Why I would keep them from grandparents that love them?
You had a hearing on your motion for relocation.
Yes.
Whether you like their son
And
is
the
not their
state has
fault.
already presented
They're still their
in its,
grandbabies.
exhibits a copy of the order, and relocation was denied, correct?
It was.
And after relocation was denied, you and Danny were able to work out some kind of temporary schedule for the summer.
We were.
Okay. And then you proceeded forward, and there's been discussion. There was a mediation that did not resolve your divorce, but within a few days thereafter, you did come to an agreement with Danny, correct?
We did.
You agreed to all of the issues in the dissolution of marriage, right?
Yes.
Including how you were going to share time with him.
Yes.
Was it ever your intention in the dissolution proceedings, from the time that you moved out of your marital home, that you would actually take the children's custody completely away from Danny so that he couldn't see them?
And no,
Did you always want them to be a big part of his life?
of course.
He loved them and they loved him.
Yes.
Yes.
That's fine. The bailiff will take you all to the jury room.
Not sure what's happening right now. It happens. It literally happens. It's not talked about a lot, but it happens.
You all can be seated.
What the hell? All right, Your Honor, what's happening?
Zalman, if your client does need to use a bathroom break at this point, this would be the opportunity to do so. We'll be in, we'll take a 5-minute break. Hopefully the jurors will be ready at that point. You can step
Aw.
down if you need to.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Happy belated, and I love you. I mean, she's not allowed to have all that dye, and she's not allowed to have the Botox, right? While she's in jail. So she's gonna start looking more and more like natural self. You know what I mean? And we're on a break, so this would be a perfect time for all y'all to go to the bathroom. Yeah, you know what? Birthdays suck for me, and I'm gonna tell you why. I literally hate it. Hopefully this year will be different, but my birthday falls on Thanksgiving every couple years. But it's also surrounded by all 3 of my daughter's birthdays. I kid you not when I say I have one that's 7 days before me, one that's 3 days after me, and one that's 13 days after me. So obviously, I'm always worried about birthday parties for the girls and stuff for them, and then Christmas. So, I'm last on the list because the kids' birthdays are all within the same 2-week span as mine. And because mine falls on Thanksgiving every 4 years. Last year, it was on Thanksgiving. So that sucked. Sucked so bad. I'm hoping this year's different. I'm hoping I can do something that I've been wanting to do for a few years. But we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. The girls are getting older. My little one is probably the only one who needs a huge kind of party. Like, my older two, they can have friends over or, you know what I mean? Do that kind of stuff. My little is the only one who needs like a, birthday party. But so hopefully by the time we get to mine, I can do something that, that makes me smile and I can go out with some friends or something. Having just a night out with people that I care about is always a good time. So we'll see. Me and one of my good friends, her birthday is the day before mine. So we're literally 1 day apart. So we're hoping to maybe do something together. So I guess so, right? I guess so, right? I wish I knew it was your birthday ahead of time. I would have at least squirreled away something to send you a birthday gift, even if I had to do it via Amazon. Y'all need to remind me when it's about to be your birthdays. I'm not a good rememberer when it comes to birthdays unless something's there to remind me. Ahead of time. You're gonna remind me ahead of time. So I can write it down. I need a calendar. That's the hell I need. I need one of those wall calendars where that's what we should do. We should do a true crime wall calendar. That'd be fun. Well, that's the thing, right? When someone is, and not everyone, comes out and is like, oh, well, I'm sick, But at the same time, if you know that your loved one is sick, for instance, my grandmother, who's 86 and she lives in Florida, she is now fighting her 3rd bout of cancer. She's beat cancer twice. She had breast cancer once and beat that. And then I believe this is the 2nd bout of melanoma. And so she had the spots removed. But again, she's in her late 80s and they really don't know how much she'll be able to fight this. And so she's my only remaining alive grandparent. So, and I can't just run over and help her because, again, I'm in Massachusetts. She lives in Florida. So it's difficult. It's not the same as I can with, my biological dad, where I can go there and I can clean up, his area and put away his dishes and take his trash out. And, because he can barely walk and he's very sick. He can't, open his medicine bottles. So I have to leave them cracked so that he doesn't have to try to turn them and open them because he can't. So it's not like I can just run over and check on her. Thankfully, my little brother is staying with her right now because he lives down there. And so there is somebody looking over her, which I thank God. But, if anything happens and goes downhill quick, I don't have a real way to be like, okay, I'll hop on the next flight to, try to say goodbye. I don't have that option monetarily. So, I'm hoping maybe my brother can video chat us, or it's not the same as being there, of course, but if I hadn't, ran to the hospital when my other grandmother, when I heard she got there, nobody told me for like 24 hours. And then when I went to kept calling her and she wasn't answering and nobody would tell me what the hell was going on, finally, my aunt, and I only have one aunt, was like, oh, she's at the hospital. And I'm like, what do you mean she's at the hospital? Like, oh, I brought her there last night. And my grandmother thought maybe she was just going to get a breathing treatment, she had COPD, even though she had quit smoking like 40 years ahead of that. So she thought maybe she would just get a breathing treatment as she'd had before. And unfortunately, she was in congestive heart failure, and it took about 3 hours, maybe 2, from the time I got there until the time she passed. It went downhill quick. But had I not left, and I was like, no, we'll just tell you what's going on. Don't worry about it. It was 45 minutes from my house to where she was. And I was like, nope. And back then, obviously, I had a car. So I just hopped in the car and I just drove there. But had I not, I would have missed saying goodbye. And my grandmother was more like a mom to me. So that would have broke my heart. So I'm glad that my brain was just like, no, you got to go. It doesn't matter what anybody says. You have to go right now. I don't have that option, obviously, with my other grandmother because she lives in Florida. So I can't just go right now. 24-hour drive even would be too much time, I think, to be able to try to say goodbye if someone's that sick. But that makes no sense to me, This makes no sense to me. So what makes no sense to me is they say she didn't change the last name until after he died. Why would you change their last names from his last name to your now synonymous with murder last name? I don't understand it. It just doesn't make sense to me. Why? If you wanted to be safe, right? Why would you change their last name to your last name? Talking about safety, that would probably not be the smart thing to do, is change their last name to your last name. And then she said something about changing one of the kids' middle names. Why? Why would you change a middle name? Okay, here's the thing. If you I understand a kid when they get older, right? If the child gets older and one of the parents hasn't been in the child's life, it is then that child's decision to change last name, middle name, first name, whatever, right? But after a parent has passed away, to strip them of the only remaining thing that ties them to their parent that is no longer alive doesn't make sense to me. You agreed to that name when you named them, right? You had them together. Why change, unless they want to change it when they're adults, why change their last names to your last name after he dies? To me, that just seems a very strange thing to do. I don't understand it. Maybe it's a rich person thing, and that's why I don't understand it, but it just seems like it's something normal people wouldn't really freaking do, you know? It just makes no sense. Just makes no freaking sense. Yeah, it sucks. Especially when they're if they're difficult at end of life, they will be like, they'll say, this nursing home can't take them, it's being there, at least maybe not in the room, but at least being there, when they pass. To me, at least being able to say goodbye is important. You might, don't need to be there the second they pass, but at least saying your goodbyes. And, my grandmother waited for me to leave the room, and me and her had talked about how my grandfather had done that. He waited for me to sort of leave the room before he passed. But I was the last one. I had family that had flown in from Florida and everywhere else to say their goodbyes to my grandfather. And at the time, I was a runaway on the run from an abusive foster home, and I was hiding. So Nobody knew where I was except a select few people. And one of my friends called and said, "Your grandfather is sick." And I'm like, "Nah, that's just something they're saying to try to get me to come out of hiding." No, he's like gonna die sick. And so everybody else had already said their goodbyes. And so after I had come and said my goodbye, I would come out of hiding and said my goodbye. He waited for me to leave the room before he looked out the window. It was like a really bright sunny day. I looked out the window, looked over at my aunt, took a deep last breath and passed. My aunt said something like, "Isn't it a beautiful day out today, Dad?" or something. And that was it. But he waited for me to leave the room for that to happen. And me and my grandmother used to talk about how, like, he knew, he had to have known, and he waited until, I left the room. And so me and my grandmother always talk about how I appreciated that he waited that I left the room to pass, because I don't want that to be my last memory, is the last breath, And I said to my grandmother, "I got to go out to the car and make a phone call, Nana. If you can't use your phone in the ICU, they don't want you to use your electronic devices with all the, there's like a big sign, no using your cell phones, electronic devices on this floor, whatever." So I was like, I need to go out to the parking lot to the car and give a call home to see, like, I knew that when I had left the house, I had the car, and I knew we were running low on formula. So I wanted to make sure, my daughter was very little at the time. I wanted to make sure we were good to go, or I could have somebody drop off some. So my husband was home with the babies. And so I went out to the parking lot and I said, "I'm going to go. I'll be right back, but I'm going to go." And I walked out of the room, and I was walking out the door to the parking lot, not even a minute, out the door to the parking lot. And my mother called me and said, "She's gone." Like, that was it. Like, when I left the room, there was no, like, you know, uh, resuscitation or anybody freaking out. Her stats were, kind of getting lower, but she clearly waited for me to leave that room before she let go and passed. And I think I will forever thank her for that, because again, I don't want to remember that as the last moment. When my best friend passed and they shut the machines off, I didn't want to be in the room for that. I had said my goodbyes, and I got in the car and I started heading home, and I didn't even hit 2 exits on the highway before her sister called and said, "That's it. She's gone." I didn't want my last memory to be of, her last breaths, and I've seen it once before. I don't want to see it again. Their lips start to turn blue, and the outsides of their ears and the tips of their nose and fingers. Literally, people, when they say it's like life draining from your face, and I didn't want that to be, last memories of someone that I love and care about. So, I thank them for waiting until I wasn't in that room anymore. And I know that's not always going to be, the case. Sometimes, especially if someone's on a ventilator or something, you have to make the decision. You have to be there. I hope to God that never happens, but it's not realistic to think it'll never happen, But I at least
What are they doing in the bathroom?
thank them for knowing that that's not something I could handle seeing.
They just left a few waiting. Okay. Will you remain standing, and the jurors will come out in just a moment.
Said, "What are they doing in the bathroom?" "I don't know. What are they doing?" Remain standing and the jurors will come out. Okay. See, my grandmother, they said, had a DNR, but they could not find it, but they still didn't resuscitate,
Gotcha.
which pissed me off. Girl, I did that with my best friend for like 6 days. Begged her to get up for 6 days. It was terrible.
Everyone can be seated.
I love you.
Ms. Fulford, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you.
I mean,
a bunch of oddball questions at this point.
I think she
Do you recall
justified
getting emails from your mother
in Charlie's, I
Yes.
believe.
and your father?
Well, yes, from both,
And,
from the
and-
same email.
And I think you had a necklace at some point during that time period that said, "Never, never, never give up."
I did.
And your parents would sometimes put that in the emails back to you, correct?
Yes.
need to know if you recall this. Your parents, you had mentioned when they went out of the country, you used the WhatsApp to communicate with them because it was free of charge.
Yes.
And you could call them free
Yeah.
of charge,
Yes.
and you could message with them free of charge.
Both. Yes.
And when your parents would go out of town, do you recall that they had a routine where your mother would take her phone, but your father would not get the plan to travel with? Do you recall that?
That sounds right.
Okay. And wasn't that because if you called the Adelson Institute and you got the answering machine, it was an old-fashioned answering machine,
Can't remember
right?
if she did in
Yes.
Charlie's or not, but I thought she
And
did.
what it
Maybe
gave
not.
out if you reached the answering machine was your father's cell phone number.
Yes.
So he didn't want to
Yes.
be contacted when he was out of town, and that's what people would get, right?
And I want to be
Yes.
cryogenically frozen. That's what I want. Don't
The birthday party
Don't
that's
burn
been
me.
mentioned for your dad.
Cryogenically freeze
It
me.
was his 70th birthday.
It was.
And although I don't think it ended up being a surprise, your mom was trying to plan a party for him where he knew his children and grandchildren would be there, but she was trying to surprise him with the friends.
That's right.
And you might have helped her with some of those preparations.
I think
Hey,
so.
And
I
she
know that
planned it
news
for
guy
Several months, right?
Yes.
in the red
And I
tie.
think one of the things that you got involved with was
I know that
a
guy.
caterer that was going to be used to cook paella. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it at
It's-
the party.
It's pronounced paella. I remember on the night of, I speak Spanish, so I spoke with him in Spanish because I don't think he spoke much English.
And mommy,
That's
your
so
mother didn't
weird.
speak
They didn't
Spanish, right?
attend.
No.
You weren't actually making the order and buying it, correct?
No, I didn't pay for anything.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm sorry, it's still Adelson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Adelson, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked just for identification purposes as 40.
Just need- I can't remember what channel he's from.
And ask you to look at that. and
5,
see
7, one of those.
that before.
I have seen this before.
Okay.
I forget the
and
guy's name.
That's an email that your father sent to you regarding the appointment that he had made for the TV to be repaired, correct?
Correct.
And on the front page, you can see where he's forwarding it to you, and it says, "Love, Dad," right?
Yes.
And then he tells you when the appointment's going to be, Friday the 18th between 8 and 12, right?
Yes.
And then when you flip, well, now stay on the first page. Do you see down almost 2/3 of the way down where it has the order information and the order creation date?
Yes.
And that date was what?
The order creation date is July 11th, 2014.
And on the next page, where the problem description is, it says that Harvey called in, stated that the 55-inch TV had some problems, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page. It repeats about the complaint that your father had about what was wrong with the TV, right?
Yes.
If you scroll down, there are some questions under date submitted, right?
Yes.
Whether the TV is wall mounted,
Yes.
what the size of the TV is.
Yes.
If it's mounted over 6 feet high.
Yes.
If,
No, it's not Ted.
the height of
It's
the
not Ted
ceiling.
Daniels.
Yes.
Is it eligible for a loaner?
Yes.
Was it installed by the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Is the product that we're going to service in a place of business?
So I'm saying yes that I see these questions, but the answer to that question is no.
Right.
Okay.
correct. That's what I was going to point out. So your
Okay.
dad said no to that one, correct?
Right.
Is the product that we are going to service in a place of business? And your dad answered no, correct?
He answered no.
And the next one says what?
Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? And the answer to that one is yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
I know. Interesting, huh?
Ms. Adelson, you testified on direct when asked some questions about the name change of your children. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and I think your testimony was that you officially changed your children's last names a year and a half? What did you say?
I legally changed them a year after Danny's death.
Okay. But after he passed away and you went to Miami, it was time for your oldest child to be enrolled in kindergarten, right?
Yes.
And so what were the ages of the children when Danny was murdered?
They were almost 5 and 3.5.
Okay. And so the 5-year-old was going into kindergarten.
Yes.
And where was the other child going to be? Was he being put in a like preschool program?
It was a preschool program.
Okay. And so you went and registered them at the school, correct?
Yes.
And the official registration said Markel for the children's last names, correct?
I believe so.
But because you were going to socially refer to them as Adelson, that's what you asked the school to do as well, right?
Yes.
And so when you went into orientation for the oldest child, I'm trying not to say the name, when you went into orientation for the oldest child for kindergarten, and they had his little nameplate there where he was going to sit at his desk, it said last name Adelson, right?
I honestly don't remember him having a last name on. I remember his first name being there, but I don't remember. I thought they put the first names for the kindergartners.
But you asked the school to refer to him by the last name Adelson.
I did. I
Okay.
did.
And so there was an exhibit that was shown to you where your mother had registered him for an after-school flag football, right?
Right.
And so because the school's knowing his name, that he's being referred to as Adelson, that's why she did that, correct?
Correct.
And the youngest one, where was he going to go? Or where did he go?
He was at a preschool, a private preschool, because he was too young to go to the preschool at the public elementary school.
Okay. And whether it was your mother or your father who wrote the email about signing up and grandpa's coming with him to, I'm sorry, I'm not Jewish. I didn't understand what that was.
It's okay. Tot Shabbat would have been, like a Sabbath
Okay.
activity where the grandparents would come and sing songs and
Okay.
something like that.
And so the younger one's also being known as last name Adelson,
Yes.
because socially that's what you wanted them to go forward with.
I thought it would make them safer.
Okay. There was some questions of you on direct about potentially purchasing a home after the divorce was final in 2013.
Maybe, Dayline? I
There
can't
were
remember.
questions.
I do.
And it was suggested that Charlie convinced you not to do that, right?
That was what was suggested.
But in fact, the reason I think
Maybe
you
that's it,
stayed
Dennis
was
Murphy.
because you hadn't gotten your settlement yet from Mr. Markel.
Right. I didn't have the money to purchase a home.
And so even though you had been interested in it, you had to notify your realtor that,
It wasn't possible at that time.
okay. And in the emails that the state introduced and discussed with you, where your mother is making lots of suggestions, mostly after relocation was denied, of things that you could do, like tell Danny you're going to raise them as Catholics, you're going to have them baptized as Catholics, all of those suggestions she was making, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't actually suggesting you do it. She was wanting you to use that as a means of negotiating with Danny, right?
That's my understanding.
That if he thought maybe you were going to do these things, he would reconsider the issue of relocation, correct?
Correct.
Testified that your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed. Do you remember saying that?
I believe I said that.
But the week before he died, your mother was babysitting for Danny, wasn't she?
Yes.
And nothing but pleasantries between the two of them.
That's right.
And
I
in
mean, I-
fact, she actually made him banana bread specifically the way he liked it, right?
It was his favorite.
Without nuts, but with chocolate chips.
That's right.
But you think she hated him,
I think she was mad at him.
mad at him. There's a difference between being mad at someone and hating them, isn't there?
There is.
I think you testified that, and there may have been an email that suggested it, that you would have never left Danny if not for your mom and maybe brother's suggestions. Did you say that?
I don't think that was exactly right. I think it was I probably wouldn't have left. Kind of suggesting that maybe I would have wanted to, but wouldn't have had the strength or wherewithal to leave on my own.
Okay, isn't it true that each year, maybe not every year, but many years, yourself and Danny would, when you finished the school session here at FSU College of Law, you would go down to Coral Springs or Miami, whichever they were at, and you would spend almost 2 weeks with your parents, right?
Yes.
And that would be yourself and Danny when it was just you, right?
Yes.
And then after you had the children, all of you went down there, correct?
Yes.
Well, in fact, what really happened was in the summer of 2012, when you decided that you were going to leave Danny, Danny was down there with you, correct?
Yes.
And the children were there too.
Yes.
And they were young. How old were they?
In 2012, they would have been 2 and 3.
Okay. And you, Danny was there, and you actually asked your mom if she'd go out to coffee with you. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
And you told her then that you were going to leave Danny and get a divorce, didn't you?
That sounds right, but I don't remember that.
Okay. And in fact, she suggested counseling to you, and you told her you guys had already been in counseling and it didn't work. Isn't that right?
We had been in counseling and it hadn't worked, but again, this sounds like something that could have happened, but I just don't remember the coffee.
Okay. There was also questions of you, several questions about your interview with law enforcement the day that Danny was shot. You recall those questions from the state?
I do recall the questions.
And they were pointing out things that you had said about your family, your parents, Charlie. You remember those questions?
I do.
Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by law enforcement, what you said initially was that Danny's parents were going to think that you're the one who did it, right?
I did say that.
I wanted to talk about the relocation a little bit. So you have a relocation hearing on June the 18th. Does that sound right?
2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And leading up to that hearing, you notified your mother by email that because she was going to be testifying in court, she would need to wait outside that hearing, correct?
I don't remember that, but that if she was supposed to be a witness, then she couldn't be present for the hearing.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you, oh my goodness, I can't read that. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, Defense Exhibit 49B. You could just read that for me, please, to yourself.
Do you want me to read to the end?
No, ma'am, I'm just
Oh.
looking for where you told your mother, get you to agree that you said to her, because you are testifying in court, Mom, you won't be able to sit in on the hearing with me. Is that what
Yes.
you said?
Yes, but I can have Dad there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come and get it from you.
Okay.
sometime in April of 2013. So that would be not long before your divorce was final. You took a trip. I don't know if you were speaking there or someone else was, but you took a trip out of town with a gentleman named Miguel. You recall that?
I don't recall the trip, but I was seeing Miguel at the time.
Yeah, that was a little nervous. She looks a little different now, right now, with the twirling in the chair, the opening of the mouth.
You do recall the trip.
Well, I was seeing Miguel at the time, but I don't know what the trip was in April of 2013. I don't remember that. Can you tell me where we went?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to get that. for you.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I'm legit dreaming of breadsticks right now. Like it's my job. Like I don't know why it just popped into my head. Like breadsticks and marinara sounds
Rico,
so
does
good
that
right
sound familiar?
now. It's probably
It
just because
was
I'm hungry.
a clinical law professor conference. There's one every year, and that year it was in Puerto Rico.
Okay. And did you speak at that, or you were there to get credit hours or something of that
No,
nature?
I spoke.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to now show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit 1E. And it's dated April the 28th of 2013 and addressed Dear Renee. You don't need to read it all, but would you familiarize yourself with your communication there, please?
Okay, I've read a little bit. Do you want me to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'll point out any sections that I wanted to discuss with you. Would you agree that you wrote this on April the 28th of 2013?
Yes, it looks like I dated it.
Okay, and that's to Renee.
Yes.
And you're coming back from your trip to Puerto Rico.
Yes.
And while you were on this trip, your parents were taking care of the boys, correct?
Yes.
And on the first page down towards the bottom, you have some bullet points about what you would like to do to resolve your divorce, correct?
Well, I think it was not just about my divorce. It was kind of about how I wanted to be living my life overall.
Yeah, I was trying not to get into the personal information, but that's right. This entire email is really about changes you want to make in your life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the last bullet point down at the bottom, it says, I've been coming to a place in the last few months where I have realized that I want to keep my job. It allows me the maximum amount of flexibility to spend with my kids while allowing the freedom for intellectual exploration, one-on-one mentoring with students, and meaningful work in the community. I don't care that Gibbers told my colleagues that I stole from him and that I am mentally ill. Nasty things are said in divorce, and people know that, right?
Yes.
Tallahassee isn't ever where I wanted to live, but it's where the job is. And it's where my boy's father is, which means they don't have to constantly be flying on planes or driving in cars to accomplish our custody situation, right?
Yes.
So you have the pending petition and motion for relocation, but as of April the 28th, you're starting to think maybe staying in Tallahassee is the right thing to do, correct?
Yes.
And then this goes on. Third page is, now you're writing on May the 2nd of 2013, correct?
Yes.
Little different subject, but if you go to the next to the last page of that exhibit, see where it starts, wait, it's me again?
Yes.
The paragraph after that, I wanted to ask you about this. It says, on Sunday morning, we're supposed to sit on the same stage. You're referring to Mr. Markel, correct?
Yes.
In full regalia
You
and
definitely
clap
should
for
know
the
by now.
graduating law students. I love graduation, and the Gibbs has never attended because it's normally on a Saturday morning and he is at synagogue. Correct?
Yes.
And then you say it's on Sunday this year and I have the boys and the dean wants all faculty to attend. So I need to, it's only 2 hours and my mom can watch the boys during that time. Correct?
Yes.
So it was fairly routine then for you to get your mother or both parents' assistance when you had somewhere that you needed to be and someone needed to take care of the children, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, Judge, I have so many papers up here. I'm confused. May I approach? I'm gonna exchange with you, Ms. Adelson. I'll take that one back and then show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1G for identification purposes. Could you review that to yourself, please?
Hey, Francesca. I mean, Donna looks so wonderful, doesn't she, folks? Just a granny, right? That's what they're trying to make her look like. Is like just an old lady. How could she possibly be the mastermind of any of this? She's just a sad old lady. It's like, I'm not buying that if I'm a juror. Sorry.
I'm not sure if this was to Renee or not. Yeah, you mentioned Renee. So this is on June the 4th of 2013, correct?
Yes.
And we're approaching the hearing date on the relocation motion, which is set for June the 18th, right?
Yes.
And in here, you're expressing some concerns over what you've been through in the divorce. But you said, and I think the state referred to this, that Mr. Markel had sent you a long message about how you could be doing all of the divorce stuff so differently in the spirit of love and joy, where we get together and talk about our vision for the boys and for our future. And I won't say what you said after
Oh
that.
yeah, I'd
but,
lose my fucking mind, especially when
at
it
this
comes
point,
to my
you're
kids.
kind of agreeing with him. You want to do it peacefully, right?
Yes.
And you talk about the one alternative is you could call Gary. Now, Gary is the gentleman who was kind of offering you a position in Miami, right?
Gary was a partner at the law firm where a position was offered to me.
Okay. And your plan was to have him come and testify at the relocation hearing about the job that he would be giving you if you relocated there, correct?
Yes.
And you had other people who were going to testify there as well on your behalf, right?
Yes.
And so you say one alternative is you call Gary and say, I've changed my mind. I don't think it's best for my kids to move them to South Florida. I appreciate you saving the job for me, but I'm not going to come to South Florida, correct?
Yes.
And then you say, you call your brother and say, I love you, Charlie, but I'm going to stay in Tallahassee. I know you don't agree with my decision, but that's what's best for me and the kids right now. I hope one day you'll understand. That was something else you were considering, correct?
Right.
And then call your parents and say basically the same thing. And if they wanted to come up anytime and visit you and the boys in Tallahassee, they were free to do so, right?
Yes.
But that's like they've always been doing, correct?
Yes.
So you think if you take relocation off the table, that it will give you an opportunity to discuss things with Mr. Markel and hopefully work them out, right?
Yes.
On the next page, you talk about what the alternative vision is, and that's what you currently have planned, which is to have Gary fly up to testify at the hearing, right?
Yes.
Your mom would testify, right?
Yes.
They would fly up and spend days with you, correct?
Yes.
You expected at that time the hearing would last 1 to 2 days, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned that you would go through all of that, spending more money, being more stressed. And then you say, for the chance to save face with my family and to be given an opportunity I don't actually want, to live with them in South Florida. That's what you said, right?
Well, I say an opportunity I don't actually want with all of my heart, but maybe part of it
Okay.
to live with them in South Florida.
All right. And then you say, so I am willing to put myself through all of this just to keep up appearances with my parents and brother that I want to be living down in South Florida or down south with them, even though I don't want to. That's what you said, right?
I say, even though I don't want to give up my current flexible job where I get to spend maximum time with my kids so I can be with them.
Okay. And that was June the 4th of 2013, right?
Yes.
And what you end up choosing was the second alternative, correct?
I went through with the hearing.
And I think, let me find it.
Yeah, for those who haven't heard it, forgot about that. The Menendez brothers' parole was denied, both of them, one day after another. It was, the end of last week, but most of you, I think, already heard that, but forgot about that on the Sunday show.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Let's see if I can figure out their lettering system. That would be Y. I'll take this and let you take this book.
Okay.
And if you would review that pleading or this order that the court entered, please.
Lots of memory issues, right? Didn't remember anything.
Okay.
Have you
Although
had
I
an
can
opportunity to
understand
review that?
Yes.
how long it's been,
So you went into this hearing and
but it's been two
Gary
trials.
ended
Come
up
on.
coming, correct?
He did.
And he testified, right?
Yes.
And
Well,
you gave
four
some testimony,
technically, but-
correct?
Two family
Yes.
members.
And what happened was the judge kind of called a timeout, right?
I don't remember a timeout.
At some point, she wanted to speak to counsel. Is that right?
I'm sorry. I don't remember that part of her speaking to counsel. In
Do you remember the judge making some comments about the children hadn't been harmed and since he hadn't pulled out their toenails?
I do remember the toenail comment. Yes.
So she wasn't leaning towards relocation, correct?
No.
Okay. So even though you had other witnesses, you didn't proceed with the hearing, right?
Well, I think we had the hearing and the judge decided.
You didn't call all your witnesses, did you?
I don't remember.
If you look at the order, says order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children. And then it says what the court orders and adjudges. Court does not find that the wife has met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. You see that?
Yes, number one.
Yes. And your mother actually stayed outside for the testimony of that hearing with your dad, correct?
I don't remember, but I remember asking her to stay outside if she was going to testify.
Okay. And you came outside at some point and told your parents that relocation was denied, correct?
Correct.
And it's after this hearing, when relocation is denied, that those truly ugly emails that your mother wrote were written by her, correct?
Yes.
May I approach? Actually, if you'd keep that for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her alibi day. So she has to know that one down to the minute, right? The TV repair guy.
Once the final judgment was entered, the issue of relocation was over, right?
Yes.
Relocation from July
Yeah, we don't do
31st of
politics here.
2013 until the time that Mr. Markel was murdered was never an issue again, was it?
Politics are always a no-no.
It was
for
never an
people
issue
anyway.
from the day it was
Then just starts
decided on
arguments.
July 31st, 2013. That's when it ended.
Certainly after the final judgment, correct?
Yes.
And that's the end of the discussion about relocation, right?
Yes.
No more plans about how to get relocation, the issue's decided, correct?
It was decided.
Ms. Adelson, if you look at that order that's entered by the court, besides saying it's denied, it says something pretty important, and I think the state pointed this out in its opening. It says that this denial is with prejudice
Yes, ma'am.
of the wife's petition for request to relocate with the minor children. And you're a lawyer, so you know that with prejudice means this is done. This topic in this divorce is over.
Yes, with prejudice means it's a final decision of the court.
But what it says right before that is, as such, the parties stipulate to the denial with prejudice of the wife's petition. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So what happened is as after the judge says, if their toenails haven't been pulled out, I'm not thinking relocation, you actually stipulated to denial with prejudice, right?
Yes.
You did not tell your parents that you stipulated to denial with prejudice, did you?
I don't remember any conversation there, really.
So not knowing that it was denied with prejudice, your mother thought you still had an opportunity to get it up through your final hearing, right?
I believe so.
And so she kept writing these ugly things and giving you all of these ugly suggestions, right?
She did write those emails.
If you had told her you stipulated with prejudice, that's probably not what you wanted, Mom, but that would have been the end of it, right?
I don't know. I would just be guessing.
May I approach? Well, if you'd just be guessing, after she thought it was finally over on July the 31st, there were no more emails suggesting you do things like she suggested between the hearing date on June the 20th and the final hearing on July the 31st, did she?
Can you help me? What is the question?
So sure. So your mother doesn't know when you get out of the hearing on June the 20th that you've stipulated that this is a forever decision. So she writes these ugly emails, right?
She may not have understood that it was a final decision of the court.
It was a decision of the court because you stipulated to it, Ms. Adelson, didn't you?
I did stipulate to
And
it.
she didn't know it. She thought you had up until the final hearing. So she's marching along, trying to come up with more suggestions of how you can pressure Danny and get him to agree for you to relocate, even though you know it's dead, right?
I knew that it was a final decision.
And after July the 31st, when she thought it was a final decision, she wrote no more emails suggesting you do these crazy things to still try and get relocation, did she?
I don't remember the dates of the email, but
And you
I'm guessing
testified
no.
when you got up, when the state was asking you questions, after you said your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed, which you've clarified now that she was mad at him, not that she hated him. You testified you hated him at the time he was killed, right?
I don't remember testifying to that.
Well, then we'll need to take a break, Judge. May
Do you have
we
any
approach?
questions for the witness?
I do. May we approach?
Please approach.
Maybe we need to take a break, Judge. Like, I think the judge decides when the break is gonna happen. You know, for good old time's sake, I feel like it's the proper time to insert this here. Just saying. They are taking some sort of break, clearly. I mean, I felt like it was... You can hear the typing in court, whoever's still typing. Because that's not me. It's not me, folks.
Everyone can be seated.
I feel like it is kind of like what the I don't even know where the defense lawyer is going, to be honest with you, other than being like, yep. Okay.
I believe the defense is talking to their client, but then we'll go into recess in just a moment.
I think that's where they might have been trying to go, but now I think they might need to have, yeah, salad bar. They might need to have like a powwow, a colloquy with the judge, maybe outside of the jury, I'm guessing. I don't know. But if he's going to take, I don't know if he's taking a break. That means that he won't be having a colloquy because you would be having it publicly. So I don't know what the hell he's deciding to do here. Your Honor, can you tell us what the fuck is going on, sir? He's so stoic. He's like, F this bullshit. Let's get this shit figured out now because y'all should have been ready. It's a no-nonsense judge right there. Yeah, salad bar.
I mean,
You know?
I have in my notes some references too, but yeah. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, as to this issue, are you seeking for the court reporter to review something, or do you wish for me to instruct the jurors to rely on their memories?
We have an alternative resolution. If we may just have one more minute, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's just like, let's get this shit done. Oh my God, they have signs up on where people are sitting and stuff. Interesting. Can Massachusetts take some notes? Asking for a friend here. I live here. Can Massachusetts take some notes? Judge-wise and otherwise. I mean, I'm just saying. Clickety click click. That's not me. So all the clicking and typing, don't come for me. It's not me. It's the court. Don't come for me. Is the prosecutor crying? Like, what is happening right now? She's wiping her eyes, not her nose. Needs a brandy, and I need breadsticks. Marinara. I don't know why. Now I'm like, that's what I'm like hankering. Does anybody know who this lady is here? This blonde lady who looks kind of like Adelson, but has a lot of Botox with the glasses? I'm guessing maybe a family member, fan. I don't know, but she kind of looks like Donna a little bit. To be honest, I know you guys are going to come for me for this, but I happen to like Papagino's breadsticks because they put the cheese on the top. Little Caesars is like the best, but we don't have one of those around here. We don't get crazy sticks. So second best is Papagino's. They don't really have any other places in my area that happen to have breadsticks like that. So Papagino's is usually my go-to. Put some cheese on there. So good. And they have like a large. Oh, so good. They come nice and hot with the marinara that's hot. I hate when places give you cold marinara. Like, no with the cold marinara. Okay? No. Papagino's. Well, Little Caesars, but we don't have a Little Caesars for crazy bread. It's called crazy bread there. Delicious. And we don't have, in my area, we don't have a whatchamacallit anymore. Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank. Somebody fill in the blank. The Italian place. It's a chain. Oh my God, my brain. Do I have to look it up because my brain is having a brain fart at the moment? No, not Papa John's. Papagino's. Different Papa. Little Caesars is good. It's another Italian place. It's a restaurant. We don't have a Fazoli's.
We're going to take a 10-minute break at 3.
Olive Garden.
We will resume after the jury.
We don't have an Olive Garden.
Use the restroom, and everyone is ready. Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, this is your opportunity as well.
I'm so hungry. Yeah, Olive Garden. We don't have an Olive Garden. It closed a long time ago. So Little Caesars is in Rhode Island, but that's like a half hour away. And I don't drive. So not ever an option, unfortunately. It's so good nonetheless. That would be my top pick if I had to. But Papagino's. I like Papagino's. It's very good. I don't know if they closed all of them or just some of them. I know that they filed, I think, Chapter 11 on at least some of them, bankruptcy. But I don't know. Let me see. Now I want to know. They're closing all of them? I wish, girl. Listen, Texas is on my bucket list of places I need to visit. Darden Restaurants, their parent company, has favorable sales in recent years. But it says they have not filed for ultimate Chapter 11. Italian Kitchen, Brio Italian Grill, and Bravo Brio have filed for bankruptcy. But Olive Garden closed a ton of restaurants. And closed the one that we had near us a couple of years ago. Many years ago at this point, like 4 maybe. Weird. but I know they closed a bunch, so I don't know. I mean, I love their breadsticks at Olive Garden. Ooh, listen, I have a friend that lives near there, and I'm telling you, when and if I go and visit Tracy, it's near you, so I will totally let you know. We'll have to do lunch or yeah, see, it's not close enough for DoorDash to do it. It's, you know, about a half hour, 30, 40 minutes away, so it'd be cold by the time I got here anyway. Yeah, I mean, I guess, different areas, they used to always be packed, but the prices, when they start jacking up the prices so high, people abandoned it. And, they just came out with this thing in Massachusetts. It was an article that just came out that said Massachusetts is the top state, which is cost of living heavy. So you guys will choke on this. The article said that the study was that you had to make I think it was $310,000 a year to live comfortably in the state of Massachusetts. Well, most of us who live here don't fucking make anywhere near there. Not even anywhere near $100,000 a year. So you can imagine that 99% of people that live in Massachusetts are heavily cost burdened. And it's not just as easy. People are like, why don't you just move? It's not that easy. You have to have the money to move, East Coast pizza. I've never heard of an East Coast pizza. Way too expensive to live here. I've thought about, moving down south. But again, you still have to have the money to move there. You still have to have things set up, and that costs money. How are you going to get all your belongings there? Costs lots of money I don't have. So when people say, and I'll see people online all the time, be like, why don't you just move then? Not to me, but to other people. Why don't you just move then if it's that heavily burnt? It's like, you have to have the money to do that. I'm glad that you do. And so it slips your freaking mind to, why don't you just move then? Like, it's like the easiest thing in the world to do is just, oh, you don't like it, just move. You have to have thousands of dollars to do that. To be fair, if I had thousands of dollars, I'd have at least have a shitbox car. Just saying. Most people do not have thousands of dollars to just move. Or they would, and then it wouldn't be a complaint, would it? My God, the lack of common sense to me sometimes is like, if we could, we would. Yeah, it's a drain, It's not just, oh, you just move. Like, nobody can just, well, most people can't just, up and move, It would be easier for us to buy a home somewhere else, cheaper. You're looking at shacks here for over 600 grand. Things that need work, okay? The house prices have gone through the roof. The rental prices are insane. We're paying over $2,000 a month. It just doesn't make logical sense for anybody to want to come here unless you have a lot of money. People are leaving the state in droves. People who can are leaving the state in droves. And no wonder why. You can't thrive here. It's just not possible. Not possible. I wouldn't if I were you. Y'all two stay. Stay where you are in Louisiana. Stay. For sure. Don't come here. Don't come here. Definitely easier when your kids are adults. That's for sure. That's definitely much easier when your kids are grown. But when you have kids, definitely not easy. Easier when you don't have to worry about bringing, the kids with you. And they're all settled, A lot of people move to Colorado, funny enough. Listen, if I had my pick, I would probably move to Florida. My brother lives there. And I feel like it would definitely be somewhere where I could stay But Texas is on that list too. Yeah, there's goods and bads to everywhere, you know, to pretty much everywhere. That's for sure. But those two would probably be top of my list here. Florida, Texas. Two places that I think, or the Carolinas maybe. Tampa. He's near Tampa. I have some cousins in Pinellas Park. My grandmother is in Spring Hill. Kind of spread about in different places because they're different sides of different families. You know, my grandmother's side is the Pinellas Park. My grandmother who passed away's side is Pinellas Park, so my mom's side, and then my dad's side is Tampa and Spring Hill. Yeah, the heat's always a kill. I didn't mind the heat in Florida. It's a little drier than here. Here it's very sticky, like really sticky. Pennsylvania. I mean, there's a lot of depends on what part of Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania can be expensive too, depending on what part you live in. I definitely have to get something to eat soon. I can start to feel my hands doing that like thing where it's like you haven't eaten anything. So when they come back, I'm going to attempt to make a salad in the kitchen because I can throw that together quickly. Pre-made salad in a bag, throw it in a bowl, put some croutons. I mean, I have pots, so humidity sucks. I mean, I just shut this fan off. I'm gonna have to turn. It's loud. That's why I shut it off. But it's starting to get hot in here. I have pots, so the heat, you know, starts to get to me. But I mean, unlike Massachusetts, because they have year-round pretty good weather in Florida and Texas, a lot of the time, air conditioning is already set up in places, whereas in Massachusetts, that is not the case. You want air conditioning, you have to buy your own. When you're renting, at least. So you have to be lucky to find a place that has central AC. So, I mean, perks of different places, you know? No prob, Sharon. Yeah, I mean, you definitely have some pretty good stuff. That's one of the reasons I picked Houston as one of the things on my wish list of places to move, because the doctors that discovered my daughter's disease and that work with the doctors here are in Texas. So people from all over the world, well, the less than 200 people that have the disease, but they are from all over the world, actually go to Texas to see those doctors. Thankfully, they can talk to the doctors here, and so they work back and forth together to figure out what's best for my kid. But that only started happening a few years ago when we had the doctors in Texas look at my daughter. So but they definitely have some great medical in Texas. That's for sure. But it was definitely one of the reasons why we had Houston as on the wish list of places, because of the hospitals there for my oldest. And I have my own medical now too, so it'd be nice. I mean, my doctor's great, but to have even better medical, I could definitely go for that. I wonder how long they're doing this. I'm trying to look and see if we heard anything on I don't see anything more on Emmanuel Harrow. other than the same stuff. Nothing that he has been found or anything. No, nothing yet. It's expanded to a dusty field in Moreno Valley over the weekend. That's all it says. This is the picture, obviously, of the dad helping them, I don't know, locate where the remains are, but they didn't find them. Could be anywhere in there, you know? But nothing since. Was not found despite this exhaustive effort. The sheriff's department would not and did not describe Harrow's presence at the location as providing assistance. Interesting. And then, of course, yeah, she did the whole jail interview saying he was still taken. Just sad. The whole thing is sad. The judge didn't say how long. Oh, here we go. There we
Comes
go.
up to the witness stand. Are the jurors ready at this point?
There's
Yes.
169 of you on X. If you're on X, why don't you bounce over to YouTube? Or at least do us a favor and hit the like button when you get a chance on YouTube. Yeah, right? Playing a game where it's not actually going to show him. I mean, shame on Adam Montgomery. He's just a horrible human being. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we only survive on donations from you guys. And lately it's been extremely slow. So we would really appreciate the help if any of you can. We have a link in the chat that you can use credit or debit on. And then we have all of the other options, which are, you know, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. All those are right here and in the description of the video on YouTube. But the link works for any credit or debit, and that is pinned. It's in the description of the video, also pinned in the at the top of the chat. Give me 1 second, guys. Why do we have no sound? Of course, I go to the kitchen and there's just no sound. Like, what is happening? Oh, hold on, guys.
They're still over there, but
Because they're not talking. That's why there's no sound.
you may continue with your cross-examination, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, isn't it true that before getting married to Mr. Markel in, was it 2006?
2006, we got married.
Isn't it true that you've stated that you knew on your fancy wedding day?
You guys hear it now?
When you were all dolled up and feeling like you were an actor
I
in
can,
someone
but I need
else's
to know if you
show.
guys can.
You knew it on your honeymoon when you were enjoying the vacation, but not thrilled to be there with him. You said, "I'm not sure I liked him, let alone loved him, but I was eager to start a life with someone and he wanted to do it with me."
All right, perfect.
Recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that, no.
I have placed in front of you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1B for identification purposes. It's towards the bottom of page 3.
I see that I said that in 2013.
Ms. Adelson, you would agree that when Danny Markel was murdered on June the 18th of 2014, your little boys lost their father for the rest of their life.
On the day that he was murdered was July 18th, and yes, my boys lost their father.
They're growing up as 11 years have passed without his influence in their life in any way. Isn't that correct?
I wouldn't say without his influence in any way, but yes, they've grown up without their father.
He's not here to give them advice.
He is not.
He can't come to any of their functions, sports, anything else.
Correct.
They're not eating kosher like they would have with their father.
They are not.
They don't have him at all.
They don't have him in their lives day to day, no.
Because on July the 18th of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Redirect examination.
When you said you were an actor in someone else's show, whose show was it?
I think I felt like I just wasn't fully present in my own life, that I had always been a real people pleaser. And so there was an aspect of not always being true to myself and wanting to make other people happy.
And one of those people is your mom, right?
Yes.
And that's part of why you kept going with relocation, even when you kind of had some doubts about it, right?
I would say it's part of the reason.
You were asked on cross-examination about the final order on relocation issued June 20th, 2013. And didn't you stipulate to making it with prejudice, I guess? Do you remember doing that?
I don't actually remember stipulating. I mean, I see it in the order, but I don't remember actively saying anything or participating in a stipulation.
In fact, when you testified about this previously, didn't you indicate you didn't know what with prejudice meant?
I think it's not something that comes up in my daily practice. And so at the time I had forgotten that it meant that it was a final order.
All right, and it was suggested or said on cross that you didn't tell your mom it was final and she was misled and she thought there was still room for it, right?
That is what was said to me on cross.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 64JJ. Let's take a moment to review this exhibit and let you know when we're done.
Okay.
Do you recognize that email?
I mean, I recognize the email address. Is that what you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Who's the email from?
The email is from my mom and dad's email address to a friend of theirs.
Who's the friend?
The Klegermans. I think it's Vicky, the woman in the relationship.
Okay, and it's signed Love Donna, right?
Yes, sorry. So it's from my mom.
And in this email, does she indicate to the Klingermans that there is no chance at the appellate level for appeal of your relocation?
Yes, that's what the email says.
All right, and is that email dated 6/25 of 13?
Yes.
So 5 days after the order was issued, your mom did know that that order was final based
That's-
on this.
Based on that email, yes.
Okay, it was, you were asked questions about, your mom never suggested any harm to Dan Markel to you, but she did want to bribe him, yes?
Yes.
Take control from him, weren't those her words?
Yes.
Aggravate him,
Yes.
scare him.
I don't remember scare him, but I believe that was part of it.
Give him some grief,
Yes.
take something from him,
Yes.
show that fucker what would make him absolutely miserable,
Yes.
but definitely not kill him, right?
I don't know what the question is.
Donna was caring
Sorry, guys.
and devoted to your boys.
I'm just
You were
stuck-
asked
stuffing
about
my
that.
face
That's
over here.
true, right?
Yes.
In fact, she maybe cared a little too much about your life and you and what was going on with you sometimes, right?
I don't know that you can care too much.
Even the Nazi uniform craziness came from her version of some kind of place of love. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because although her lawyers tried to downplay this, she was suggesting a baptism for these kids, right?
Yes.
She said she looked into it and could get it done in 2 weeks, right?
I believe that's what it said.
And didn't she justify the means or claim that this would be harmless to your children because it was just like playing dress up to them, right?
Yes.
Just like Jake the Pirates.
Yes.
She thought the ends, relocation, would justify the means, didn't she?
Yes.
And she thought a move to South Florida was what was best for you
Yes.
and what was best for your children,
Yes.
who she cared about more than anyone in the world.
I mean, I don't know who she cared about most in the world, but she loves
there-
me
Is
and
there anyone that she cares about more than those two boys?
my dad.
Okay. She thought relocation was best for those boys. They were
Yes.
going to have better opportunities, right?
Yes.
Better family support,
Yes.
a happier mother
Yes.
with a more lucrative profession.
Yes.
And your lives all depended on it. Isn't that what she said?
Yes.
And Dan Markel could have agreed, couldn't he?
He was amenable, but then he didn't want to
Well-
ultimately.
He could have moved to South Florida, right? Isn't that what you were asked on cross?
Yes, he could have.
Could have moved to South Florida and enjoyed all that delicious kosher food down there, right?
Yes.
And if he had relented, you and he could have had separate lives in Miami and happily co-parented the boys, right?
In
That could have
theory,
happened.
Yes, it could have.
Except he wouldn't relent, would he?
I mean, he said no, and so we had a hearing, and the judge said no.
Right. He wouldn't relent. He wouldn't give your mom what she wanted, would he?
I mean, we only had one conversation about
Like,
it.
bro.
So it wasn't like a
Prosecutor.
ongoing thing.
Kosher fruit has nothing to do with it.
It wasn't an ongoing thing. What wasn't?
I mean, between Danny and I, we talked about relocation. He said he would think about it, and then he said he didn't want to. And then we had the hearing, and then that was the end of it for me.
Yes, but you were asked on cross, wouldn't things have been potentially great for Danny down there too?
Yes, I think they would have.
Couldn't we all have lived happily ever after if he would have agreed to move down there too? Possibly, right?
Possibly.
But he wouldn't agree.
He didn't agree. No.
Nothing further.
Yeah, it was definitely snark.
Before we continue this afternoon, we will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you back to the jury room.
Oftentimes, judges don't want you to move too far away from the other parent if you're splitting custody like that, because it's not fair to one parent to have to travel all that way just to see their kids. So oftentimes you don't have to ask to move to a different part of your state. Normally you have to ask to move out of state, but because I guess Florida is so big, maybe that's why.
Suited.
But
Yes, go ahead. Very well. With there being no need for a proffer from this witness, you may step down. Ms. Kappelman, will you be recalling her at any point under your subpoena?
I don't intend to, Judge, but I would ask that she remain under the rule at this time.
Very
She's free to
well.
go about her business.
You are not to discuss your testimony with any other person who will be testifying in this trial. Mr. Lauro, will you need to be heard any further, sir? Have a good day. The state's next witness will be whom this afternoon? All right, you can bring the jurors back in.
And Judge, I think, did you want to instruct him?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so could I go ahead and call him in?
One moment, don't bring the jurors in just yet. You can bring in Mr. Adelson. Everyone can be seated. Mr. Adelson, before you testify this afternoon,
try
I
and make
just
me
wanted to
choke while
make
I'm eating.
sure the court's prior ruling on this matter you understood and you were clear on. When you're testifying, you are not to testify about any opinions that you have concerning whether your family members or your mother may have committed a crime. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Does the defense or state wish for there to be any further instruction from the court that does not otherwise cover the substance of the ruling?
No, sir.
Please bring the jurors. Yep. That's fine. For everyone in the gallery, again, as you are watching the evidence and testimony, please remain quiet. If you need to speak with each other, please do so silently or step out in the hallway. There should not be any murmuring happening whatsoever as the witnesses are testifying. Please bring them in.
Your Honor, where were you for the Reed trial? I didn't hear the name. But it could be the oldest son. Power and the money and the power, minute after minute, hour after hour. Come on, Donna, just bob your head. Bob and weave, Donna.
Jury entering courtroom.
He certainly looks like the dad and the mom. Oh yeah, that's definitely got to be a
Mr. Adelson,
relation.
remain standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as need be. Ms. Dugan, you may examine.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Sure. Robert Todd Adelson, Adelson.
Thank you. And what state do you currently live in?
New York.
And how long have you lived in New York?
13 years.
Okay, so since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right. What do you do for a living in New York?
I'm an ENT.
Okay, so ear, nose, and throat doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you worked as an ENT?
For 20 years.
How do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
She's my mother.
And Harvey Adelson's your dad?
Yes.
Wendy and Charlie Adelson are your siblings?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you grow up?
In Coral Springs, Florida.
Is that a bit north of Miami?
Yep.
About how long of a drive?
About an hour north of Miami.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, did you all, the five of you, live in the same house as a family?
Yes.
And who's the oldest child?
I am.
Okay. Who's the middle child?
Charlie.
How many years?
He
between
is
you and
estranged
Charlie?
from the family.
3 years between Charlie and I.
And then who's the youngest then is Wendy?
Yes.
And how many years between Charlie and Wendy?
3 years.
Okay. When you were 18, did you move out of the Coral Springs house?
Yes, when I went to college.
Okay. And did you go to college at University of Florida?
I went to Tulane.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Did you live in Gainesville at some point?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone in the
so
family needs a hairbrush.
After you went to college at Tulane and then went on to med school, went on to residency, throughout those
You're trying to
years,
kill
did
me
you
while I'm
continue to
eating,
talk
bro.
To your parents and your siblings on a regular basis.
Yes.
And would you see them a couple of times a year?
Yes.
When you were in school, would you go home for the summer?
Yes.
Based on your personal observations throughout your life of your parents and of your siblings, who is the leader in the family? Who tends to run the show?
I think my mom.
Okay, so Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Would you describe Donna Adelson's personality as being more controlling or more laid back?
I think more on the controlling side.
What about, is she kind of a more assertive person or a more passive person?
More assertive.
What about your dad, Harvey Adelson? What's his personality like?
I think he's more passive, more go with the flow.
Okay. So they're kind of opposites in that way a bit?
Yeah.
When you and your siblings were growing up, was Donna Adelson a very involved parent?
Yes.
And when I say involved, as far as with your life and with your friends and with school and with that type of thing?
Absolutely.
Did she have certain fixed ideas throughout your life of certain things she wanted to happen in you and your siblings' life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it acceptable if you decided to not do
You are
those
trying to
certain-
kill me, I think.
like certain things that she was fixated she wanted you to do? Was that acceptable to her or no?
No, I think
Trying
we
to
had
eat,
certain
Leah,
sort of
goddammit.
rigid fixed ideas or impressions for what you wanted for us. And, if you went along with that, things were fine. If you didn't, things were not fine.
Did she have strong opinions about who you all married and what you all did for a living and those types of things?
Yes.
And you're obviously a doctor. Was that an acceptable profession to
Yes.
her?
Yeah. That was okay.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons you became a doctor?
Yes.
How involved was Donna in yours, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson's life after you grew up, became adults, and had kids of your own?
I think still involved.
Was she more involved with your life, Charlie's life, or Wendy's life, would you say?
You're probably more involved with Wendi and probably to a lesser degree with Charlie.
Okay. And then would you be the least, she's the least involved with your life out of the three?
Yeah, probably because I was older but sure, I agree.
Okay. So you're the oldest child. You're out of the house before the other two.
Yep.
Okay. And then you also
I agree
lived
on
other
that.
places after you went to college throughout the rest of your life?
Yes.
Now, was this like a healthy level of involvement that she had with the three of yours lives, or was it more of like a micromanaging as you saw it?
I think it was certainly between over involved and controlling. It probably lended itself more toward controlling, but there's in various realms, more or less. But I think certainly that was the tension.
Okay, so a little more on the controlling side.
Yes.
And does that
Odinism.
include your personal lives as far as your relationships and in your professions, your jobs.
Yes.
Was it Charlie who always needed more attention than the other two children?
I think so. Yes.
When did Wendy's life start becoming one that she needed to pay or give more attention to?
You know, I think when she had some troubles in her marriage, you know, I wasn't aware there were any troubles in her marriage until Wendi left. But I think around that time when she had two young children, I think that was when she became more involved. And I was, you know, at that point living,
Oh my
you know,
God, imagine.
pretty good distance away.
Okay. Were you living in Philadelphia at the time?
Yeah, but first in Philly and then in New York, where we live now.
Okay. And so Charlie always got a lot of attention, and then Donna also started giving her attention also to Wendy's life once Wendi starts going through the separation or divorce.
Dick Nose selling brushes.
Okay.
Selling brushes over here. Get your brush from Dick Nose.
From your interactions with Donna Adelson through your whole life growing up and even as an adult, would you describe her as someone who's mentally sharp, thinking about things from all angles, or is she someone who's a little more gullible? Yes, sir.
The judge doesn't I think the judge doesn't want her asking like, is it this or this questions? It has to be like an open-ended question he can sort of answer. I think the judge let a couple fly and was like, all right, now you got to let him answer it himself instead, because you're now. I don't know why else they would be going to a sidebar this early in the conversation here in the testimony. He does kind of have Koberger eyes. That sort of like darkness, nothing behind it. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's he's broken. That poor guy. I know he doesn't talk to his family, except maybe Wendi. I don't think he talks to the rest of them, as far as I understand. He is estranged from them. Like, he doesn't want to be there. Obviously, like, you're testifying against your family. It must feel really shitty to have to do that, but also know it's the right thing to do. So it's probably what the poor guy's going through in his head right now. Is like, damn, I don't have a choice, but this sucks, you know? Me too. I'd have changed my last name. 100%. If I was him, I would have definitely changed my last name, especially because he's a doctor, ear, nose, and throat doctor, I guess. You know, people are going to send hate to him for no real reason. He's not responsible for the rest of his fucked up family. He hasn't lived there in 12 years or more. Funny enough, ENT saved my life. I have a scar right here. It's the ENT doctor. I had to cut into my neck, and it was the ENT doctor that did it. Girl, you don't need to change shit, because you are you. I didn't watch the last day of jury selection. No, I was sick. Sick like I couldn't watch it sick. Some people say for her hearing. So that too, I'm like, why does she need headphones? But my viewers tell me it's she does hear like doesn't hear as good, basically. Not deaf, but can't hear great, so hearing assistance. But I'm like, you're right there. I thought about that, Casey. That's one of the first things I thought about was how does she feel seeing him after all this time? Right? Like how that would suck.
Objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Were Charlie and Donna Adelson dependent on each other or pretty independent from each other?
I would say Charlie was probably somewhat dependent on my mom to help him out with organizing stuff, his dental practice. I think he probably relied on
If you
her
could
a
read
lot.
that in sign language,
Okay.
let me know.
And you mentioned the dental practice. When you were growing up, who owned the dental practice?
My dad.
Okay. And throughout your life, was Donna Adelson in charge of the money at Adelson Institute?
I always, I wouldn't know the inside workings of it, but I always remember my mom like signing the checks and writing the checkbook at the table, like when I was back in middle school or high school. So.
Okay. So even back then, she would do some bookkeeping or payroll type things at home.
That's my memory of it.
Okay. And then did the dental practice?
They do question the
it
jurors.
also-
They just don't do it
started out
publicly.
at Harvey's. Do you remember a time when Charlie Adelson took over?
I remember my dad making a joke about him having a very understanding boss because Charlie was now his boss. So.
Do not testify to what others have stated out of court. You may testify as to your knowledge, but not what someone
Hearsay.
else specifically said. The objection is sustained. You may continue.
I understand you were telling us how you remember that, but can you just tell us around what year
Rich.
do you remember that happening?
Around 2012, Charlie purchased the practice.
Okay. And then was there a time that you remember Charlie somehow selling it back to Harvey? Harvey Adelson is then becoming the head of the practice again.
I will permit you to answer the question if you have knowledge of this matter.
My memory of that was sometime in like fall to winter of 2015 to 16, somewhere right around there. That's my memory.
Okay. So fall to winter of 2015.
Turning into
turning into
2016.
2016.
That's my memory.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Donna Adelson doing payroll at Adelson Institute throughout your life. If someone were to ask Donna Adelson, or if someone asked Donna Adelson to do something, is she the type of person that just snaps to it, or does she have some questions first?
This is not go to motion. You may answer the question.
No, I don't think she would just snap to and do what someone told her to.
Okay. Is she the type of person who's going to have some questions if you ask her to do
Yes,
something?
I think she would definitely have some questions.
Okay. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel when he and Wendi first got together and were headed towards marriage?
He was very positive about him.
Okay. So he was somebody she approved of.
Yes.
All right. And how did that change as Wendi and Danny's relationship soured? They ended up moving towards divorce.
So I really only heard anything bad about Danny after Wendi moved out. I didn't hear anything bad about him prior to that date.
Okay. So just kind of went from everything's fine to then hearing bad things about him.
Yes.
And when you say hearing bad things about him, like from her? From Donna Adelson, I'm
yes.
sorry? Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel in 2014?
She hated him.
Would this come from your knowledge of that? Come from things that she would say to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you're not, and I love you.
Did you observe that Wendi played a bit of a damsel in distress, in your opinion, in the divorce?
Yes, I think that's a good way to describe it.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel's divorce?
I apologize to Donna Adelson. I apologize. Can I hear the
I'm
question
sorry.
again?
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi and Dan Markel's divorce?
Some. I mean, the phrase that sticks in my head is that Danny was depoing Wendi to death. I wasn't involved with, all the various motions. I remember that phrase. I remember there being a lot of, court motions back and forth. But I remember that phrase. I remember, some complaints about like very long either mediation or depositions that Wendi had to endure.
Okay. So this is Donna saying Wendy's having to go through these things.
Yes.
Okay. And just telling you about it.
Yes.
How did Donna tell you that, or did she tell you that how Wendi was planning to leave Dan Markel and give him the news that she was leaving the marriage?
I think you're going to need to rephrase this in such a way the witness can answer, Ms.
Sure.
Dugan.
How did Donna Adelson describe to you how Wendi Adelson left the marriage?
Object to hearsay.
Ms. Dugan, please approach.
Okay.
Poor guy. Just looks lost. He looks lost. It's just like, F all this noise. The poor guy does not want to be a part of this nonsensical BS. I can't blame him, His family's done some crazy shiitake. His hair says, fix me. It just told me. It says, fix me, please. And listen, I have bad hair days. My hair does not cooperate, as you can see. The frizzies, the little baby hairs, they don't cooperate ever. But holy hell. I mean, it must be really cold in there because all these people are wearing like sweaters in the courtroom. Like that AC must be cranked. Massachusetts needs to take some notes on how to fix their goddamn AC so it's not louder than people testifying and that it's actually making the room cold. The whole staring down thing tells me that he's deep in thought, not looking at his mom. He just doesn't even want to look at her. That's another thing, he's a doctor. He helps save lives. He helps people have better, longer, healthier lives. And his family, he looks like he's going to cry. I just saw his lip quiver. He's definitely in deep thought about all of this, and I can't blame the guy.
You may continue with your examination.
What did Donna Adelson tell you about the plan for Wendi Adelson to leave the marriage?
Sure. When she told me that that she had been in Tallahassee for several months.
This is Donna Adelson had
Yes.
been?
That she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendi, arranging for movers, moving money around and getting things set up. I only knew this after Wendi had moved out. but she was relating to me what had occurred over the summer. And so I heard this all at once, but, probably 5-6 days after Wendi had moved out. And then told me that somewhat gleefully or, pleased that they timed the phone call to Danny right before he was supposed to give a speech at the meeting he was at.
Okay. So a couple questions about that. You said Donna said that she had been up here in Tallahassee moving money around and getting things ready for Wendi. Do you mean for when Wendi moved out and needed a place of her own?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Donna tell you that she did to try to, I guess, hide the fact that they were renting a place for Wendi?
I remember her saying she had used her maiden name so there wouldn't be an Adelson up here renting, or hiring movers or such.
Just so like word of mouth wouldn't get around that Wendi Adelson was renting an apartment, something like that.
Sure.
Okay. So they used Donna's maiden name.
Yes.
Donna did. And then you said that their plan was
Adelson's oldest son.
for Wendi to call Dan Markel as he was getting
Robert.
on stage, or right before he got on stage to give a speech at a conference.
That's what I was told.
Okay. And what was Donna's demeanor when she was describing this plan to you about how she was able to set up this place for Wendi to live in? Everything was ready for her, and then this is how she gave Dan the news.
I think she sounded.
Donna is the one that gave the news? If not, then we
I believe the question was, what was her demeanor? You may
Yes, sir.
answer the question.
She sounded pleased to me.
Did you ever see Donna Adelson doing anything to help Wendi Adelson with the divorce?
I think she was, answering a lot of emails and looking over, emails that went back and forth, looking over motions and such.
Did you personally see that when she was visiting you? Did you see Donna Adelson doing those things?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an occasion when you all were in the hospital and Donna came to visit and was doing those things in the hospital?
I think it was at our home at the time, right before he went to the hospital. But yes, that's where we, saw the email.
Okay. And while she was at your house during that time, was that when you were living in Philadelphia?
That was in Albany.
Albany. Okay. Did she want the Wi-Fi at that time so that she could get on the internet and work on these filings?
Yeah, she said she had things to do to help out with the divorce.
What date would that have been? Do you remember?
October of 12.
Did Donna Adelson tell you that Wendi Adelson was trying to get permission to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
And did Donna Adelson tell you about the $1 million bribe she wanted to offer Dan Markel?
Yes.
During the year or two after Wendi Adelson left Dan Markel, how much time was Donna Adelson spending in Tallahassee?
From
He had personal knowledge of her being here.
You may answer as to your personal knowledge on the subject matter.
I can rephrase, Judge. Did Donna Adelson tell you information about how much time she was having to spend in Tallahassee?
she said that Wendi needed a lot of help because now she has two boys on her own, and so she was up there a lot. And I think yes.
Okay. Who cared more about Wendi Adelson's divorce from your conversations? Was it Donna or Charlie?
Donna.
What types of things does Charlie care about? What are kinds of things is he really into?
I mean, like go-karts, jet skis, going out, boats, not Wendy's divorce.
Okay. And is Donna Adelson very into her kids and grandkids and
Yes.
their success?
Yes.
Do you think Wendy's divorce or her moving, do you think Wendi and her boys moving to Miami was particularly important to Charlie Adelson from your observations?
I don't think so.
During the divorce, from your conversations with Donna, was she fixated on Wendi taking this job with a guy named Gary Cohen in Miami?
Yes, that was a common discussion point.
Okay. Did she seem like it was just something that she kind of thought would be a good idea, or something that she seemed to have a real obsession with?
It came up a lot in my discussions with her about this job with Gary, where she'd be making $1 million a year and she'd be a partner. And it was something that was brought up a lot, that she'd be able to take care of her kids in a way that she couldn't up in Tallahassee. And then it was probably the one thing that she mentioned to me. The only time I heard any anger after the murder had occurred was that I asked, is Wendi going to go work for Gary now? And she told me that.
Did the job end up not working out?
As far as I know, it didn't.
Okay. And that you heard some anger from Donna when that happened?
She said that his partners wouldn't let them hire her until they.
Okay.
Sorry.
But there was some anger there because the job didn't end up working out.
Yes.
They couldn't hire Wendi, or didn't want to hire Wendi after all.
That's what I was told.
Okay, thank you. Now, during the summer of 2014, did Wendi Adelson, I'm going to move on to 2014 now, did Wendi Adelson send you a text where she referenced having a boyfriend?
Yes.
And was this before Dan Markel's murder?
Yes.
Why was that memorable to you?
It was just unusual. Wendi, never was someone who would, share her, romantic life or boyfriends, or, tell me or, text me about anyone she was dating. So it just stood out as, unique or different.
Okay. What did she, was there something in particular that she said that struck you as also unusual?
Court TV should be free.
Okay. I guess, was it
On
your
Pluto.
impression that your parents knew
Maybe
about this
it's either
boyfriend
Pluto
at the time or no?
or Freevee. It's one of
No,
those.
the text said, don't tell the parents.
Well,
Members of the jury, you are to disregard the last response of the witness.
may I approach, Judge?
You may. may continue your examination, Ms. Dugan.
Okay, so I was asking you about this text that you received from Wendi Adelson. Can you tell me about this text?
Sure. She texted me that she was going to Gainesville for the weekend, and this was 2014. So I last lived in Gainesville about 3 years prior to that. Mentioned that she wanted that I mentioned the name of Jeff. I asked who was Jeff. The response was my boyfriend. I responded I didn't know, and she said you wouldn't. I didn't hear it from the parents. She says they don't know. And so it just struck me as, and then she sent me some pictures of Jeff with her and the boys. It struck me as unique because she'd never shared the name or photograph of a boyfriend before.
Okay, so
Before you continue, Ms. Dugan, members of the jury, as to the last question and response, you are not to consider the hearsay statement for the truth of the matter asserted. You may continue.
okay. So it was unusual for her to talk to you about boyfriends at all.
Yes.
But you also felt it was unusual that she's telling you about this boyfriend when even your parents don't know about him yet.
Right.
And she was closer to her parents at the time than you.
Correct.
Okay. What date was that text message sent?
The very end of June, like 26 or 28 of 14, but that last weekend.
Okay. So it was prior to 4th of July weekend.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where in those photographs Wendi is with her sons and Jeff?
Like Wakulla Springs, something like that.
Okay.
And they're in front of a board that said that.
And did you let her know you wouldn't mention him to her parents or to your parents?
Yes.
Did that strike you as so unusual that after Dan Markel was murdered, you felt, I guess, compelled to tell police, like, hey, I heard she has this boyfriend she hasn't told anybody about named Jeff?
Yes, I did. The FBI came to my house and I spoke to them once, and either it didn't come up or, it's a bit nerve-wracking talking to the FBI, and that they didn't ask any questions about that. And then, I guess over the ensuing week, I'd heard about like this Prius and this unsolved murder. And I remembered, it struck me as odd that I was sent these photographs of a boyfriend and not to tell the parents about him. And so that's when I wanted to have a clean conscience. So I reached out to the FBI and I said, I don't know if this matters, but I figured I would, tell you about this. And they came back for a second interview and looked at the pictures.
Okay. When is your father, Harvey Adelson's birthday?
July 5.
Okay, so on July 5th of 2014, how old would he have turned that year?
70.
Okay, and this is about 2 to 3 weeks before Dan Markel was killed.
Yes.
Did your family do anything to celebrate his birthday that year?
Yes, we had a party at their condo.
Okay, was there a gift from the family or from any of you to him?
No. I remember an email, and my dad is not someone who wants gifts or a big deal made about him, and so the email was something like, your dad doesn't want gifts; he just wants all of his kids to be with him on his birthday.
And was that from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
So she's basically letting you know you and your kids coming is going to be his gift.
Correct.
And everybody, all the kids and grandkids being
Correct.
there. Okay. Did the family ever discuss going on a cruise?
No, not with me.
When a birthday gift is given for somebody in the family, does Donna Adelson typically say, we're going to get him this, everybody owes this much, everybody's going to pay a third, or whatever it is?
Yeah, if there was like a big gift we're getting, or they said, we're getting this for someone, and you can be part of it, that was not uncommon.
Okay. So tell us about the party you said it was at the Continuum?
Yes, at their apartment.
Okay. So is that like a condo building in Miami?
Yeah, on Miami Beach.
Okay. On Miami Beach, like South Beach?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it a secure building?
It is very secure. It was, we were staying at a hotel down the street, and there was armed guards, and apparently there's a lot of celebrities that live there. It was a very high, very secure building.
Okay. And these celebrities that live there, were they people that you knew of? I mean, you knew who they were?
Sure. Yeah, A-Rod.
Did these people have kind of guards of their own too in the building?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So the guards that you saw were the guards in the front.
Yes.
All right. Had your parents, how recently had they moved to the continuum?
I got the idea it was certainly less than a year. Like, I don't remember exactly, but seemed like they said they were going to try living down in South Beach to see if they liked it for their retirement. And so it had to be sometime, before, because they were pretty well moved in there. But I don't remember the exact time, but if I'm guessing, like maybe 6 months before or something like that.
Okay, so by the weekend of the party, July 5th, are they like fully moved into their
Yeah.
condo there?
Yes.
Okay, and are they living there full time? From what you know?
It seemed like that, but I couldn't. I know they still own the house in Coral Springs, so I don't know if they're just there on the weekends, but I couldn't say definitively. But it looked like they were living there fully.
Okay. Was his party on his actual birthday or another day of the week?
No, on his actual birthday.
All right. Was your brother Charlie there that weekend?
Yes.
Wendi and her sons, were they there?
Yes.
Was the party catered?
Yeah, there was. Yes.
What type of food did you have?
There were like past hors d'oeuvres, and then there was a paella chef on the balcony.
Okay. Was the party a surprise for Harvey?
No.
So you were never told, don't tell him about it, it's a surprise,
No.
anything like that? Don't tell him. Were you not supposed to tell him anything about the party that was a surprise?
No, there was nothing about a surprise birthday.
Was there ever a time in the weeks leading up to the party that you heard that the party may be canceled for any reason?
No, never.
All right. So how did you first hear about Dan Markel's murder?
I heard the day after the shooting occurred, so that would be Saturday, July 19. I was at a meeting in Chicago, and I think I got a phone call first, and that I was in a meeting, and so I just said can I call you later? And then I got a text message shortly thereafter, like right before 10 in the morning. It said like, tragedy here, please call.
And are these from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to call her that morning from the conference in Chicago?
Yeah. So I walked out and went to the hotel lobby and just hit call.
Okay. And tell us about that conversation with her.
So it's one of those moments that you'll just remember forever. So I remember being in the lobby of the Westin, and I assumed something terrible had happened, and but I wasn't ready for it. She said, so we just want to let you know that Danny's been shot, and they took him to the hospital, but he didn't make it. And it didn't make any sense. And I probably asked like a few medical questions, and they said they're driving up to go help Wendi, and we'll talk to you later. We can't talk now.
Okay. Was she crying in that conversation?
Not
Donna
in the
Adelson?
conversation.
Sir?
No, she was not.
Okay.
It was very matter of fact.
Did she ever give you any further detail that weekend about how he'd been shot, or other than just Danny was shot and he didn't make it?
I think it was the next day. So the only really other time that I spoke with him that weekend, I was in the airport going home like Sunday afternoon. So it was definitely the next day. And, it was the first time I could actually have any kind of conversation. And, one of the things that she told me is, it bothered me, but I didn't have any other details about, but she said that, someone went to the front door and said, "Are you Dan Markel?" and then shot him. And then I said, "Well, how could you know that? Who's telling you that?" And she said, "Well, that's just what they're telling us." And
Okay. So she said someone told her that someone knocked on Danny's door, said, "Are you Dan Markel?" He said yes, and the shooter shot him.
That's the story I heard. And, later we found out that wasn't what happened, but that story bothered me a lot because there's only one way you could hear that story.
Was she crying when she told you that information?
No.
You mentioned earlier that law enforcement contacted you after Dan Markel's murder. Did they contact you to try to see if you knew any information?
Yeah, they came to our house. I was already at work, and so they talked to my wife. It had to be a Wednesday or Thursday, so I was already at work.
And is this your house in New York?
Yes.
Okay. And did you end up talking to law enforcement and letting them, answering their questions, letting them know what you knew?
Yeah, they came to my office the next day, and we with two agents, and we had we had an interview.
Okay. After that conversation with, you said it was the FBI earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. After that conversation with the FBI, did Donna Adelson ever say anything to you about having talked to law enforcement or the FBI?
It was either that afternoon or the next day, but and she called me and said, just want to let you know, if the police come around, don't talk to them.
Okay, so she told you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
Did you let her know that you already had talked to law enforcement?
And I said I already did.
What'd she say to that?
She said, "Oh, well, you don't know anything anyway."
You don't know anything anyway?
Correct.
Was that an unusual statement coming from your mother?
Yeah, it just, everything that week was unusual, but I clearly didn't know anything, but I wasn't going to not talk to the FBI if they show up at my house.
How did you respond? Let me ask you this. After the murder of Dan Markel, did Donna Adelson seem curious about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
Was there a complete lack of curiosity?
Yeah, nobody seemed curious.
Did you actually ever ask her, like after the murder, like, hey, like, what do you think happened?
Yeah, and the conversations were kind of rerouted, or that was certainly discouraged, and it was probably like maybe sometime like mid-August, when I finally had a chance to ask and say, what is going on? This was not a small event. This was getting a lot of notoriety, and I said, what do you guys think happened? And she had said, I don't know, and I don't care. It doesn't concern me.
Was that out of character for her to not be curious and not be asking some questions?
Yeah, it was an unsolved murder of, my former brother-in-law, like someone that we all know very well. If it was like some neighborhood gossip, people would be interested. This was like national interest, and nobody had any curiosity about, who did this to Danny.
Is a person, you mentioned that, not only is it your brother-in-law, but it was like national news at that point as well.
Yes.
And regardless of it being national news or not, is a person dying from gun violence an extremely unusual thing to happen in your family?
Yeah, to this day, Danny's the only person that I know who's died from gun violence or been a victim of gun violence. So it's unique in that manner.
What would your mom, Donna Adelson, do if you did try to ask her any more about Danny's murder after that?
It wasn't a subject for discussion. It would be rerouted, or it was just not a subject to discuss.
When you say rerouted, do you mean like changing the subject?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fast forward to 2016. Do you remember in May of 2016 when Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera were arrested?
Yeah, I do. I actually saw it in the OR lounge. Someone told me about it. So it had to be like a Wednesday, and
you were in the operating room lounge.
Yeah, it was
and
the
someone
lounge.
told you about it.
It was someone else, because stories like this people see on Twitter or such, and I remember someone telling me like, hey, did you hear about that the case, because it's more than one person had followed it, and I saw it, and then that was on the 26th, and I remember the dates because our anniversary is on the 28th of May. My wife and I were like, should we call them? Like they arrested some guy who killed Danny. And
when you say them, you mean like should we
my
call
parents.
my parents? And
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it was big news that even people you work with were seeing that there were finally some arrests made.
Right.
Okay. And that was 2 days before your anniversary, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So did you and your wife eventually talk to your parents?
We did. Like we thought, like, should we call them? And we figured, if they wanted to call us, they would call us, and then they didn't. And so we figured, well, they'll call us on our anniversary, and so we can just sit tight. And I'm sure it's pretty stressful. And this guy was arrested in Miami, and so they called us on our anniversary, which was the 28th.
Okay, so that was 2 days after the arrest, I think.
2 days after I found out. Yes.
2 days after you found out. Thank you. So on the 28th, did you talk to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
All right. And when she called you, was she telling you the good news that Danny's killers were arrested?
No, just called us for anniversary, and wished us well and had some small talk for a bit. I kind of let it go for a little bit. And I mean, this was not small news. And so I finally broached the topic and said, they found the guy, they arrested someone who killed Danny. There's no response. And then I said it, at least 2 or 3 times that, they made an arrest. They got the guy who killed Danny. Yeah. And then her response was, I've got to go.
And then did she hang up the phone after that?
Yes.
And did you ever talk to her about it again ever after that?
No.
Just a second.
Are they legally wiretapped or illegally wiretapped?
Other than, her reaching out for happy birthdays, happy anniversaries, that kind of thing, was that the last conversation you had with her?
That was the last time I spoke to her.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Ooh, that's sneaky. She didn't hang up. I'm gonna call with Charlie. She just let that shit run while she was talking like a dumbass. Donna. I mean, there are some really. Oh, this poor guy. He looks up into the audience and shakes his head and puts it back down. He must see people there, and he's like embarrassed. Like he's a doctor and this is his family. Like, how wouldn't you be embarrassed? I mean, I'd be fucking embarrassed.
I'll say it again. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In between 2012 and 2014, how many times did you come to visit your family in South Florida?
2012 and 2014.
All right. And then is this road over here Centerville Road?
Yes,
And the hospital would be somewhere in this area.
correct.
Okay. So this yellow line, is this yellow line Trescott Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the blue arrow show where the Markel residence 2116 Trescott Drive was?
Yes,
Can you show me where you were located next to the crime scene tape, making sure no cars came by the crime scene?
approximately where the little yellow marking was right there.
Okay, right where it says roadblock
Yep,
with the arrow. Okay. Now, from where you were stationed here at the crime scene tape, could you clearly see all of the marked police
Donnie
cars
didn't
in
hang
front
up.
of the Trescott residence?
yes,
Okay. And your marked police car was right there where we see the arrow as well?
correct.
All right. If I'm turning onto Trescott Drive from Centerville
It jumped.
Road,
I'm
would
gonna
I
try to
be
figure
able
out
to
what the hell
see any of
happened.
the
That's what I'm doing
activity
now.
over here or from this area on Trescott Drive?
That's how it's recorded, guys. It just jumps. I don't understand. Like, hello. could just go straight from this into the police officer. So I don't understand what the hell. Like, hello. Did they like
Say it again, good
conk out
afternoon.
at some
Afternoon.
point?
In 2000 and between 2012 and 2014, how many times did you come to visit your family in South Florida?
2012 and 2014.
It does. It just jumps. That's weird. That's so strange.
You know, my daughter was born in October of 2012. And so
I don't understand. What the
I
hell?
think my dad's birthday, oh no, there was a Thanksgiving, I think in 2013. So I mean, pretty much Thanksgivings were the times when we would travel. Having
This is the
1-year-old
Tallahassee.
and a 3-year-old. So
Sure. Okay, so Thanksgiving of 2013 and then your dad's birthday in 2014.
yeah,
The
there could
hell?
have been one other one, but I remember those two for certain that I could swear to.
Okay, and when you came for his birthday was on the 5th. You came in on the 4th, the party was on the 5th, and you left on the 6th, correct?
That's my memory of it.
And Thanksgiving, kind of the same thing? I mean, you got a
Yeah.
job you got to get back to, right?
Yeah, yep.
And how frequent were the phone calls that you were having with your family?
This is so strange. I just looked. It
Probably
does. It
less
just
than once a week, maybe every other week, something like that.
it just literally skips up. What the fuck?
And when I say family, I think I'm referring to Donna.
Sure.
Now, you were here on the 5th for your dad's birthday. You said you went home on the 6th.
Yep.
And Danny Markel was brutally murdered on July the 18th of 2014.
Oh,
That was in the
no.
summer.
Correct.
Recall that?
Yes.
Try the
And when
QR
did you
code in the
arrive
corner.
Florida, to be with your family?
That should help
I didn't.
Thank
in the
you.
right hand corner.
You had mentioned in your direct testimony that your mom called and said you shouldn't talk to the police. You recall that?
Yeah, I do. Yes,
What actually happened was a family friend, Michael Weinstein, you know him, correct?
I do. Yeah.
Your mom indicated that he had called and advised that as a family friend and an attorney that you all should not talk to the police. That's what she told you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
So that was it, I guess, with him.
You may step down. Does the state have a witness that will go about a half hour exactly?
One very brief witness we can do.
Very
Please
brief
call the
witness.
They call Bill Brandon.
So this is gonna be the last one of the day, basically. At generally as Anna, guys. It's just you guys know how the names show up now, but it's Anna. Aw, awesome, Francesca. Thank you for being a member. See you later, Anna.
Officer, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Thank you. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
I'm Officer Brannon, number 510 with the Taos Police Department, Brannon.
And where do you, you said you work at TPD. And how long have you been with TPD?
26 years, and I was with FSU PD for a couple of years prior to that.
Okay. Now, did you respond to a crime scene on Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
Yes,
And what time did you arrive?
approximately 11:15.
When you arrived, was EMS and some other TPD officers already there?
Yes,
Okay. Was your role maintaining a crime scene perimeter that day on Trescott Drive?
That was one of the roles, yes.
Tell me about that. What does maintaining a crime scene perimeter mean?
Just keeping people out, redirecting traffic.
Okay, so are you putting up crime scene tape then?
Yes,
Okay, and making sure nobody comes in or out, no cars come through?
correct.
So where was the crime scene tape on Trescott Drive that you were located next to?
I was a little ways north of the incident location on Trescott.
Okay. I want to, and when you were next to the crime scene tape, were you seated in your marked vehicle?
Yes,
And at that time, looking south down towards the incident location, was there EMS and marked police cars there in front of the Markel residence at the time?
EMS had already left the scene by the time I was in that position, but there was investigators, other officers, and crime scene units.
Okay. And when I say marked, as in your car's marked and their cars are marked, like TPD insignia, what we would typically see as a police car.
Yes,
Okay. Did I show you before court today a map that is marked as States Exhibit 87?
yes,
And was that map a true and accurate depiction of where you were stationed that day and of Trescott Drive and of the Markel residence on that road?
I believe so.
Judge, at this time, I'd move into evidence States Exhibit 87.
States 87 is admitted.
I have this for you. Point up there if you want to put something after this. Okay, so looking here at this map, move that off. Is this Thomasville Road right here
Yes,
where I'm pointing? Okay. And is this orange arrow ABC Liquors?
I believe so.
Okay. This is Benton Road.
Yep,
All right. And then is this road over here Centerville Road?
yes,
And the hospital would be somewhere in this area.
correct.
Okay. So this yellow line, is this yellow line Trescott Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the blue arrow show where the Markel residence 2116 Trescott Drive was?
Yes,
Can you show me where you were located next to the crime scene tape, making sure no came by the crime scene?
approximately where the little yellow marking was right there.
Okay, right where it says roadblock
Yep,
with the arrow. Okay. Now, from where you were stationed here at the crime scene tape, could you clearly see all of the marked police cars in front of the Trescott residence?
yes,
Okay. And your marked police car was right there where we see the arrow as well?
correct.
All right. If I'm turning onto Trescott Drive from Centerville Road, would I be able to see any of the activity over here or from this area on Trescott Drive?
No, not back over there.
And is that because the road curves around or winds around?
Yes,
While you were stationed there, did any vehicles approach your location on Trescott, encounter the roadblock, and have to turn around?
yes, several vehicles.
Did you notice a particular vehicle that pulled up that you notated in your report that day because it stood out to you?
Mid 2000s maroon or dark red Honda Odyssey van.
And are you familiar with that make and model and year of van?
Yes, my family we actually still use it. My son uses it. 2006 Honda Odyssey.
Okay, so at the time, your family owned the same van,
Correct.
okay? And you said it was maroon in color, the one you saw that day?
Yes,
At the time, did you know that the ex-wife of the person who was killed drove that type of van?
yes,
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as States Exhibit 18. Was this vehicle consistent with the one you saw that day that turned at the roadblock?
yes.
Were you able to see the driver of the van?
No.
About what time did the vehicle approach the roadblock?
Approximately 1 o'clock, somewhere in that range.
Okay. I think, did you say between 12 and 1 in your
Somewhere in
report?
there.
Okay. But don't know exactly the minute that it approached. Okay. Was there anything unusual about the way the vehicle, or I guess the driver of the vehicle, behaved when the vehicle encountered the roadblock that stood out to you?
It wasn't fast or anything, but it was just a little more deliberate and pulling up, turning around, and leaving. The other vehicles, which is consistent with other times I've had to block roads, when vehicles pull up, they kind of stop and they're processing like, well, I can't go this way, and trying to think, well, where do I got to go now, etc. So this one didn't squeal tires or anything like that, but I mean, it was boom, 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 and out.
So just less hesitation.
Correct.
Did the driver of the vehicle ask you any questions?
No.
Did the driver of the vehicle question anybody else, any other officers there at the roadblock?
Not where I was.
They just
No.
turned around and went back towards Centerville?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Judge.
Officer, you may step down. Is the officer released or will he be recalled?
Sir,
Is the officer released or will he be recalled?
he is released. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks, sir.
Members of the jury, we are going to come to a rest for this evening. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any information or news reports about this case at all as well. Please report tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. and we intend to get started at 9 o'clock once everyone is here. Have a restful evening. We will see you in the morning.
Well, folks, that looks like it's going to be it for the day. Interesting day, nonetheless. Wendy didn't remember, then she remembered. I mean, I know this prosecution seems like they, the state at least, really wants to go after her at some point for something. And Donna's lawyers want to pin it on Wendy, it looks like. I know, right? It goes past 5. Amazing.
Brief
Kitty, stop
discussion
running on the
of
computer.
tomorrow. The witnesses that were supposed to be the PM, are they now going to be our AM witnesses state for tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Parties need to be heard before we go into recess.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
No, Judge.
There was one thing,
Go ahead.
can we approach about it though?
Yes.
So we're not going to hear what that one thing is, obviously. But I've been sitting in this chair on and off for 6.5 hours, and yeah, it's time for me to go. But it was an interesting day. That's for damn fucking sure. Do me a favor on your way out, guys. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you can. Share the video, share with a friend we exist, bring people to the community. Let's grow this community that we love so much. I love y'all. If you can donate, we would really appreciate it. We get by with you guys. The reason we can bring you this content is because of you guys. So if you can donate, it's always very well appreciated. You can do so in a bunch of different ways. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. If you're out of the country, that works well for in the country too, but it works very well for people who are out of the country. And all that stuff is in the bio, in the description of the video. You can also use the link that's also in the description of the video, but it's here on YouTube at the top of the chat. It is pinned there. You can click on it and you can use a credit or debit card. You don't have to have any of the payment apps. So with that, I will leave y'all with the outro. I love y'all stinking faces, and I will see you guys in the morning for some more of these shenanigans with the Adelson trial. Have an amazing day, everybody. Bye.